Sound check, 1, 2, 3. Sound check, sound check, sound check, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. If you could please take your seats. Staff also. We'll begin the meeting. Good morning. Welcome to the General Issues Committee meeting of April 5th, 2023. I would like to call the meeting to order. Members of the public are advised that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton and temporarily archived on the city's website. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during the committee meetings. Members are reminded of the 5-minute time limit, which will be adhered to during this meeting. Members can submit another request to speak if they require more time to ask questions or make comments. Please note that quorum is now present. Madam Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Mayor. There are 2 added communications items, both with the recommendation to be received and referred to the consideration of item 8.2, which is 5.1, correspondence from Caroline Hill-Smith, Action 13 member respecting endorsement of report PED 23064 to establish priorities for the Office of Climate Change Initiatives. Item 5.2, correspondence from Richard Coriskill, Chair, and Zoe Green, Manager, Bay Area Climate Change Council, respecting support for the 2023 priority focus areas of the Office of Climate Change Initiatives, which is that PED 23064. There are 2 added delegation requests. Item 6.3, Charlie Matina, Hamilton Community Land Trust, respecting an introduction to the Hamilton Community Land Trust, a grassroots, all-volunteer, not-for-profit community organization, which is an in-person delegation for a future meeting. 6.4, Don McLean, respecting item 8.2, priority focus areas for the Office of Climate Change Initiatives, PED 23064, also a virtual request, but for today's meeting. 3 added staff presentations, 8.2, which is 2023 priority focus areas for the Office of Climate Change Initiatives, which is the PED 23064. Item 8.3, corporate strategic growth initiatives, master plan updates and development change, charge bylaw approach, PED 23084, and item 8.4, which is the Red Hill Valley Parkway inquiry update, which is LS 19036R PW 23029. There is an added presentation that has now been added for item 8.1. There's an added discussion item, item 8.5, which is the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities Report 23-003. And please note, item 10.1 has been revised and an additional Appendix B has been added. There is 1 added notice of motion, 12.1, Investing in Beautiful Alleys, Ward 3. 1 item of other business has been added, which is item 13.2, Vacant Home Tax Communication Update, no copy. And an added private and confidential item, 14.4, Red Hill Valley Parkway Inquiry Update, LS 19036S.
I don't think it could be much longer than that. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Taddison, seconded by Councillor Kassar. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please. And that vote carried 14-0. Thank you. Moving on to item 3 on our agenda is the declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest this morning? Seeing none, we'll move to item number 4, which is the approval of the minutes of a previous meeting. 4.1 is March 22nd, 2023. 4.2 is March 24th, 2023, which was a special GIC meeting. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve these minutes? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Francis. Any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please, Madam Clerk. Thank you. And that again carried 14-0. We're moving on to item 5 on our agenda, which is communications. Item 5.1 is correspondence from Caroline Hill Smith, Action 13 member, respecting the endorsement of Report PED 23064 to establish priorities for the Office of the Climate Change Initiatives. The recommendation is to be received and referred to item 8.2 in the agenda. Item number 5.2 is correspondence from Richard Corso, Chair, and Zoe Green, Manager of the Bay Area Climate Change Council, respecting support for the 2023 priority focus areas of the Office of the Climate Change Initiatives. That's PED 23064. Again, the recommendation is to be received and referred to the consideration of item 8.2. May I have a mover and a seconder on the communications item? Moved by Councillor Beattie, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Is there any discussion on the communications? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please. And that vote carried 14-0. We're now moving to item 6 in the delegation requests. Item 6.1 is Vic Dervijic. Vic, Nikola Tesla Education Corporation, respecting permission to hold Tesla Electric City Festival and the Hamilton Museum of Steam and Technology. This will be an in-person delegation for a future meeting. Item 6.2 is David Braden, respecting an approach that the city could adopt to respond to and encourage climate-sensitive demonstration projects. This would be an in-person delegation for a future meeting. Now, item 6.3 is Charlie Matina, Hamilton Community Land Trust, respecting an introduction to the Hamilton Community Land Trust, a grassroots, all-volunteer, not-for-profit community organization. This will be an in-person meeting for a future meeting. Item 6.4 is Don McLean, respecting item 8.2, priority focus areas for the Office of Climate Change Initiatives, PED 23064. This will be a virtual delegation, and it is for today's meeting. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the delegation requests? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Thank you. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll hold the vote, please. Councillor Tom Jackson has a thumbs up there. And that carried 15-0. Councillors, we are now moving on to item 7, which is our delegations. Before we begin our delegations for today, members are reminded that questions of the delegations are for clarification purposes only and not to debate the delegate. Item 7.1 is Hafiz Hussein, respecting equity, diversity, and inclusion, and my experience with the City of Hamilton. This will be a virtual presentation. Mr. Hussein, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. When you begin to speak, sir, we will begin to time you for 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
Take your time and be comfortable, okay?
Okay. No, thank you. So my name's Hafiz Hussein. I'm a resident of Etobicoke, but my dad, Ayub Hussein, owns a property in Hamilton. And what we both faced with, and he's a 74-year-old senior who is on a fixed income, and part of his pension income is to offer a residential, to rent a detached home in the city to residents in order to provide affordable housing. But what we've experienced basically in the last few months has been unacceptable in our face with navigating City Hall. Sorry if it's very emotional, but it's hard.
Take your time, Mr. Hussein.
Yeah. But just in regards to this, I strongly feel the city of Hamilton needs to work on equity, diversity, and inclusion. From the frontline staff, I know human resources in the city has worked on the EDI framework and implemented it to the city for the few years. But the issue that I have is how is it being implemented and monitored and adhered to? Because I know the procedural bylaw doesn't allow me to speak over a situation that I had, which I brought it up to city management, but it doesn't give residents or taxpayers an avenue to bring up escalations in regards to city personnel or processes and procedures that violate fundamental rights of navigating City Hall free from discrimination, unconscious bias, and Islamophobia. And what I would like to bring to this General Issues Committee is that it's been hard for me to try to resolve my issues with the city, with city management and city staff, and trying to bring this up to the attention of the city clerk's office to try to get into bring this up. But I strongly feel that the city does not have a process in place to try to navigate and try to report situations where staff who are just being discriminated can bring that up to management and make it aware from city, like just city like investigation. So my issue is today, I know we have the fraud and waste hotline, and there's a code of conduct for city employees and city staffs, but as taxpayers or residents of the city, if we
Mr. Hussein, can I
come
suggest,
with
Mr. Hussein,
issues such as city discriminating
Hussein,
against
can
us.
you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can.
If you can turn your video off, you are breaking up and we're not getting the full conversation. Let's try it with just the audio only. Can you speak now, sir?
Okay. I'm sorry now. Can you hear me?
That's working perfectly. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay. Yeah, so my issue is in regards to just what is there a process that the city can do if they are
Boy, we're really having trouble hearing him.
implementing an EDI framework and an EDI policy? Is there, and I know to be doing, who's monitoring to make sure that staff are not using unconscious bias towards residents and taxpayers? And the other thing too is, what is the complaint handling framework? So it's not really clear on the city website. If a resident or a taxpayer confronts city staff that was discrimination or harassment or Islamophobia, what do we do? I know we have the fraud and waste hotline for the city auditor to do it, but it's like, and my only issue is like the growing demographics of immigrants that are coming to our community. We have a lot more people that English or French is not their first language, and we are trying to reduce Islamophobia as well as discrimination and just those unconscious bias. So wanted to ask the council to see if they could review the EDI framework or the policy and and just make it clear from residents if there's a bylaw or process that we can go through to make sure that it's impartial and that it's reviewed by like an independent body or something that doesn't take into staff. Because how do I know that if I file a complaint with management that there's a conflict of interest because it's not being investigated by a third party? And if it's not the city auditor's mandate to investigate this, who is it? Is it HR? A lot of these situations come up with personnel matters and labor relations, which residents and taxpayers don't have privileged information, which is good. But as a resident or a taxpayer, how do I close the book or move on with the fact that if I'm being discriminated or if a city staff uses unconscious bias towards me, how do I get that recourse or how do I move on? Like it's been 2 months where I experienced a situation that it still is affecting me emotionally, personally, to this day, but it's been hard for me to navigate the city, and that's why I'm coming to council council today to see if
Mr. Hussein?
this issue can be looked into to either.
Yeah, your time is up. What I am hearing is that you have had an event or issue
Yes.
where you and or your family feel that you have been discriminated against by city staff. That's what I'm pulling from your
Correct.
conversation, and I'm looking to the city manager. Could we refer him to your office so that you can hear the complaint, and then if it needs to go to Laura Fontana, it can? Just 1 second, Mr. Hussein, I'm trying to get a quick answer for you here.
Yep. Through the chair, I can confirm that staff from HR, as well as a senior leader in Healthy and Safe Communities, where there was a specific concern, have met with our delegate, and they have kept me in the loop. And every time we get a complaint, there's definitely lessons to be learned. We're on a journey with EDI. It has a number of streams. One is around our regular employment equity surveys to see whether over time our staff is more representative at all levels for the community we serve. Another part is training, because unconscious bias is a real thing. And we did all the supervisors, all the people leaders last year to train, so they start understanding. And this year we're starting to roll out training to each and every staff. So certainly if complaints come into my office, or sometimes they go into the call center, if it's complaints around discrimination, et cetera, they do go to HR, to Jody Koch's team to be investigated.
Okay, so Mr. Hussein, can I suggest we have your email information. Laura Fontana, who is our head of human resources, who manages the EDI framework with her staff, they will reach out to you and hear and deal with your request or complaint. I should call it a complaint because that's really what it is. Is that acceptable to you, sir?
Yeah, it's just from the General Issues Committee. Just there needs to be a process where residents or taxpayers, if they do face discrimination or unconscious bias, there needs to be a policy to bring this up, and that's why I came to council today. Is there is no policy? It's not clear on the Hamilton.ca website, and how do we make sure that an independent investigation is done that's outside of the management office of where the city staff work in?
You have raised an excellent suggestion, and I'm looking around the horseshoe here of councillors, and they're all shaking their heads yes. Does any councillor have a question of Mr. Hussein? Councillor Wilson?
No, beg your pardon, I do have a question of the city manager.
Okay. Councillor Nan, did you have a question of Mr. Hussein?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, not a question. I just want to thank Mr. Hussein for coming in to delegate today. He has raised a number of these issues with the Ward 3 office, and we've done our due diligence in shepherding those complaints on to the appropriate channels within the city staff team. And yeah, I think the final question I would have for you, Mr. Hussein, is just clarity around process. So, I know that it was frustrating at first for you in terms of having to go through the Ward 3 office, then go through channels of people, and also get clear around whose information you felt comfortable sharing given your experiences. And so you've outlined a number of areas, I think, that are gaps in our current system. And I appreciate that because structural response is necessary when dealing with issues around unconscious bias, racism, Islamophobia, et cetera, all forms of experienced oppression. So again, just appreciating that you're bringing forward an unearthing of the gap, as well as ideas around solutions for enabling our residents to have a clear path for resolution and reconciliation around these issues. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Is there any further questions of Mr. Hussein? Seeing none, we do thank you sincerely for your delegation today. You have raised an area that I don't think we have contemplated in the past, and we really should have something whereby if a resident experienced discrimination, there is someone that they can go to that is independent. And I think the councillors will be considering how we move down that road. So thank you, sir, very much for assisting us today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Now, I believe we had a couple of questions of staff. Did you wish to do it now, or do you want to do it later in the meeting? Now, okay. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Clark. If I could, through you to our city manager, appreciating the details you provided about the internal training and efforts. Could you speak to that interface with the community and, as Councillor Nan described it, the channel and the path that is available to residents when they have an experience such as described by the delegate? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. City Manager Smith, please.
Through the chair, it's an interesting question in that if I look at complaints in general, they tend to come in through a number of channels. So we probably can be a bit more explicit on our website, wherever, about where to go. So sometimes they come in through the call center. Sometimes they come in through a generic mailbox in my office. Sometimes they go to the general manager's office. And anything that would come in that relates to concerns about clients being treated, discrimination, harassment, anything like that would go to Human Resources, to Jody Scotch's team. It is investigated. Sometimes it depends on the nature of it. It would be, and Laura can speak further, it would be internally investigated, but sometimes if it's significant and we truly do want kind of a third party, we have external investigators that can come in and do it as well. Then of course the fraud and waste hotline is probably the most well known. So I do think there is improvements that can be made around people clearly knowing where to go so they don't feel frustrated and kind of reaching out to a whole bunch of channels to get it through.
Thank you for that. Executive Director Fontana, please.
So thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Laura Fontana, Executive Director of Human Resources. So we do have an intake process, perhaps not as clear and publicly shared as it should be. Generally speaking, the citizens contact the city. They may contact the auditor's office. They may contact the city manager's office or Human Resources. In this case, many departments were contacted. Human Resources took the lead on the matter. We did investigate. We decided it was a labor relations matter. We responded to a number of inquiries and consolidated the responses. Labor Relations did do the investigation and delivered their findings. It was an internal matter in terms of what the issues were, but there was extensive communication with the delegate on the matter. I think we can do better, as the city manager says, in terms of having that public process understood by the citizens. But this was addressed, and there were many people involved in addressing the issues. There was not a threshold that was met from a human rights perspective, but there were issues that needed to be addressed, and we did that in this case. It was a personnel matter that we addressed, but notwithstanding, this delegate did garner much attention and much resources from city staff, and we delivered many responses to him. The issue raised in terms of the public process, I think, again, we can do better, and we will do better, but we did address his issues.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you very much for that explanation. I'll leave it to my other colleagues, but I think what I'm hearing is the phrase that's often used, there's no wrong door, there's no wrong window, so that we're not putting the onus on an individual to find that door. And if they choose one door, then that is the door. And they're served through that window or door, and they're not, the onus is not on them to visit multiple doors. So It seems to me we're acknowledging that we need some sort of public-facing opportunity for individuals to go through with a complaint, and then the organization itself must be organized in such a way that will facilitate that. I'm certainly not wanting to go into labor relations or operational matters, but is there an opportunity? So you mentioned there are instances where a third party is hired. Do we know the tripwire for that? Is that part of our responsibility to understand that corporate policy? Would you speak to that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Executive Director Fontana, please.
So through the chair, I would say that the vast majority of investigations are conducted through the Human Resources Office, again, depending on the circumstances. If there is a situation that it may be compromising to Human Resources, if there's, for example, an HR staff member that's involved, the process for counsel, for example, through the Integrity Commissioner. But generally speaking, our office is very impartial, and we conduct the majority of investigations if it involves a city employee. I personally don't think we need a process to refer to a third party. I think most investigations are very capably performed through Human Resources. There may be volume issues that in some cases we may refer to a third party investigator, and we just don't have the staff resources to complete the volume of investigations that we have. But our office is bias-free, and we conduct very fulsome investigations. And I have every confidence that we can do the investigations quite capably. If there is other direction in terms of council preferring that we refer to a third party, we can certainly review that and present our recommendations or findings to council. But generally speaking, Human Resources is quite capable of performing those investigations.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Yes, just to be clear, respectfully, Chair, I'm not prescribing that a third party. I'm wanting to understand from a governing perspective when and if third parties are triggered, and whether there is an obligation on the part of this body in our effort to lean into and achieve and recognize our own individual biases, whether there's value, and I think there is, in understanding our measures along that way. So we have an annual report on the fraud and waste. It seems to me that it would be, from a governing perspective, of interest, and I think a responsible thing to have a similar report on our achievements for equity, diversity, and inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? Councillor Cassar, please.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Been listening carefully to the conversation. As you had pointed out, this is not something that we have generally considered as a committee or as a council, but it is an important topic. So listening to the city manager and to Executive Director Fontana, I understand there's been a lot of effort put into this. I'm not surprised. I know that they both have this topic as a priority. And to Councillor Wilson, Maureen Wilson's comments around any door is the right door, I appreciate that, but I think also when there are so many doors, it can be confusing, and when there's many options, often the choice taken is no action because it's a little overwhelming. So I guess my question through you, Chair, is given the comments from staff that we need to improve, I think, is there an action underway to formalize a door for residents to knock on in this situation? Because I'm personally not comfortable just saying they can reach out, because it can be intimidating for anybody, especially someone from a minority who feels belittled or whatever the right word might be, to reach out. And I think having something formal would be very, very helpful. So my question through you is, anything like that underway, or is that something that we should provide direction to investigate? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. City Manager Smith, please.
Through the chair, you're going to get a report and presentation in the near future. I'm looking over to Jim Zagaric to bail me out on timing, around moving 311 forward. So I think once we have 311, and just a reminder, there's the number, but below the number, there's a bunch of processes and things that have to work to make 311 work. So that, when I think that happens and we advertise that, it can definitely be something to speak. Call this number. If you have a service issue, call this number. If you've experienced unsatisfactory service or discrimination. So I think that is the one will become that one door that, and it's great if we have them filter through there, because then we're going to have data and we can look at trends and we can report on trends, bring those trends back to councillors, even from a ward level, et cetera, et cetera. So I think ultimately when that's going, that'll be that one door that everyone could see. And, you know, it's a number, but it'll also link through the web and even social media. It all has to be connected. I'd have to go back and think and talk to Laura about whether having something else explicit on our website in the interim that talks about if you have experienced, you know, this, call directly and it can go right to Jody's teams to be investigated. So that I'd like to take away and look at, especially if it's going to be a while before all the background machinery and people are in place for 311.
Thank you. Executive Director Fontana, please.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. Just to add to what the city manager is saying, so we're in the middle of updating our policies, harassment and discrimination prevention policy, as well as our code of conduct. We're bringing both to senior leadership team in May. We'll incorporate these changes, these suggestions into the policy and code of conduct, and then we will be bringing it back to council. So I think the timing is quite good. We'll turn our minds to the incorporating these changes to the policy, having that window to the public, and then bringing back a revised policy for council's consideration, likely in June or July.
Councillor Cassar.
Thank you very much to both of you for those answers. It's encouraging, and I'm very satisfied with that response. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So the question for me as the chair, do we wish to have it put to a motion so that we have it on the outstanding business list so that we know when it's coming back? You've indicated that it would be coming back in June. Is that something that we should be doing? Madam Clerk?
So to the Deputy Mayor, as it is coming back already in a report and staff are saying they will add it in, we don't need to add it as a motion. If committee wishes to add it as a separate motion to be on the OBL, they can. It's in the hands of committee on this one.
Thank you. Councillor Cassar, you good with the direction that's already been given? Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. So we'll move on from there. I do need a motion to receive the delegation of Mr. Hussain, moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Nan, and we'll have that vote. We feel that it was an issue, so we'll separate it out and receive it privately. And that vote carried 15-0. Thank you. So we're now moving on to item 7.2, which is Don McLean, respecting item 8.2, the priority focus areas for the Office of the Climate Change Initiatives, PED 23064. This is a virtual presentation. Good morning, Mr. McLean. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Deputy Mayor Clark, and I'm doing well. Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I guess it's sort of de rigueur for me to show up whenever there's something about climate on the agenda, and there is something very definitely about climate on the agenda this morning in the report from the new Climate Change Office.
We're always happy to have you, sir. So when you begin your presentation, I'll begin timing you for 5 minutes.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you.
I can begin. I don't have any visuals. I'm just going to chat a bit here about what I'm seeing in the report and a concern that I have that is not being well addressed, I think, in the report. So if I can proceed.
Yes, you can, sir.
Okay. So it is certainly a positive step to see what we are being presented with this morning, and something that we've been looking for a long time in Hamilton to see financial commitments to taking action on climate. Reviewing the report, it appears to be not surprising and generally in the direction that I would have expected. But of course, it still doesn't fully reflect or doesn't really very seriously reflect the urgency of the situation. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reported last week, I guess, the situation, final report from the AR6 report, and the UN Secretary General noted that reiterated that the emissions cut must be by 50% by 2030. So I think we can legitimately ask, will Hamilton achieve this? And he says the climate time bomb is ticking. The rate of temperature rise in the last half century is the highest in 2,000 years. Concentrations of carbon dioxide are at their highest in at least 2 million years. So the issue of what we're doing about emissions is critical and crucial. And I realize that in terms of the way we calculate emissions, much of them in Hamilton are coming from industry and specifically from the steel industry. And there is some hope that there will be some change in that by the end of this decade. But I would suggest that it's unwise of the council to look at that and say, okay, we're going to make the 50% cut by 2030. We need to be focusing on the things which council can actually do something directly about, and the steel industry is generally not something that we have much control over. So if you look at the overall numbers in Hamilton, by far the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in Hamilton is from fossil gas, called by some people natural gas, but it's really actually methane. Over 90% of what is sold as natural gas is methane. And it is much more climate damaging than carbon dioxide. The methane, the so-called natural gas, fossil gas in Hamilton and across Ontario primarily comes from fracking, primarily in Pennsylvania. So we have a particularly nasty combination of emissions coming from that source, the emissions that are counted in Hamilton and the ones I'm referring to as the largest section of our formal emissions are just on the basis of burning that fossil gas. They don't count the extra emissions and the extra impact of the fact that it is fracked, and that results in a whole lot of additional damage. Excuse me. So we're actually, excuse me, we're actually actively promoting this gas in Hamilton. We have a bus running around claiming to be negative emissions, and it's burning gas. And that gas, when it's burned, is creating greenhouse gas emissions, and the atmosphere doesn't give a damn whether that gas came from an alleged renewable source or from some other source. It nevertheless sees the emissions as the same as additional greenhouse gases going into our atmosphere. So that's a continuing problem, and I think we need to continue to pay attention to what we can do about that. The second piece I want to talk a little bit about is the home equity or the home energy retrofit program. that is being advanced somewhat through the material being presented today by your climate change director. And I'm concerned about this. I had some role in this back along the way. I've been an advocate for it for a long time. And through my role in Environment Hamilton, I have been one of the people who had put forward that we need to take up this kind of response of being able to assist people to reduce their emissions by making direct changes within the buildings they own. But I recognized more recently that this has a big gap in it. And the big gap in it is that about a third of our households don't own their households. They are tenants, they're renters. And the program, as I've seen so far, doesn't seem to address that. And I think that's really problematic because if we look at the impacts of climate change, we look at who is most affected by the extreme weather that we're seeing and will likely see a lot more of, the most vulnerability to extreme heat, the opportunity to retrofit for the people who are in that situation is not advanced or doesn't appear to be advanced by the energy retrofit program. So I think we really need to turn our heads to that. There are ways I think that can be achieved. I've suggested some in the past, but I think we also need to be prepared to make significant financial contributions to assisting those who are in situations where they cannot control the emissions that are coming from their residences because they're not the owners of those residences.
And I ask you to wrap up now, Mr. McLean, because you're already over your limit.
Okay, that generally tends to happen to me. Anyway, I want to raise that, flag it, and it can be something that we can discuss further in additional meetings as this program begins to be rolled out. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak today, and thank you for the progress that we're seeing on climate change in Hamilton's actions.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of Mr. McLean? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, thanks so much, Dawn, for coming out and for delegating today, talking about what our priorities need to be. I just have a question for you. A lot of what I heard was we really need to scale up retrofits, focus on fossil gas, think about our buildings, think about what we call natural gas specifically. And I do see a lot of those programs involve new ways to deliver programs and services. And one of the things we have in the priorities is climate governance, to talk about how as a city we manage that bureaucracy or we manage those programs. Could you connect those dots there between what you were talking about in your delegation and what you would like to see from a climate governance perspective? What are the types of decisions you're hoping we make early on so we can build that retrofit program you're talking about? I think you're really describing where we need to be on the step 3, kind of step 4 piece. Now as we're kind of going on the step 1 and 2, what do you want to see in these early steps so we can get there and get there soon?
Thank you. Mr. McLean, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Wilson, for the question. The challenge that we face here is a large challenge that is aggravated by our economic system, and our situation has been worsened by what the province is doing and failing to participate specifically in addressing the issues of what's happening to our most vulnerable households, and those in particular are people who are in tenant situations. I've suggested earlier, and others have, that one of the ways that we need to address their situation is by providing particular assistance through something like a free transit program or a much reduced cost transit program, a program that is particularly aimed at people who are in a situation of low income. And I think if we look at our transit riders right now, we see them that overwhelmingly they are tenants. or others who have limited opportunities in terms of addressing their greenhouse gas emissions. So I'm hoping that, for example, we take a look at a simple program. We currently charge a lot higher tax rates on tenants than we do on single-family homes. And I live in a single-family home, and I benefit from that. But there are steps that I think council can take, and you will be, I assume, finalizing your budget work over the next couple of weeks, and seeing again the opportunity to consider changes to the tax rate that is imposed on multi-residential. And it needs to be done in a very careful way, because there is obviously the possibility that the owners of the buildings, the landlords, will be the beneficiaries of the changes in tax rates. They need to be passed down to the tenant households as a way to start addressing that and putting them in a better position. I think we also can look at things like we recognize that we're going to have to go to heat pumps, and that will be a major way of cutting emissions from households in Hamilton. It's something that is understood within the strategy, and but we don't have a way of addressing that in an equitable fashion for low-income households. There are, I believe, in place now. Mobile maybe isn't the right term, but heat pumps that can be moved around, that are not installed for the whole household, but can be used from room to room. And that technology may be a way in which we can provide direct assistance to households who are facing significant problems from extreme heat. And if we don't do that, we're going to see the kinds of situations we saw in Vancouver and the Lower Mainland a couple of years ago with the heat dome, and many people dying as a result of heat exposure. So we need to find ways to do this. I think that may be one that's worth exploring. It may be something that the city can directly provide, or we can work with the energy companies to extract some of the massive profits that they are accumulating to cover some of the costs of providing these to low-income households, and particularly people in buildings, multi-residential buildings, which don't have any air conditioning, don't have any ways for people to provide cooling. I hope that helps in answering your question.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, please, supplemental.
Thank you so much, and through you, Chair. Don, it definitely helped. I think you're living in a world where I'm hoping our city gets to, where we're talking about the programs we're doing and the actions we're taking, as opposed to the programs we're building and the actions we want to take. And so as we take these kind of building steps right now, I think climate governance, and as we have this discussion later, what are the types of things we need to do and the decisions we need to make today, so tomorrow we're having the conversations that you're having and you're talking about. I think that's really exciting. And one of the things that I think kept hearing from you was the value and importance of thinking about equity in these conversations. So thanks so much, Don, and those are all my questions.
Thank you. Don't go away, Mr. McLean. Councillor Mark Tattison has a question for you.
Thanks for your delegation here today, Don. You mentioned earlier in your presentation about making steel, and I was wondering, what are your thoughts on ArcelorMittal, Dofasco moving to natural gas to make their steel?
Okay.
Thank you, to the Chair. Thank you, Councillor Tattison. And I don't think I've actually had the benefit of meeting you personally, but I look forward to doing that. With respect to this proposal that has been made by jointly by ArcelorMittal, Dofasco, and Enbridge, I see a lot of problems with it. I see a particular problem that will increase the amount of gas consumption fossil gas consumption, producing greenhouse gases in Hamilton by close to 20%, according to the numbers that have been given to council and provided by Enbridge in their open house. If you look at this, it's being presented as an attractive program because this gas is replacing coal. And coal, we know, is problematic. It is considered the worst of the fossil fuels in terms of its emissions. But if you look at fracked gas, there are a number of researchers who are arguing that fracked gas is just as bad as coal. So we may not be making a huge gain with respect to actual emission reduction through this proposal that has been put forward. We also face the problem that the proposal to build a new pipeline of 14 kilometers, I believe, is not something that is a short-term proposal. It's not something that we can change or that will be changed 10 years from now or 5 years from now. Pipelines are something you put in the ground for 50, 60, 70 years. And we can assume, I think, that Enbridge is not expecting to do this for a short-term proposal, that they're not prepared to put a pipeline in for a brief use by ArcelorMittal Dofasco of gas, while we wait for the actual solution for the steelmaking process, which is a switch to hydrogen. So I'm of the view at this point, and we're still looking at the details of this and what possibilities exist, but it appears to me that there is the realistic and approach we want to take is we want to move the steel industry away from fossil fuels entirely and to hydrogen sources, green hydrogen sources, hydrogen that is created with green electricity. There are challenges to that at this point in time, but this sort of step of both federal and provincial governments throwing a pile of money at this seems to me to be a half step at best, and a step that we will be turning around in a few years, hopefully a very short number of years, and saying, okay, that really isn't sufficient. We need to go to a non-fossil fuel source of fuel for the steel industry. So I think that's what we should be pursuing as a municipality. I think that's what we should be pursuing as both federal and provincial governments. That it's nice to find $900 million to help the steel industry shift from high emissions to lower emissions, but are we then going to almost certainly turn around and have to find a similar amount or more to allow them to switch to where we actually need them to switch, which is to a hydrogen-based fuel source that is actually largely emission-free. So I hope that is responsive to your question.
Thank you. Councillor Tadison?
Very much so. Lots to contemplate there. Thank you for that answer. No more questions through the chair.
Thank you, Councillor. We have Councillor Maureen Wilson.
A question to staff after the delegate, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further questions of the delegate? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. McLean. It's good to see you again, and thank you very much for your advice to the council.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
Have a good day. Councillor Maureen Wilson, question for staff, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think my question is in order, but I will, of course, respect your ruling through you to GM Zegeric. The delegate Dr. McLean raised the subject of tax classes and tax rates for homeowners and renters. And I was wondering, my first question is there a forthcoming report that we expect from you as part of the wrap-up of the budget on the tax rates? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Zegeric, please.
Through the chair, Mike Zegeric, General Manager, Finance Corporate Services. Our tax policy report contains information with respect to the tax ratios and tax rates of the various properties, and I believe that is scheduled for May 3rd.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson.
Thank you. Through the chair to GM Zagaric, has the corporation examined, just further to Dr. McLean's comments, the role that tax policies and tax rates play in achieving broader policy objectives, whether they hamper, encourage, obstruct goals of affordability, climate, and equity? Through the chair.
Thank you. General Manager Mike Zagaric.
Yeah. Through the chair, staff have reviewed tax policies, but not with a lens as it relates to tax policies supporting or aligning to the climate change priorities or other priorities. The principal focus has been on the comparison of the tax rates across property classes, and that has been the focus historically as it relates to the multi-residential property class.
Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. And one final question, just for public consumption and my clarity, if I could ask through the chair to GM Zagaric just to account for the tax rates for old multi-residential, new multi-residential, post-1998, and single properties.
Thank you. GM Zagaric.
So, through the chair, the multi-residential tax class, it's principally, historically, the tax ratio has been at approximately two times or just greater than 2 times the residential tax rate. The province brought in the opportunity for municipalities to approve a new multi-residential tax rate. I believe it might have been 2001 or thereabouts, as a mechanism to incentivize multi-residential development, given that the marketplace was not stepping into that development space. The City of Hamilton adopted a new multi-residential tax rate, which was equivalent to the residential tax rate, and therefore a tax ratio of 1, reflecting the residential tax ratio. I'll just point out, with respect to multi-residential, what the City of Hamilton multi-residential property owners, and these are principally high-rise developments, have been experiencing is a decline in the tax rates. And that is principally as a result of provincial legislation that does not allow the municipalities to pass on increases in budget and taxes or reassessment impact and increases. And when we review the City of Hamilton's multi-residential tax burden relative to our comparators through our annual tax competitiveness study, we're seeing that while our rates are still higher than comparator groups, they are converging, and they are converging principally because of those restrictions and the fact that other municipalities are not facing those same restrictions because of their tax ratio. So multi-residential continues to be taxed at a higher rate than residential, and as I've referenced previously, is again, there are 2 parts to that tax burden. It's assessment as well as tax rates. And just to reiterate, multi-residential is based on income rather than market value. And that has been a factor in terms of reviewing the competitiveness of the multi-residential tax burden relative to residential tax burden. So in summary, we do have varied multi-residential tax rates. We did adopt a new multi-residential tax class, I believe, in early 2000, which is equivalent to residential. Our multi-residential tax rates have been declining, and you'll see that in the May 3rd report, and they have been declining since 2017 because of the provincial restrictions. And the final point being the province of Ontario through MPAC still applies a different assessment process for multi-residential than it does for residential, such as condominiums or single-family dwellings.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, please.
Thank you very much for that overview. It's very helpful, and looking forward to the.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions of staff, I need a mover and a seconder to receive Mr. McLean's presentation. Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Tatterson, and we'll have that vote. And that vote carried 15-0. The next item on our agenda is staff presentations. Item 8.1 is Hamilton's Foreign Direct Investment Attraction Strategy, PED 230383. Norm Schlehan, Director of Economic Development, is with us to introduce the presenters for item 8.1, which is the FD. Mr. Schlehan.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Norm Schlehan, Director of Economic Development, City of Hamilton. As most of you are aware, our office spends the vast majority of our time dedicated to assisting entrepreneurs, startups, and existing small and medium-sized businesses in the city. However, attracting international investment to our community remains imperative to accelerate our economic growth and to spawn innovation. We are in a highly competitive marketplace, and Canadian cities must have a consistent brand and message, tailored service offerings, and high-order public service in order to compete for investment. And that is why we're here today. We've collaborated with KPMG on a new FDI attraction strategy. This is action number 34 in our Economic Development Action Plan for 2021 to 2025. Some recent examples of FDI over the last few years include L3 Harris's new 330,000 square foot headquarters in Waterdown, DHL's $100 million gateway facility at Hamilton International Airport, Infarm, a 65,000 square foot vertical farming operation that's also in the AGD, and of course, ArcelorMittal's $1.8 billion investment in electrification of steel, just to name a few. It's important to note that FDI does not just include new brownfield or greenfield investments like the ones I've just noted, but they can also take the shape of mergers, acquisitions, and joint ventures as well. So all forms of foreign direct investment have the potential to benefit the city through economic stimulation and job creation, technology, resource transfer, and increased facilitated trade. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Clark Savaling and Kevin McCaffrey from KPMG to provide an overview of our FDI attraction strategy. Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Savaling, and Mr. McCaffrey. Please proceed.
Through the chair. Thank you, Norm, and good morning, everybody. My name is Clark Savaling. I'm a partner with KPMG's advisory practice, and I'm joined by my colleague, Kevin. For the past 19 years, I've worked on issues of economics, investment, and public policy, and it's been great working with the city for the past few years on some of the related work to FDI and sector strategy, as well as colleagues at the provincial level and federal level on many of these same issues, as well as many of Canada's largest investor clients. Wanted to start and provide a brief overview of the lengthy strategy document that you should have in your agenda, mostly to provide a bit of a current context, what we're seeing in the market and what kind of influenced the strategy, as well as how the strategy interacts with Hamilton's other priorities and government strategies. I'll then ask my colleague Kevin to walk through what some of the research showed. The strategy is meant to address some of the key challenges that the sector is facing, as well as leverage strengths and other enablers. And then finally end with a brief overview of the strategy and how it links to some of the recommended actions further down in the document. But I would say, current geopolitical developments notwithstanding, we've seen an explosion of FDI over the past 3 decades as the global economy has become much more interlinked. Some slowdown, almost a pause in 2020 because of the pandemic as the global economy kind of took a deep breath and wait and see attitude. But coming out of the pandemic, 2021, 2022, again, lots of FDI activity. A little bit of softness in 2023. I would say that's sector specific, maybe some softness around corporate M&A activity, investment in kind of what I would call traditional infrastructure, power generation, transportation, other assets, but still heavy deal flow and lots of interest in a lot of the more clean tech, innovative, next generation type sectors. We're definitely seeing a lot of investment there, a lot more creative deals being done. And I would say a lot of more interest in kind of the clustering and broader context of where these businesses lie, which I think is a great opportunity for Hamilton. Things like what's the local talent supply, who are the other partners in local businesses, what's the general nature of government support, and the like is definitely entering investment decisions. To be said, commercial and economic conditions obviously front of mind, but we're seeing more and more of these ESG factors and other macroeconomic factors playing a much bigger role in foreign direct investment. The biggest development since the creation of the strategy, though positive and very in line with the strategy, is obviously the U.S. Inflation Reduction Act and the most recent federal budget. Lots of attention and media around kind of the clean tech and green priorities of these budgets, absolutely true, but as well as kind of a more focus on critical minerals, semiconductors, that kind of innovative technology that North America is looking to kind of recapture as it's reshoring and building much more resilient supply chains. Goal of the strategy and goal of Hamilton's objectives remains the same. It's to increase and maintain and increase our share of that investment coming to Hamilton or closely in the region that benefits Hamilton. These are multi-decade investments these companies are making, so a lot of things like healthcare, education, supply chain, very important, and really making sure that Hamilton's value proposition is well understood by as broad a domestic and foreign audience as possible, that this is a city that features a thriving business ecosystem, combining a strategic location with an innovative and collaborative community that provides foreign investors really strong access to markets across North America. Just to level set, so we're all using the same definition of FDI, this is really a direct investment, a lasting and controlled position by an entity in a foreign economy or foreign market in our domestic market. Benefits of FDI are well understood, and you know, the near-term benefits of expanding and retaining FDI. Much of our economy here in Hamilton, Ontario, and across Canada is already a representation of FDI, and that represents the nearest term opportunities for growing FDI in Hamilton. Additionally, securing new FDI as this macroeconomic and global trends are happening. How do we make sure that they're understanding that Hamilton's value proposition is well understood, and that has the benefits of bringing new ideas, obviously new investment, and upskilling kind of current workers or our own kind of businesses, and then finally looking to FDI to accelerate our growth and diversity of the economy, presenting a multi-decade benefits. FDI is also a means of achieving other city objectives around innovation, sustainability, high-quality jobs. This tends to be modern investments with workers with good careers and highly valuable skills, as well as adding some rocket fuel to current economic activity and everything within the broader supply chain. That's kind of the strategic context. I think for the strategy itself, it's important to remember Hamilton has our 5-year economic development action plan that kind of sits above. There's a variety of sector-specific strategies underneath that, our manufacturing sector strategy, life sciences, digital media, technology and innovation, some ones under development right now around labor and workforce, as well as other closely linked strategies, the climate action plan and the East Bay Front industrial strategy as well. All interlinks here. FDI strategy is a key enabler across all of those, and in the development of those strategies for the Economic Development Department and some of the ones that KPMG supported on, like life sciences and manufacturing, FDI came through loud and clear over and over, and so a lot of that was captured in those strategies, but really comes the most clearly through in this one. So Kevin, if I can ask you to provide some overview of what some of those key strengths the research revealed, some of those challenges that the strategy is meant to address, and how it interlinks with some of those other benefits. I'll provide the overview of the strategy in just 2 seconds. Oh, sorry. I didn't advance the slide, but maybe I'll come back to this one. Kevin, why don't you talk about strengths?
Sounds good. And thanks so much, Clark. And so just to dive into some of the methodology and how we went about developing the FDI attraction strategy here for Hamilton was we really sought to build off of some of the insights that we gained through our work in the life sciences and manufacturing sector strategies we did for Hamilton. And here we really sought to identify opportunities to expand investment in Hamilton, taking points made from previous stakeholder consultations that we conducted, and then as well as through our extensive research that we undertook as part of this strategy here. And so with that, our first step into developing the FDI strategy was to look at identifying key city strengths that are going to be especially valued by investors when making decisions. And here, first and foremost, we noted that Hamilton is able to offer companies a well-developed and established end-to-end supply chain that they can immediately benefit and draw from when entering into the Hamilton market here. And this point will be really important, especially given the trends around nearshoring supply chains in the years ahead. And so within Hamilton itself, we see really a diverse array of supplier companies in the city, as well as transport and logistics hubs, and then also well-developed existing infrastructure assets such as the port, the airport, and then expansive road and rail networks throughout the city. And as well, here, this point is further bolstered by Hamilton's strategic location as well, and that it offers investors really unparalleled access to key North American markets. Moving along here, we've also noted Hamilton's innovation and R&D assets, which I'm sure you all are quite familiar with, but some details on this, looking at McMaster, Mohawk College, Redeemer, but then as well organizations such as CanMet Materials, NGen. These are organizations that are drawing international recognition for some of the great work that they've been undertaking. And they're able to offer investors significant opportunity, not only around research partnerships to engage in, but then also in supporting Hamilton and developing their talented labor pool and offering these world-class training and education services to students here. Next, we've also noted significant investment opportunity that's available in Hamilton, considering the major redevelopment of Hamilton's downtown core in recent years, and then as well beyond that in surrounding industrial areas. And that continues to be a feature in the city with the redevelopment of the Stelco lands that'll be going on in the next couple years. And then lastly, to note on strengths here is Hamilton's high quality of life that the city offers not only investors but potential individual or potential or labor to come into the city, and just considering Hamilton's wilderness and hiking trails that are available, and then as well world-class hospitals and healthcare systems that are available in Hamilton. So on the flip side here, we also looked at identifying some potential challenges that Hamilton faces in attracting FDI, and that are potential roadblocks to the future success of the ability to attract investment. And these were really areas that were informed significantly through our stakeholder consultations. And the points on the slide here represent ones that there was significant consensus among stakeholders on areas where Hamilton could work to improve their overall investment attractiveness. And so first here we have noted that is Hamilton City branding, and our stakeholders, it was through our stakeholder consultations, it was frequently noted to us that Hamilton is still often associated among investors with traditional manufacturing, and many investors just really don't have a strong awareness of some of the great initiatives going on in Hamilton around innovations within smart manufacturing or supply chain technology, and then as well innovations around decarbonization efforts, including AMD's significant investments into decarbonizing steel there. And so with this point here, really looking at trying to emphasize some of these great points and highlight other areas of growth in the city as well, including life sciences that the city has many major strengths in. Another feature to this point as well is just increasing overall investor awareness of Hamilton. And again, consensus among stakeholders was there being a need around looking to differentiate Hamilton and highlight its brand. And this is especially important given the the regional, the greater regional context that the city exists in, being surrounded by cities such as Toronto and Waterloo that have a strong globally reputable reputations. And so really just highlighting again some of these great initiatives and features of Hamilton to make the city stand out among investors. Another point here that was frequently highlighted to us by stakeholders was the a risk of there being a perception that Hamilton has a limited availability of service-ready greenfield development lands. And here, really looking at minimizing any risk around this point by ensuring that the city provides fast and efficient, or is fast and efficient at bringing services online to these development sites here. Moving forward here, we've also noted meeting labor pool demands as a challenge that's not necessarily specific to Hamilton itself, but a phenomenon that's going on across advanced economies globally, that they're dealing with persistent labor shortages. And here, this is really looking at trying to get ahead of the curve, and any jurisdiction that's able to do that here will be at a significant competitive advantage. Other areas that were noted to us by stakeholders that are more specific to Hamilton is noting some challenges around the availability of public transit routes in certain industrial areas where businesses can find it challenging to attract labor in certain areas within the city just because of limited access to bus routes and other public transit as well. And then also noting that there's, stakeholders have noted to us that there's a limited presence of these major and large anchor type companies outside of the manufacturing sector. And these here would be companies that are well established and hold significant expertise in their field of operation. And they bringing more of these large anchor companies into the city could be a huge benefit to Hamilton's thriving startup scene and providing partnership opportunities and the like. Lastly, certain city stakeholders also noted to us there being challenges around wage gaps between certain industries within Hamilton and among neighboring jurisdictions where wages haven't necessarily kept pace with some of these neighboring jurisdictions, and that has created some challenges around retaining and attracting labor. And so moving on, strategic accelerators here, we also looked at really key initiatives that could be undertaken or that are being undertaken within the city that help to bolster Hamilton's investment attractiveness overall. And some to note here include initiatives around the clean energy transition. And this point being is increasingly becoming not just a nice to have for cities and jurisdictions in attracting investment, but a must have as many investors are looking to maintain higher and higher ESG standards and require in their site selection process, require jurisdictions that offer sustainable ecosystems and supply chains that they can draw from. And here we've noted some great initiatives being undertaken within Hamilton, including Recharge Hamilton, and then as well as the Hamilton Decarbonization Hub. But these are also being met by significant private sector buy-in from major companies such as AMD with their major investments into decarbonizing steel. Lastly, here I'll note too is opportunities with around partnerships with neighboring jurisdictions and then other levels of government around collaboration with investment attraction initiatives and then broader marketing campaigns within the city. And here, engaging in this collaboration allows for the city to convey consistent marketing, messaging, and branding across the region as a whole, and really just bolstering the entire region of Southern Ontario and noting Hamilton as a key city within the region itself should help to improve investment attractiveness overall. And so with all that, I'll pass it on back to Clark here. He'll go a bit more into detail on the strategy itself.
Let's go back. Thank you, Kevin. Just a few more remarks, and then happy to take any questions. Really what the strategy is aimed at is kind of recognizing the economic development team is of modest size. Hamilton's mid-sized city, need to be realistic about the amount of budget and time you can put behind this. So what are those ways to kind of get the biggest bang for the buck, and where do we target our efforts? Really around creating that call to action, increasing our focus around a framework that links the cities and public sector's efforts with private sector investment and innovation. Taking a fresh look at some of Hamilton's current strengths and weaknesses, as well as what are those market opportunities and jurisdictions. And then finally, what are our chances of increasing success in this highly competitive FDI market, and where can we work with others across various things and initiatives like the Next Generation Manufacturing Initiative, Supercluster, CanMet Materials, the iHub, and the like, to ensure that we're making sure that Hamilton value proposition is known. The strategy boils down to really kind of three key areas that leverage these strengths and address these roadblocks. City branding, a series of actions around attraction services, and then a series of actions around leveraging those strategic partnerships. With respect to the branding, you'll see in the recommendations section, really emphasizing that consistent and recognizable brand. We find in FDI, when you get some of that market interest, you immediately want to focus everything on what you have in that minor subsector or in that really narrow area, and you kind of lose sight of drawing attention to this broader ecosystem or these other key enablers. Increasing industry awareness through marketing and proactive outreach. And then finally, linking ourselves and contributing to that broader regional brand. Hamilton's fortunate, I think, to be in the GTHA, the Innovation Corridor, and a country like Canada. And so there's no reason to do this alone and go it alone. There's a number of other opportunities for the Economic Development Department and other partners to tap into some of those regional efforts. Around attraction services, this links to some of those targeted sectors that I'll end my remarks on, but really what are those highest value add opportunities? How do we make the right data and other services available on our website and broader city services interconnecting? How do we kind of draw attention through information sessions and other tactics around just making sure that the value proposition of McMaster Innovation Park and iHub and other types of partnerships are well known? And then providing, of course, that market entry support for investors that do have interest and moving fast. And then finally, leveraging our strategic partnerships at national level through the federal government and things like Invest in Canada, Invest Ontario, local partnerships, and some of the cross-border opportunities for other North American markets that are similarly strong in these areas. And then to conclude, where do we think areas where Hamilton's especially well positioned due to some of these city strengths, Canadian brand and provincial strategies, as well as broader global trends? The research really showed, obviously, advanced manufacturing and some of the traditional strengths in Hamilton's steel and metals industry, aerospace and defense, water technology, life sciences, I think really encapsulates a lot of the themes we've been talking about, digital media and film, our agribusiness and food processing, and then a variety of decarbonization technologies, particularly around things like electric vehicles and alternative fuels like green hydrogen. Through the chair, I'll end our remarks there and happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. We do have a couple of speakers. We have Councillor Wang, and you can proceed, and then after Councillor Wang, Councillor Ted McMeekin, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to our presenters, thank you so much for that presentation. I have many questions, actually. Ending on that last slide, which actually looked at the spotlighted sectors and subsectors, you identified 5 major areas of opportunity for investment, of which of them do you think will benefit more from council interaction and maybe council attention? What are your thoughts on that?
That's a very, very good question. I think I think it goes without saying all of them are priorities. That's why they made it in the strategy. When I think about ones that are the most maybe physical footprint, largest labor force interactions with different moving pieces that are maybe just beyond economic development and the city manager's perspective into council, I think manufacturing is obviously one where a lot of need for interactions with land use and transportation and labor. So I think that one would be one with respect to your question, as well as a little bit we've heard this morning and in previous presentations around the city's emphasis around climate change and decarbonization is another one where I think that local support and recognizing when the city gets interest in those businesses, those are things that should be a little blinking red light on the dashboard of mobilizing and making sure that support is as explicit and vocal as possible is probably an area, another one, but I don't want to deprioritize any of the other ones. They're all quite important for council to
Councillor, please.
Thank you. And then I appreciate that answer. I think that as council, we're all going to be mindful of how we are looking at investment attraction. Switching tacks a little bit, I think I want to speak a little bit about weaknesses. So through you, Deputy Mayor, to our presenters, what are some of the weaknesses you think we need to shore up? And I hope that I can also direct this question to also our city staff, because I think that there may or may not be two different answers here. So I hope that I can ask our KPMG consultants first and then direct that to staff.
That would be reasonable. Clark?
Thank you. Through the chair. I think with respect to challenges, any city or economy is going to have challenges. I think it's tough to say that this is kind of what we heard through our research, what we kind of shored up vis-a-vis competitive. I think if you were to put your challenges up against other cities' challenges, you might be thankful to have some of these challenges. I think it would be much harder advising some of our clients in the U.S. Midwest, for example, or even some of the Northeast. There's a lot of strengths within respect to Hamilton's strategic location, even within the GTHA. I think the key to addressing this is recognizing the interrelated nature of all of this. So, for example, we did hear that, when you're attracting investment, they want to recognize we need to get our workers to some of these sites. Existing transit doesn't really provide that. I would say that's intuitive because there's nothing at that site yet, or there's not the volume to be there. And so I think that's a good example of where your broader transportation planning or other types of thinking investment needs to kind of anticipate or see the interrelated nature with investment attraction as an example. Another one that we heard that I think is very important, but not necessarily specific to Hamilton, is everybody's worried about talent attraction, particularly talent retention. As we know, a lot of these investors, a lot of our own companies put a lot of time and effort into training workers, upskilling them. And there's generational differences now in how long someone wants to spend at a particular company. It was not so long ago when you'd think you hit the jackpot if you found a company you could spend 40 years at. Now, many workers don't want to do that. And I know the Economic Development Department and others are working on an assessment of that, our labor attraction and retention, as well as kind of our current state. So those are two areas where I think Hamilton will continue to need to address, I think very valid challenges. Just not to go on for too long, but I think around things like city branding and the like, it comes up a lot with the stakeholders, I think, because they're very close to it. I think if we're thinking about those investors sitting in Frankfurt or the San Francisco Bay Area, to the extent they've heard of Hamilton, I don't think they're thinking the same thing that someone sitting in Mississauga or Windsor would be thinking. So I think those are things that are maybe a little more out of your control and will change as this story gets told more consistently.
Thank you. Director Schlehan, please.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. I guess labor is definitely one area that is just not for foreign direct investment companies, related companies, but for all companies. That's something that we're seeing across the board, and that's why we embarked on our workforce development strategy. But perhaps one thing that Clark didn't mention in his comment there is the investment-ready greenfield piece in terms of just the sheer demand that we're getting right now, the inquiries that are coming in. People want large plots of land, and we are doing our best to facilitate that and keep up with the demand, but that is probably one of the areas, whether it's a shovel-ready greenfield or shovel-ready brownfield, we need to make sure that we have that in place for the demand that's coming in.
Thank you. Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you. And I think I want to dig a little bit deeper into this because what I hear from small businesses is that we are hard to work with. So if we are hard to work with and we are trying to attract large investment from external, even outside of Hamilton, so Ontario-based, Southern Ontario-based, but if we are hard to work with, how does that factor in? So I think I really want to understand, did that come up in any of the consultations that you had with other stakeholders? And if so, what were some of that feedback, and is that something that we should be seriously considering?
Clark, feel free to be open with us.
Thank you, through the chair. I think we deal with this a lot with all government clients, to be honest, whether it's at the city, provincial, or federal level. And I think the key insight here that we give our clients in that space is to recognize, again, while the distinction between city council, city government, and city departments is very clear to us, it's all just Hamilton to the investors. Exactly. And so a lot of the time, one department may not be the holdup, it's another, and that kind of reflects poorly on all. So I think to the extent that type of, we would call it in consulting swarming, right? If there's an issue, getting everyone at the table, getting very clear on when things need to be escalated and the like, makes it more investor friendly to get quick responses. Investors would much rather be told no quickly than told no slowly, or even yes slowly. And it is definitely something that all cities and levels of government agencies are working on, is how do we kind of accelerate some of that issues resolution or decision making.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And Deputy Mayor, I think that what really prompted me to really look at this was on slide 7 when it said attraction services, and how do we service some of our potential investors. And so that just kept coming up through my consultation with a lot of small businesses. Speaking on small businesses, how does this FDI strategy attract smaller businesses, maybe ones that may be led by immigrant entrepreneurs or international sort of firms? And tangentially, perhaps a lot of them are in that digital media ICT space. So I wonder, how does this FDI strategy kind of speak to that?
Yeah, through the chair, it's a good question. A lot of what attracts talent and kind of has ancillary benefits for a lot of those small, medium-sized businesses when a large one comes is kind of that signal to the market that should my business fail or I lose my job or the like, there are other ways for me to work, in related sectors. I mean, that's something that, when we see the big clusters, the Bay Area, the Research Triangle in North Carolina, obviously the tri-state area in the United States, but I would also say the GTHA, to be honest, that is an area that does benefit small to mid-sized businesses, as well as the fact that, the larger the company, the more suppliers it needs, the more transportation logistics it needs, the more those workers spend buying sandwiches or getting their taxes done or the like. And so I think that's kind of the way this strategy interacts. There's a lot of innovative clusters and commercialization activity obviously going on in Hamilton. I think when you're going and searching for foreign direct investment, you obviously need scale, right? I mean, a lot of these investors are going to put a lot of money behind something. They're looking for scale when they invest, but I do think it is all interrelated, and all these big companies started as small companies, many of them not so long ago.
Okay.
Councillor?
Thank you. My last question through you, Deputy Mayor, is just a matter of history, and to some of my newer council colleagues, I don't know if you know, but in the before pandemic, economic development had done massive investments and trade missions into South America, specifically Colombia, Costa Rica, and then also into India. So I did see that in this strategy, you did identify India for 2 major markets, but I did not see anything for South America. Is that a lost cause now, or where are we with that? Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Clark?
Through the chair, I wouldn't say that South America wasn't looked at. I would just say for some of these sectors, where is the most activity going on? Where's the highest, potential return on your time and investment did surface more Western Europe, United States, India for certain sectors, and the like. So I wouldn't read anything into them not being included for some of these sectors, but I'm slightly unaware of some of the history. Apologies for some of the prior work that had been done to target those areas.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor?
Do I have a little more time?
1 minute.
Thank you. I think that I would like to defer my last question to potentially staff to speak a little bit more about some of the other strategies that play into our foreign direct investment strategy, specifically as our KPMG consultants had alluded that one of the challenges is labor. So I wonder if we can ask city staff to expand a little bit on our workforce development strategy and how we are planning on fulfilling that labor need that investors would be looking for.
Thank you. Director Sleehan, please.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, I'm going to ask Jennifer Patterson, Manager, Business Investment Sector Development, to address that as she is the lead for the workforce, one of the leads on the workforce development strategy.
Thank you, Director Sleehan, and through the chair. So yes, we are currently undertaking a very strategic workforce development strategy. This is talent attraction, retention, development, and training. There's components of here we talked about in one of the previous slides. We've engaged other city departments. There's transit, EDI, immigration, international students all get pulled through this strategy, and housing actually is another one key component to this. So this strategy right now, we're currently undertaking some extreme stakeholder engagement. There's focus groups. So this is we've never undertaken this before. We recognize we need a narrative around a lot of this of how we support new investment coming into our community, but also importantly is those existing companies that are here and how do we support them in terms of attracting labor and retaining labor. So we are currently undertaking that. That strategy will come to council in probably September is our target. And I think we have a PED talks around that as well, and some of the work we're doing. So we're very excited about it. A lot of our community partners are engaged in that process. A lot of the sector strategies we've already undertaken, including the FDI strategy, will all be fed up into this workforce strategy. So hopefully that answers your question.
Councillor?
Thank you. That was a very fulsome answer. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker would be Councillor Ted McMakin, please.
Thanks very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thanks for the presentation. I've heard it said that pre-pandemic, on a per capita basis, in Ontario, Hamilton was the #1 attractor of direct foreign investment. Does that continue to be the case, or have things changed?
Thank you. Clark?
Through the chair, I don't have that particular metric in mind. I don't know if it's still #1. I would imagine it'd be near the top.
Councillor?
Yeah. Okay. We were at the top. I can.
Oh, it's still currently?
Yeah.
Okay, apologies.
Try not to ask a question you don't know the answer to. But it's,
I have learned that you do that, Councillor.
Okay. We have so many generic advantages here. We're well located, transportation corridors, the waterfall capital of the world, I think, especially out in Flamborough area, Flamborough, Dundas. I'm surprised that tourism wasn't mentioned as one of the categories. I think right now it's the third largest employer in the area, so I would just flag that. Is there a reason for that?
So, sorry, through the chair, I believe tourism is a priority sector within Hamilton's overall economic development. With respect to attracting foreign direct investment, I'm not sure to the extent that would rank as high as some of these sectors for just what the foreign investors would come, I suppose, set up new amusement parks or other types of investments. Trying to think of what the nature of the investment would be with respect to FDI specifically.
I think just to add to that too a bit, I think the point on Hamilton's high quality of life with noting these like beautiful hiking trails and like you said, waterfalls throughout the city really bleeds into that ability to attract tourism, but we hadn't really noted any strong or significant opportunities in tourism specifically anyways.
Okay.
Supplemental, Councillor?
Yeah, I'm pleased that you included the agri-food sector, which in the area is roughly a $2 billion contribution. I'm wondering what kinds of, let me back up. Out in the areas that I represent and some others represent, there's sometimes a sense that the rural sector is a Hudson's Bay outpost waiting for the next developer to come along. And I speak to farmers now who tell me out Flamborough way that their land was worth $125,000 an acre, and they've got developers coming by saying, "I'll give you $1 million an acre now." You know, it's interesting, and I'm fearful because if we lose the ability to feed ourselves, we're in real trouble. So, any comments on the agri-food sector and what we can do to be supportive and be less of a Hudson's Bay outpost and more of a vibrant economic sector?
Clark?
Thank you. Through the chair, I would say that I do agree some people have that opinion of those areas. I think the more you know about agriculture and agribusiness, it's extremely innovative, it's extremely technology enabled. These are great jobs that a lot of youth who don't want to sit behind a desk for the rest of their career want to get involved in. So I would say folks close to the sector recognize the opportunity there. I also say that I think there is a growing awareness around the broader, not only economic, but sustainability related benefits of local food supply for sustainability related reasons, for trucking, logistics, obviously high carbon activities, but also consumer demand, right? People are willing to pay more and the like for local food, besides the fact that I think it tastes better. So I think that certainly came through, and I don't think we faced a lot of pushback. Folks not in this sector agreed this should be part of a FDI attraction and a relative strength for Hamilton.
And just to add on that too, it can be challenging as a lot of it is also out of Hamilton's control specifically, since a lot of the agricultural area that feeds into the processing sector is located beyond the city itself in the Niagara region or other surrounding regions itself.
Councillor?
Yeah, preservation is really important these days. I think we've had some discussions about that around this table. One thing I'm really interested in, there are three very good post-secondary institutions in our community. I'm a graduate of two of them, so I can speak from experience around some of the job training there. Have you had conversations with Mohawk College, for example, is big into keen and green and new technologies and solar energy and all that net zero stuff, which is, as you identified, is a growing area. McMaster is famous for its innovation center, Deputy Mayor, and growing there. Fraunhofer and some of the other things that have been developed over the years. Have you had direct discussions with the college and the university around the role and function that they play in terms of articulating and developing direct foreign and indirect direct local investment?
Yes, so a lot of interaction, through you, the chair, a lot of interaction with them, particularly with the life sciences sector strategy, and the kind of connection of commercializing a lot of this innovation research, as well as the attractiveness of having local talent come out of these universities and colleges going into jobs or some of these clusters that exist. Were they part of the manufacturing sector strategy? Were you in?
Yeah, we had consulted McMaster and Mohawk as part of the manufacturing sector strategy. I hadn't been involved in those specific conversations, but I know just looking at their role in attracting investment, looking at these research or opportunities around research partnerships. A lot of companies now are coming in and setting up even small offices within jurisdictions just to have then specific agreements and contracts to collaborate on innovations with academic researchers and again provide investment into the school to conduct these to conduct this research and R&D work.
Councillor McMeekin.
Finally, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you spoke, at least in passing, about the brand, the perception. People still see us as Steel Town, even though I think healthcare is our number one employer these days. Tourism is number 3, by the way, in the area. Just by way of, I don't know what number 2 is, but for what it's worth. I think one of the real advantages we have, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you, is a young, vibrant, articulate, and well-educated workforce. And when I hear from companies that want to come and invest, that's one of the things that they lead with. I think one of the challenges we're going to have going forward is in the absence of an even clearer articulation of our goals will be retention of those young, bright, articulate, visionary potential workers that can continue to build an even stronger and healthier and more sustainable community in the city. I flagged that. I think you noted it again in passing, but I think it's one of our real strengths.
Mm-hmm. A comment through the chair, a comment on the comment. I think as well, one of the recommendations in here is to dig into this a bit deeper and do some more thorough study. I wanted to be clear, we didn't do a survey and what came back was this is what the brand is. This was when we asked folks, what do you think a challenge is going to foreign markets? They said, we think a challenge is kind of traditional industrial or manufacturing past. That may have changed. In fact, I would suspect it has changed. Both of my parents are born and raised in Pittsburgh, and some people think Pittsburgh's an industrial kind of traditional economy. Anyone who knows anything about Pittsburgh knows all similar to Hamilton, life sciences, vibrant tourism and athletics and media and entertainment. So that may just be a legacy thing of some of the stakeholders' perception of what their brand is. So I strongly agree that I think one of the main recommendations is telling this story consistently and often. And as the saying goes, when you figure out what you want to say it again and say it again and say it again and say it again. And just when you're sick of saying it, your intended audience is hearing it for the first time. That's definitely part of this strategy and the go-to-market activity around to address that potential roadblock.
35 seconds, Councillor.
Interesting you mentioned Pittsburgh because they went through the last couple of decades a phenomenal transition. A lot of similarities to the city. I know the mayor there and been to Pittsburgh. I know something about their development. And I think Hamilton's the Pittsburgh of Canada. Anyhow, enough said. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark. And I've been blessed with good recall. Clark, Kevin, thanks for being here again. Have we not seen this presentation before? Deputy Mayor Clark, through you to Director Schlehan, if you would allow me that, please. I thought during the manufacturing time, did we not see this? Or the delegates, if you wish, could confirm that for me.
Director Schlehan.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. Councillor Jackson, you are correct. You have seen parts of this in a couple of presentations previously. We brought forward our manufacturing strategy, which highlighted some of these sectors of strength, as well as in life sciences, and the agri-food and processing was also coupled with the manufacturing strategy and decarbonization. So it just it makes sense now that these have fed up into our foreign direct investment strategy, as these are key areas of our economy that we are focused on.
Thank you, Director, for confirming my memory's still not bad. Okay,
we
thank
can't
you.
slip anything by you, Councillor.
Thank you. Okay, Deputy Mayor Clark, through you. Clark, Kevin, thanks again for being here, reinforcing. So I listened very carefully. How professionally, how are we doing?
Clark?
With your foreign direct investment plan and strategy. How are we doing? I don't know if I heard a grading. I don't know if I heard overall. How's the City of Hamilton doing through you, Deputy Mayor?
Fair question. Clerk?
Thank you. Through you, the chair. Short answer, we think Hamilton's doing very well. This isn't, first of all, sorry, your recollection is correct. We were here as another colleague standing with me at the time. Many similar issues. That strategy was completed quite a bit earlier than this strategy. It's a matter of timing and council that these two presentations are coincident in time. But prior to even working on those, we interacted with the Economic Development Department through work with Invest in Canada and the broader kind of national Cities Alliance, Considering Canadian Cities Alliance, and other. And so I think, a lot of these innovations and strengths that we've been talking about in the strategy, MIP, iHub, and the like, Hamilton securing the next generation manufacturing, supercluster, CanMet materials. These are all things that many cities tried very hard to attract to their locations and didn't. So I would say that plus some of the recent wins that Norm had highlighted in the opening remarks are very positive signs for Hamilton.
Thank you very much for that. And Deputy Mayor Clark, through Director Schlehan's great team and his predecessors, Director Norton and Director Everson, God rest his soul, they embarked us upon, with our business parks, the food processing investments and new manufacturing, diverse manufacturing. I see the enormous successes of it, but maybe just further commenting that hopefully we were ahead of the curve of what other cities are attempting to do in those two sectors. Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, please.
Thank you.
To Clark or Kevin.
Clark, please.
Through the chair, yes. I think that Hamilton did not, by intention, I think by good fortune, seem to pivot and try to become something different or not. It's kind of saw what are some of these existing strengths and what are the future of those markets and the like. And it has clearly done that with many of the examples you mentioned and some of the ones that have come up as well. And I would say as well as kind of thinking about what's next even beyond that and per some of the discussion today and the like around high quality, good paying jobs and careers, around next generation building materials, around decarbonization and clean tech. Those are all things that kind of this current activity, whether it's that or not, is very well positioned to capture that type of investment, or the two enable and re-enable each other.
Thank you, Clark. Yes, Kevin, please.
And yeah, just to add on that too, I think Hamilton's really in a perfect position for agribusiness and food processing, considering its legacy with manufacturing and the city having significant expertise in these areas that's transferable into other manufacturing subsectors itself. And then again, the surrounding areas being able to provide the raw inputs and the agricultural inputs into the food processing sector. There's a huge benefit to Hamilton that, again, a lot of other jurisdictions aren't going to have.
Thanks, Kevin. Reaffirming the last 20 plus years of the direction the Economic Development Department took has borne fruit. And last question, and then just a closing quick comment, Deputy Mayor Clark. Question. I was one, Clark and Kevin, that was feeling like maybe when I arrived in the 90s here at City Hall that Hamilton needed to join the GTA, that some way, somehow they were bigger, the municipalities, if you will were wealthier, were, if you will, more modern, greater developments, and that we could benefit. And hence, over the years, Deputy Mayor Clark, the GTA became the GTAH, and then somebody decided, well, it's not good that the H is at the very end, so they decided to put the GTHA, the Greater Toronto Hamilton area. My point being with my preamble, Deputy Mayor Clark, to the presenters, I'm not sold anymore on the regional aspect. I see Halton looking after themselves. I see Peel Region looking after themselves, Brant County, Niagara. I haven't seen the benefits of the regional aspect of attracting investment. If anything, each region, and through the pandemic, it became even more apparent, there was no real regional-wide, multi-regional wide strategy to help each other. Any further thoughts on that, or am I misguided in my thinking? Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Clark, would you care to tackle that one?
Through the chair, just two observations. I think broader regional collaboration has benefited Hamilton in a lot of this investment, but also things like regional infrastructure investment, expansion of GO, various other things. So I do think the research does show, and I think there's broad consensus that as economies become more interlinked and collaborative, that benefits everybody as opposed to having a fixed pie that gets kind of moved around. And I can't quite comment on recent actions of those other municipalities, but I do think that broadly we've seen through economic uncertainty that does tend to make some decision makers more careful, more insular or the like, and maybe some of that is being reflected in some of these broader trends that I hopefully will pass as the future is more prosperous than the past.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes.
Right.
Kevin, please.
I think it is tough too with there just being that underlying thinking of competition and competing with each other across jurisdictions, competing for these investments. But then on the flip side, looking at it from the investor's perspective, when they're making site selection decisions, they're not really looking at it in a lot of circumstances in Hamilton versus Toronto and so on and so on. They're looking at whether the location that they're going to invest in is going to offer a strong surrounding ecosystem that they can benefit from. So looking at investing into Hamilton, they'll also look at what they can get from Toronto in terms of available suppliers or other companies that they can partner with.
I appreciate that. Just closing, Deputy Mayor, just as somebody who was lucky enough to be born in this city of immigrant parents, I always felt, quite frankly, that regions to the east and west of us over many decades, it was like poor Hamilton and the declining steel industry that started to occur. And quite frankly, I just found it somewhat disparaging and almost ignoring of the great things that our city has to offer. And now that we're on a zenith, now that we're on a trajectory, suddenly everybody wants to include, be part of Hamilton from a regional standpoint, but it's definitely our turn. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you, Councillor. Well said. The next speaker is Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, just seeking to get a little bit of clarity on just what we're doing here from a procedural perspective. So this is an information report, but by approving and receiving the report, we're accepting this presentation we just received that has several recommendations and even an implementation roadmap and timeline. And so this is a new format for me where there's something that's recommendation facing, but we're receiving it as an information report. Through you, Chair, just wondering if I could ask city staff, what happens after we receive this? Is this now just our FDI plan? Are we going to get an FDI plan presented back to us and this is just a research findings report? Just trying to see where we are in the process. Through you, Chair.
Director Sleehan.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, this is basically approving the information report today, basically puts this plan in place for us to go and implement the recommendations that were made in the report in terms of exploring, and then reporting back to Council with an update as how we're going with the plan that's been put in play.
It is challenging, Councillor, when it's labeled an information report, but there are recommendations buried within it. So your question is valid. Please proceed.
Thank you. Just wanted to acknowledge that so we all understand what we're doing here, because when it's an information report and we have so many people on the speakers list, we take a lot of time. I think, people can wonder about that, but now we're hearing that we're also approving some things here. So I think it's questions worth asking. And one of my questions is, how do we measure ROI when we did this research? When we're thinking about a return on investment, what were the metrics or the KPIs we're using? How do we know that one investment from one partner is better, more strategic, more advantageous than an investment from another partner?
Clark, please.
Through you, the Chair. So I would say that, first of all, the strategy kind of identifies kind of what's the current state assessment, what are the strategic objectives, and then to achieve those strategic objectives, what are the things that we would actually go do, and per our presentation, based on talking to a lot of local businesses and the like, by reviewing other key findings from other strategies like the digital media strategy, manufacturing sector strategy, and the like. So I would say it's a bit of a more of a strategic bet than a quantitative based on the last 10 years. This is what the data showed, so let's go chase those sectors. I think intuitively we'd say things have kind of changed, and kind of where the puck is going is a little bit different from where it's been. So I would say some of the metrics are kind of, what are some of these strengths based on existing, the business activity, labor, kind of other strategic priorities around education and the like, but it was not a quantitative exercise with regression analysis or something like that. And I would say that's the approach that the economic development team took is more in line with how you would do one of these FDI attraction strategies, as opposed to a more kind of academic, backward-looking kind of analysis like that. Not that you're suggesting that, but that's kind of the difference.
Thank you. And through the chair, the deputy chair, just again trying to understand what I heard was, okay, so the return on investment might be in terms of jobs or investment in the economy. So things like GDP, money, tax income, those types of things. Essentially, like we're doing this so we as a city have a sustainable, I'm saying the obvious here, but so we have a sustainable economy locally, and we're having foreign investment being part of a global economy. These are why we're doing this work. But I think we know that not all investment is created equal. I think Councillor Meekin brought up a great point about how in rural communities some of those tensions exist, where essentially we're embarking on relationships with these partners. How do we make sure it's a good relationship that furthers both of our goals as opposed to a one-sided or extractive relationship? I go back to our greenfields, for example. It's great that folks want to build on our greenfields. There's a cost to building on our greenfields in terms of stormwater, in terms of water runoff. It's the headwaters for 3 different areas in the AAGD. Paving that all over, building warehouses, building logistics ports may be necessary from a transportation lens, but there are costs that the foreign direct investor doesn't bear, city taxpayers bear. How do we measure and evaluate those costs and the comparative benefit of different relationships we could enter into in this process? Through you, Chair.
Clerk, or do you want staff to handle that one?
I'm happy to, or Director Strand. Sure, yeah, so through the Chair, I would say that, you know, with respect to saying that the investment-ready greenfield or that kind of challenge and the like, I wouldn't say that folks are suggesting that we rezone commercial land or like that. That wasn't kind of what came through. It was more when we think about attracting investment to our place, what's going to be some of the roadblocks that come up. And this isn't a U.S. Midwestern city with unlimited land that, you know, we're willing to kind of do site servicing and the like. I do think that's a legitimate challenge one might raise. I think for a lot of the knowledge economy and advanced processes and the like that tend to not require the footprint of something like that, it doesn't necessarily you know, imply that would hold back foreign direct investment. But I think if the city is trying to achieve a more innovative economy, you know, good quality jobs, more sustainable and the like, I do think there'd be a lot of consensus around these being those types of sectors as opposed to say, I don't know, mineral extraction or kind of other things like that. If that addresses your question.
Councillor?
It does begin to address the question. I just think when I see confectionery and food ingredients, like that's a very specific type of agricultural production. It's a very specific type of what we're doing, and it leans itself more to a highly mechanized manufacturing, like factory farm model versus like family farm model. And so when we think about these types of things in the context of having local food or some of the other challenges, when we think about it in the context of air pollution to local residents, when we think about it in the context of not just does this support some of the pieces of our climate action strategy, but does this support us in achieving the overall goals of our climate action strategy and moving that forward? There's a difference, for example, between heat pumps and alternative low carbon fuels like waste to energy. Like those are both maybe under alternative fuels, but they're very, very different technologies. How do we ensure, again, going back to this question, like our partnerships are good, healthy ones and not toxic or one-sided ones?
Clark?
Through the chair, appreciate it. Sorry, the distinction is clearer now. Yeah, I think a lot of that prioritization and say governance from council and the like, I think does sit at that strategic economic development action plan level that trickles down to a lot of these subsector strategies, where a component of those strategies is FDI and a large part of it is not. It's homegrown, it's the like. And then underneath it is an enabler. All sectors agree we need to go out and chase some of that capital because capital constrained, there's only so much capital locally. Solving that problem of what are the foreign investors most likely to look at or find attractive in Hamilton, this is, I think, what bubbles to the top. And so this is several layers through some of that prioritization and other oversight you're describing. Again, not suggesting you're suggesting this, but, you know, a foreign direct investor is not going to come and invest in a small family farm. It's just not going to attract it. But a good kind of, you know, people making food ingredients that are processed and real ingredients into other medicines and the like, that is a very attractive topic for broader global trends. And Hamilton and other those local economic players do benefit from that. So I think that's kind of how the interplay of that works.
Thank you. And I think just, yeah, making sure we're attracting foreign direct investment in ways that doesn't compete with our other local priorities is, I think, that piece. So understanding that it's not a one-for-one, but investing in one may compete or take land away from the other. Yeah, I I do really appreciate this. I think what we're thinking about is how to make those strategic investments, and this is one of the pieces I come back to. Are there, in the branding conversation, was there a conversation about attracting based on what we need and our goals versus marketing and selling ourselves based on our assets? Like thinking about like, are we the catch or are we trying to recruit or retain or attract? And it seems like we're doing a lot of marketing ourselves. But I also heard that ESG is environmental sustainability goals is increasingly something that folks are looking at. Is there a value to saying we are not just trying to build a better economy, we're trying to build the next economy, and we want you to be part of that. And so we are specifically looking for foreign direct investment beyond net zero, but working to reduce emissions by 2030 and layering our climate action strategy pieces first and forefront and saying we're looking for partners to help us meet these goals as opposed to, hey, what do you want from us? I mean, there's going to be a bit of both, but I see it being very, how can we sell ourselves versus how can we recruit what we need?
Clark?
Through the chair, great observation. I think the way that these interact again is what makes Hamilton attractive to the foreign direct investments is many of these broader benefits and ESG features that we're kind of hinting around. And the type of investors you're going to attract, or target, I should say, target as part of the strategy, are those types of investors. So for example, every company would have their scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions and how you calculate that. Your scope 2 emissions would be your electricity consumption, and Ontario is a greener grid than, say, some of our Midwest, other Great Lakes state competitors. And so just implicitly, when these investors are looking at how an investment in Hamilton may affect the climate goals or net zero goals they've made, or just where they see the market going, that's how something like that would kind of interplay, as opposed to other kind of more scrupulous types of investors who are just looking for low-wage labor or local natural resources they want to take out and move on. I mean, I don't think that's part of the strategy or the type of investors Hamilton would interact with. It would be those who value, what's next in building materials, what's next generation medicines and life sciences and the like. Those types of investors are investing in that for a return, first and foremost, but secondly, because it aligns with their broader values or strategic decision-making as well.
Councillor.
Yeah, through you, Chair, that's it for my questions. Just a very brief comment. I think I'd love to see this. It's not just about investors getting that return, but we think about what are the returns, not just economic, that we want. And we think about what our triple bottom line is in these partnerships as well, because there is such a difference between an Amazon warehouse on farmland and that's minimum wage or slightly above minimum wage jobs and the other types of companies we can bring in. Not that there's not value to multiple types of relationships, but there is a comparative value. And making sure we're building healthy, strong relationships that are future-proof and climate-proof is something that I think is really important. I think we're seeing some of this in this, so thank you, but I really want to pull on those threads a little bit more as we continue to work on this. Thank you.
Speaking of threads that you were pulling on a few moments ago, you asked the question with regards to governance. And on page 3 of 4, there's a number of recommendations and actions, yet this is an information report. So I'd like to hear from GM Thorne in terms of how we're handling this. Right now, all I have is we're receiving this document.
Yeah, so through the chair, typically as we bring forward these types of strategies, and we do other sector strategies within the economic development area, we bring them forward, take council through them. We do so that you're informed, and then by receiving the report, it then becomes something that informs our work and our priorities within the division. Where there are actions that have resourcing implications or staffing implications, or if a policy change is required, those types of things then come forward as individual reports seeking council approval and direction. And then we would reference back how such a report would implement one of these strategies. So as we move forward on this work, you may see some of those reports coming forward. You also may see this work reflected in some work in other divisions. For example, something like decarbonization, we have a separate report coming forward seeking direction on that. I think we talked about sort of the transit linkage in the work that was in front of council earlier this week. But yes, typically with these strategies, we present them, council receives them, they do inform our work, but anything that requires staffing, resourcing, policy, anything like that, you would see those come forward as future reports seeking specific direction.
Thank you, sir. That helps us a great deal. Thank you. The next speaker is Councillor Craig Hussar.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And through you, if I could ask Clerk to go to slide 5, please. On there is one of the challenges is transit. We've heard from the Chamber of Commerce about the importance of transit. We've heard from community groups about the importance of transit, from environmental groups, some that are here today in chambers with us, about the importance of transit. It's part of a climate action plan, and now it's there as a critical piece of foreign direct investment. Earlier this week, as GM Thorne just alluded to, we had what some of us affectionately called Transit Day, about the re-envisioning of our HSR network. So, clearly transit is critically important. So my question through you, Chair, is if you could just elaborate on the importance of transit and experiences in other jurisdictions on how that has enabled or held back foreign direct investment, please. Thank you.
Clerk, please.
Through the chair, yeah, the direction is really through, the connection is really through the human capital piece and the getting the talent there. So again, the research wasn't a comment on Hamilton's transit system writ large, but more in some of these areas where we may locate or where we see potential to invest. They're currently not serviced to a certain standard, which then the investors would extrapolate into, therefore then attracting workers to come and the like. And so I think there's good evidence to suggest that transit is a key enabler of obviously mobility and therefore economic vitality and therefore attracting FDI.
Councillor?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Just as a closing comment then, I think that's important context to have, which I think many of us already understand, but as we move forward with a new network and the investments that are required, it's important to have the context on how important that investment is for many facets of the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next councillor is Councillor Mark Tadeson.
Thanks for your presentation, Clark. I'm always interested in research, and you've mentioned research a number of times. My findings and my understanding is that the findings of most research is that more study is needed. So from a elementary science teacher's position, I'm always interested in the methodology, and I'm interested in your process of collecting this research so that we know it's valid and it's reliable. So can you tell us about the process you engaged in conducting your research and collecting your data? Can you drill down, give us an accounting of your work with the various stakeholders, who you spoke with, where, how? What was the duration of your study? When did it start? When did it finish? Those are the kind of questions I'm asking so that we know as a council we're getting value for our dollar with your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor. Mark, please.
Through the chair. So I would say there are a couple different research sources. One would be primary research. So through the Hamilton Life Sciences sector strategy that we supported, as well as the manufacturing sector strategy, there was extensive stakeholder consultation with local partners, community groups, city departments, and I believe those are listed in those strategies. I apologize, I don't have that hand right here. That was a key one. Obviously supported by Hamilton's economic development team, which is very important perspective. We then, for the various strategies, and this one in particular, went and looked at, okay, for some of these sectors that bubbled to the top and validated priorities as well as what the stakeholders are saying, is there markets for these? Is there, real things to kind of do next? If the stakeholders had said, and let's say as a thought experiment, we should be semiconductor, et cetera, I'm not necessarily sure that would have passed, through the multiple filters, but these ones certainly did, and in the background of the strategy, you'll find a variety of different markets, trade shows, target markets. I can't remember quite how long the strategy is, but it's 70 plus pages. So that would be some of that secondary research, as well as been working. So sorry, you asked for the timeline. So this particular strategy was written last autumn, but we'd been working with the Hamilton Economic Development Partner as a partner going back to 2021, I think it was, for those sector strategies, as well as working with the department going back to 2020 with some of our work with Invest in Canada and City Competitiveness Index. I'd say those are the kind of main sources as well as broader activity in the markets.
Thank you. Councillor?
Through the chair. So you said it was written last August or last autumn?
That's right. It's dated December, I think, is when we finished it, but we'd commenced in the autumn.
And so before it was written, you conducted the research. So when did the research start and when did the research end to collect that data that you based your findings on?
Clark?
Thank you. Through the chair. So the secondary research for the FDI strategy would have been August to December 2022. Most of the primary research for the Hamilton Life Sciences sector strategy and the manufacturing sector strategy would have been, I guess, the second half of 2021 through the mid half of 2022, if I remember correctly. And then to get on the council's agenda then this spring.
And so that primary research, that was conducted like in conversations with stakeholders?
That's right. Sorry.
Some of those stakeholders were in the business section of Hamilton. Like who did you speak with?
Sure.
Yeah, various business organizations, again, representatives from the academic institutions, from Mohawk College, McMaster, Redeemer, and then the various other research institutions across Hamilton as well.
But numerous businesses. Sorry, we did kind of 5 stakeholder workshops for the manufacturing sector where we would have brought together, say, community partners to kind of capture that perspective, small to mid-sized business, some of the larger businesses. We can pull the list and provide that if that's helpful. Yeah. I just don't have that on my presentation here.
So quantitative data, was it collected as well as like when you have a conversation with someone, that's a qualitative collection. So the quantitative, did you issue surveys to, the workforce in Hamilton? Did you issue surveys to, professors at universities? How did that follow up with?
Fair question, Clark.
Through the chair, I mean, that would have been a very extensive study. No, this was more, if you go to the strategy in the back of the departmental memo, you'll find, so when we identify what we mean by each one of these sectors, the same manufacturer, what's the current state? What's the amount of investment? Who are the kind of anchor clients? What's the kind of broader market, within North America or globally? So a lot of that would be based on various sources, and then there's 3 pages of sources. Apologize, I don't have it, but the numerous 3 pages of sources in there for what some of those things would be. Some of it, Canadian federal government, Ontario, variety of reputable sources. Yeah.
Councillor?
I'm going to stop asking questions. I'm just going to make a statement that I just wanted to follow up with what Councillor Jackson said, is that I kind of started to recognize that there were parts of this that we've seen already, and that there will be parts of this going forward that we will see in future presentations. And I just wanted to understand how they fit and what the timelines were so that we were actually operating off of current data. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nairn, please.
Thank you. Just a few questions, if I could, regarding, through you, Chair, the branding exercise. So recognizing that the benefit of doing so and the targeted outcome being one to attract foreign investment, in terms of telling the story of who Hamilton is and why it is a place of opportunity, do you believe that it's inside that branding exercise that some of the points that Councillor Wilson and other folks have raised around the table get integrated in terms of, hey, come to Hamilton for, to be the place for your green technology, or help contribute to our climate goals X, Y, and Z? Can you talk a little bit about how you see branding as being the vehicle by which we're communicating clearly to potential foreign investors what the municipal priorities are?
Thank you. Clark.
Through the chair, in short, that's right. It's a matter of a couple things. One, making sure that that there's a consistent message going out, regardless of sector or the like, based on the strengths, some of the key enablers here, some of those accelerators and the like, regardless of sector. What I mean, just by way of a thought experiment, if you're attracting consultants to Hamilton, many approach would be, look at all these consultants we got, this consultant, as opposed to the broader quality of life issues, the kind of broader enablers around infrastructure and the like. So that's really what kind of came through is in every market interaction, not just foreign, but here in Ontario, as we're trying to interact with the provincial or federal government to continually tell those stories. That's where a lot of that would come through. The strategy recommends conducting further market research into this. I mean, you'd want to identify your target markets and what they're most interested in and have them tell you what they currently think of you and then not. Our research is based on talking to local businesses, not say someone in Frankfurt, but I think that's where the two would intersect.
Okay, so can you tell me a little bit more about that? So if we're integrating, a part of the recommendation here is to spend some time researching what our target market, what would work for our target market, what would work to attract them. So is it in this strategy or is it in the staff component of the report, the piece that clearly identifies attracting the global leaders or potential global leaders as it relates to real climate future-ready companies?
Through the chair to the councillor, yes, I think that would fall on staff to develop that and come up with that messaging and how that would go out. So,
okay, thank you. I think I'm still struggling a little bit between the information report and the recommendations. I'm going to hold the rest of my questions and maybe spend a little bit more time offline digging into the details. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing that, Councillor Cretch, please.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation and through the chair. My questions are also about slide 5, so if you wouldn't mind just going back slightly. I understand the bottom part of this slide. What you're saying here is that those things that have a high impact are at the left-hand side, and those things with a moderate impact are at the right-hand side. And city branding, I take that phrase to mean many things. But I don't see many things represented in the actions you're taking. I see us really focusing on the really branding part of that, right? I see website initiatives, other kinds of things that you're going to do to ensure there's a cohesive brand. Where is the city's reputation in all of this? So I think about things like us being called the hate capital of Canada for numerous years. When we're talking about foreign direct investment, I think that matters. How are we meeting those challenges? How are we dealing with reputational concerns the city may have that may be preventing people from coming here? Especially, again, we're talking about foreign direct investment, talking about immigrants and refugees coming to the city. I could go on, but the point is, how are we combating that, and how is this economic model, this foreign direct investment model, combating our reputational concerns?
Thank you. Clerk?
Through the chair, I will say that didn't come up. That criticism. I think, to the extent it requires, focus on foreign direct investment. They certainly do look into a variety of different things, and they do deep research, and they hire their own consultants. They've got whole teams that look into it. So to the extent that you've identified that as a weakness, that may be something that, certainly you want to be part of your brand. You want it to be a positive brand, obviously goes without saying. But with respect to initiating and keeping that attention of foreign investors, to the first part of your question, that's why this is kind of that higher impact, that's a very important thing to kind of address sooner. But sorry, I'm not quite sure how to answer the second part around how you address the brand of, sorry, if you could rephrase that.
I don't think you can answer the second part in the context of, I think, the way you're approaching this. I think that you've answered my question, which was that you didn't really consider that as part of this. And I think if you go back to slide 4 and look at the end of slide 4, I think it's interesting to see that city branding is a key thing. A moderate impact is high quality of life. Like when we're talking about quality of life and livability, being in a city, reasons why companies want to come here, reasons why employees want to work here, we're talking about all these things. We're talking about affordability. We're talking about whether people feel safe in their communities. We're talking about all these kinds of things. And I think that when we look at these kinds of models, yes, it's important. I hear you. You want to have a positive brand. But I think the brand should also be realistic. It should give people a sense of what's going on here. And I think that there is some concern for me anyways, and I'll say just about this kind of economic modeling that has a positivity as a push force for branding, because it creates sometimes a false positivity from my perspective. So as you go through this exercise, which is I think where we're at this point, I just encourage folks to think about that, think about what the reputational concerns are, think about what livability means, and the broad impact of asking for foreign direct investment here, and who that's going to impact the most, and what the question we're really asking people is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any comment, Clark?
To the chair, I agree. Those would be good priorities.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, Councillor Nan, if you could take the chair for a moment, please, I would appreciate it.
Sir.
So when you're talking about foreign trade, did the city or yourselves as authorized agents of the city reach out to the East Asian community, the Muslim community, the Croatian community, Cambodia? All of these are countries where we have residents who have set up business here, who are doing imports and exports, but they're doing it on their own. They're not doing it in combination with other companies. There are a number of significant manufacturers in Hamilton who have plants all over the world now. And I'm just curious who you spoke to and how are we going to, in essence, create a foreign trade association where all of these highly skilled, excellent entrepreneurs who come from different countries can work together to create more trade opportunities for the city of Hamilton?
Through the chair, our work didn't include direct community outreach or engagement, so we did not identify or work with community groups that you listed there. I will say that when we did talk to employers and other community representatives, that came through as a strength. That was very much something that folks saw as an advantage. And within one of the pillars of the strategy of strategic partnerships, it's really to drill down into more of that. So working with the Hamilton Immigration Partnership Council, operationalizing different ways for Global Hamilton Council and other economic development tables to kind of bring together folks that aren't representative of large businesses, but who are the lawyers, the financial services providers and the like, that similar to the earlier question about family farms, are not going to attract kind of a global major investor of scale to invest in that business, but are certainly key enablers of the broader ecosystem.
Councillor?
Chair, I think I would like to see Mr. Schlehan, or Director Schlehan is indicating he'd like to speak, please.
Oh, thank you. Director, go ahead.
Pardon me, through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor. One of the strategic objectives within this action plan that we're putting together for our foreign direct investment strategy is to host information sessions with the groups that you have spoken to, Councillor Clark. So there will be, I'm just looking at it in here, connect with Hamilton's immigrant communities as appropriate to increase trade export opportunities of Hamilton products. So that is an actual item that we've designated within the plan as well.
So can I ask either Chair through our delegates or through staff, when did this process begin? When did we start looking at how we attract foreign trade to Hamilton? When did we start that work?
Okay, over to Director.
Through the Deputy Mayor to the Councillor, our first iteration of that strategy, I believe, was from 2015 to 2020. And this is the second iteration of the foreign direct investment strategy.
I'd like to make some comments, but I think it would be more appropriate if I made it with our staff rather than with the delegates who are here. So I'll wait until we receive their presentation, and then if I can go on the list to ask staff some questions, I think it would be more appropriate there, Chair.
Sounds good. Passing the chair back to you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
So just through the Deputy Mayor, staff have noted that incorrectly the presentation was labeled confidential, as you'll see on the screen. That will be removed and updated to the website after the meeting.
Thank you. That was going to be one of my questions. So seeing no further questions of the delegates, I do want to thank you for your thorough and comprehensive report to this committee. It was most enlightening, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
I need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kassar, and we'll have that vote, please, Madam Clerk. Oh, me and the councillor are together here. And that carried 13-0. And so then on the report, Madam Chair, if you could take the chair for me, please.
Yep, go ahead.
So my questions would be to Director Sheehan or the city manager for that matter. I'm a little bit, I guess, curious. We started this work in 2015. We received a report today where part of the report was a duplicate report that we received prior. And from what I can understand, we haven't reached out to entrepreneurs who actually have the contacts in foreign trade and asked them, how do we improve that? Madam Chair?
Who will be responding? Director? Thank you.
Through the Deputy Chair to the Councillor. From a staff perspective, we did we followed through with trying to bring forward a foreign direct investment strategy as per our Economic Development Action Plan. We don't have all the resources to do everything at once in terms of trying to bring all that in. Perhaps it was an oversight. We maybe should have probably, had we had a little more broadened scope and a little more budget, we probably could have broadened that to include these community groups. It's a very good point. However, we have put that in as part of one of our actions moving forward, is to get that input as to move forward. This is sort of setting the stage for how we're going to be moving forward with our plans. And this input will certainly dictate, some of the marketplaces we'll be going after and where we should be focusing our efforts.
Thank you. Councillor?
So, Chair, can I ask to staff, and they may not have it, so I'd appreciate getting it if they don't have it, how much money have we spent on consultants on this project?
Thank you. Over to you, Director.
So on this particular project for the foreign direct investment strategy, $35,000 was spent from the city coffers, and there was another matching $35,000 from the federal government, from the CCCI program.
Thank you. Councillor?
So 70,000 in total. We started in 2015, but we have not reached out to foreign investment associations like the Pakistani Investment Association. And I could go on, there's a number of them. So I just find it frustrating when we have so many talented entrepreneurs who are doing business in other countries while they are here in Hamilton, and they're doing it imports and exports, but we haven't reached out to them.
Director?
Through the chair to the councillor, I'm going to let Manager Patterson respond to this, because since 2015, certainly part of our job and part of our strategy is engaging with the entrepreneurs. It's just I'll let Jennifer speak to how we've done that since 2015.
Thank you, Manager.
Thank you, and through the chair, just to go back, because that was my foreign position as lead on investment and trade. As we go out to market, again, we have only so many resources within our team. As we go out to market and looking at trade, if you're familiar with the work that our team does, business retention expansion is first. That's our BDCs going out to companies, learning as much about them as possible and understand where they are trading and where they're exporting and trading throughout the world. That helps feed our program as we move forward from an investment attraction perspective, because we need that intelligence. We have to understand what's happening in our community first before we go out to the world. So we use that intelligence to determine where we're going to go in the world and why, because we only have so many resources. So we have gone out. We do leverage our existing business community. We know where some of our companies are going. These are some of the questions we ask when we're out in the community. And so that helps build the FDI program. So in an example of this, when we went to India, it took us a year to develop that export and trade or the mission that we developed on behalf of India. We understood India was a market. We know there's companies doing business in that market. So we go back to our companies that exist in this community. We did an export and trade forum just to confirm what we already learned about when we went into the market with the federal government. That helped us understand what companies may want to go with us into market and help build that trade mission that we built. And as well, our community partners. Our community partners like MAC, Mohawk, they're doing business all over the world. So it's not just us going out to market. We are working with our community partners, and there's 42 of them that we meet with twice a year to understand where they're also doing business around the world. So when we build a program, a trade mission program like we did, and I'll use India as an example, it was investment attraction focus, it was B2B, and it was knowledge sharing. So it's very thoughtful, very strategic of how we go out to the world, and then we leverage both our provincial and federal partners in market. So hopefully that helps a little bit, but please know that we do work with our existing companies within this community, and we listen to them and respond accordingly, and that helps us understand where we're going in the world.
Thank you for those specific examples, Councillor. And a little bit, how do I say this? You're asking questions of staff. Another councillor wants to offer something. I'm going to just let you know, Councillor Huang's interested in saying something in your line of questioning. Yeah, so you're open to that? Okay. Councillor Huang, go for it.
Thank you, Chair. To Councillor Clark, I think that where we're also forgetting is that my former role in economic development was the Global Hamilton Officer, where my entire job was actually working with our immigrant community, with our entrepreneurs, and also connecting in with a lot of the different groups that you were speaking about, the Muslim community, the Pakistani community, all of those where that work informed how we are going out and encouraging investment within the community locally. That work also supported on the foreign direct investment strategy, where much of the role before was actually around that support for the India Trade Mission, where we were also connecting with the Indian communities, speaking to them about how we are promoting some of the trade and economic development activities. It was also working with all of the different academic institutions on supporting international students. So that role is now made permanent within economic development since my departure from it. But I suspect that that role will continue moving forward. As you will see in the strategy, they spoke about the Global Hamilton Council. That is also where we are bringing forward immigrant entrepreneurs and different businesses that support international trade and economic development to a sort of advisory or task force table in order to inform and actually execute on our foreign direct investment and our business retention strategies.
Thank you. Councillor.
That was very helpful. Great. And that's what I wanted to hear.
I'm so glad you got the information you were looking for.
So I'm hoping someone has taken Councillor Wang's position and continues on that work.
Over to you, Director.
Through the councillor, yes, we have filled that position, and that individual actually started on Monday. So,
yeah, I had previous to this term on councillor, I'd spoken to a number of business leaders who ideally would like to see some type of foreign trade association, foreign trade institute, whatever you want to call it, so that all of those different entrepreneurs have an opportunity to meet and work with each other and see opportunities. They have not, as it stands currently, they have not created that association, but they are very interested. And what Councillor Wang is saying is those are the ones that can bring in significant investment. They are doing it now without Hamilton because it's what their business is. But we need to speak with them, work with them, and encourage them to work with us so that we can multiply those investments in the Hamilton area. And that's my concern. And this report, in my opinion, didn't quite, it was all around it, but it didn't get to the main meat, was how are we moving forward to ensure that all of these entrepreneurs from different countries who live in Hamilton now proudly as a diverse community, how can they get to meet each other and work together and form alliances that really benefit the city of Hamilton? So that would be my final question to staff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Over to you, Director.
And through to the councillor, I believe what you're saying, Councillor Clark, is going to be fulfilled through the creation of this Global Hamilton Council that we're providing to try to bring these individuals, these entrepreneurs together around the table and to give them a larger voice in terms of what they're doing. So that's all there. It's all in part of the plan. I'm sorry I could have articulated a little clearer my initial response, but it is there, and there is certainly a willingness. There's been a past willingness in terms of dealing with these entrepreneurs. I mean, you're right, there are some that are doing it without us, but you know what, there's a lot that are doing it with us as well, and it's very fruitful to see what's going on in the community with these individuals. So that is definitely part of our plan moving forward.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much for that.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. And so with that, so then to GM Thorne, we are still moving forward with the receiving of this report. In a later date, you'll be doubling down on the items in the report.
Through the chair, that's correct. As individual actions are proposed to be implemented, those would come forward. If there's staffing, resource, policy implications, any of those sorts of things, they come forward as separate reports.
Thank you very much, GM Thorne. So I need a mover and a seconder to receive this. No, Councillor Maureen Wilson, sorry.
No.
My apologies.
No, not a problem. I think upon reflection, my comments are better suited offline. Thank you.
Thank you. And so then we still need a mover and a seconder to receive this. Moved by, what's your name? Councillor Spadafora and Councillor Mark Tattison. And that vote carried 14-0. Councillors, we have 8.2, which will be the next item. It is already 10 after 12. Did you wish to take a half-hour break now? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Kassar. And we'll have the vote on the break, please. Recess, I guess we call it officially. And that carried 13-1. Councillor Jackson just wanted to keep on working. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Okay, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in session. I can announce that we are officially 1/4 of the way through our agenda today. And we're moving on to item 8.2, the 2023 priority focus areas for the Office of Climate Change Initiatives, PED 23064 citywide. Dr. Linda Lukasik, Director of the Office of Climate Change Initiatives, is with us to provide the presentation on 8.2, the priority focus areas for the Office of Climate Change. So I'm not sure if it's Director Dr. Lukasik or Dr. Director Lukasik.
You can call me Linda.
Well, we're glad you're here. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair Clark. And it's wonderful to be here and to finally have an opportunity to share our plan for priorities for 2023. So as you all know, my name is Linda Lukasik. I'm the Director of the City of Hamilton's Office of Climate Change Initiatives. And I'm here today with the office's Senior Project Manager, Trevor Imhoff. And many of you will already know Trevor, who's worked for many years in healthy and safe communities on the climate file as well as the air quality file. And Trevor also played an instrumental role in the development of the Hamilton Climate Action Strategy. And I just want to also acknowledge that that core team included Andrea McDowell, who's now with Senior Project Manager in Public Works, continuing to do climate work there, and Christine Newbold, who's PED's Manager of Sustainable Communities. So I'm thrilled to have Trevor working with me in the office, and very pleased to be in front of you today to share our proposed 2023 priority focus areas. But before I proceed, I just want to very quickly emphasize that these priorities are not the city's only priorities. Our office priorities are in addition to the various climate change-related initiatives already contained within the 2023 work plans of multiple divisions across the City of Hamilton. And this is also a good opportunity for me to also underscore the reality that the City of Hamilton can't do this alone. The city has a role to play by taking aggressive climate action and a critically important role to play as a community leader where climate action is concerned. But we need every Hamiltonian to step up and to help us to the best of their ability. We need local business and industry. We need institutional and other community partners, and we need the community at large to all do what they need to do if we have any hope of succeeding in implementing the strategy and realizing net zero emissions by 2050, or dare I say, if not much sooner. The climate emergency is an existential threat, and it warrants aggressive collective action. All right. So I just want to briefly recap Hamilton's climate action strategy. The strategy was passed by City Council in August of 2022, and it's guided by two core plans. Recharge Hamilton, the Community Energy and Emissions Plan. You've maybe heard reference to the CEEP. This plan is focused on mitigation, or actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions that cause climate change. And the second core component of our strategy is the Climate Change Impact Adaptation Plan. And this plan focuses on actions that help manage or adapt to a changing climate. And I want to acknowledge, obviously, that we are already seeing the impacts of climate. In some respects, sitting in the chambers today and paying attention to what's happening outside of the window, it made me think, we see some pretty severe shifts from 4 degrees this morning to, I think it's going to be 20 degrees Celsius by the time we all head home today. So there are changes happening, flooding, extreme heat, increasing freeze-thaw cycles that are wreaking havoc with our infrastructure. Oops. And I want to add here, too, that climate justice and applying a climate justice lens to all that we do is essential. Embracing climate justice requires acknowledging that climate change can have differing impacts, differing social, economic, public health, and other adverse impacts on vulnerable and marginalized community members. And we need to consider and address this imbalance through the climate mitigation and adaptation actions that we take. I also just wanted to very briefly share the Hamilton context. These are our major sources of greenhouse gas emissions. Industry is a major source, and then we've also got transportation and buildings in there in the top 3. So Hamilton is a little bit unique within the GTHA because our industrial emissions are so substantial, but we can't forget that those other sources of emissions, while when you look at this chart, they may seem insignificant, they aren't. They're on par with emissions that we see in other GTHA municipalities. So we really need to take collective action to address all of these sources. And I just want to share with you, within each of the plans in our SEEP, we have 5 low-carbon transformations that we're focusing on, and they are reflective in the SEEP around where we want to see greenhouse gas emission reductions. So innovating our industry, you heard a little bit in the previous presentation about the importance of decarbonization, transforming our buildings, getting them to net zero, changing how we move around, revolutionizing renewables. We need more renewable energy in this community, and growing green. We know that trees and native plants and all of that wonderful stuff really helps us with climate. And then these are just the 4 theme areas that exist within our climate adaptation plan. We've got a resilient theme focused on the built environment and associated systems. People and health, this is a really important one. People become more vulnerable with climate impacts. The natural environment, agriculture, and water, and how those are impacted by climate change. And then the 4th in the theme areas is energy and economy. So I just want to say, I hope you're all, if you haven't already, familiarizing yourself with our climate action strategy. And I want to say that we're a small, right now, but mighty team within the Office of Climate Change Initiatives, and we're always happy to talk with councillors about the plan if you feel you need, and the strategy if you feel you need more information. All right, now on to the priorities for the Office of Climate Change Initiatives. We have priority focus areas organized under the following 5 themes: climate change governance and innovation, community climate outreach, carbon budgeting, green buildings, and urban greening. And again, I've got that note at the bottom that these are priorities for our office that we're proposing for this year. We know there's lots more to do, and also want to acknowledge that we're not the only ones currently doing work on getting those city-led climate actions underway. Lots happening in other departments and divisions. So I'm going to walk through each of those theme areas, starting with the first one, climate change governance and innovation. Under the first theme, the first 2 items are critically important internal governance pieces really aimed at bringing city staff together to effectively track and report on progress with implementation of the city-led actions that are contained within the climate action strategy, and to monitor associated greenhouse gas emission reductions. We also know that these internal structures are going to serve as very important spaces for staff learning, collaboration, support, innovation, and ideally acceleration of our city-led climate actions. The next on the list is the recruiting and onboarding of new Office of Climate Change Initiative staff. So the 2023 municipal budget has given us the green light and the resources that we need to hire 2 new staff within our office. So we'll have a new project manager and a senior project manager, doubling our team effectively to 4 full-time staff. And this enhanced staff capacity is really going to be essential to enable us to do the work that we need to do. And just so you're aware, these new staff are going to be recruited within the next couple of months, so we're moving quickly to bring them on board. The theme also includes the establishment of and the support for the Community Climate Advisory Committee. And this is a really exciting piece of the effort as it pulls representatives in from the broader community into the Hamilton Climate Action Strategy to play a direct and ongoing role advising, helping to share and celebrate community-led climate actions and initiatives, and ensuring that we collectively succeed with applying that climate justice lens to our efforts in a meaningful way. The committee terms of reference have been carefully crafted, and you all have seen them, you've approved them, to ensure that membership reflects the diversity of our community. And we hope to be able to do a call out for community members to apply to serve on that committee soon. I also want to say it's worth noting at this point, and this is where the innovation piece comes in, is that the establishment of these governance structures is also going to facilitate our ability in the Office of Climate change initiatives to support climate innovation. We're going to be bringing players together, both internally and externally, and we'll have those opportunities to talk about funding, creative pilot projects and initiatives and other efforts that will support strategic implementation of the Hamilton Climate Action Strategy via the city's Climate Change Reserve. We also expect the reserve is going to be utilized to support our OCCI priorities this year and beyond. And I'm also excited that the reserve now has a sustainable source of funding moving forward, and that again was a decision that came out of the 2023 budget. On the community climate outreach side, under this theme area for this year, we are going to work on developing a climate change initiatives communication strategy. And we've already initiated some conversations with Matthew Grant and his team in communications. And one of the pieces that we're including here are good news stories to profile city-led actions already underway or emerging. For instance, I want to share a few with you. Did you know that the City of Hamilton has already deployed 2 electric Zambonis? One is at the Carlisle Arena and the other is at the Beverly Arena. And these ice resurfacers are operating so well that there are plans already underway to order 3 more. City Housing Hamilton, you may all be aware, is embracing Passive House standards for its new facilities and renovations. And this one I love. The 18-story Ken Sobel Tower, for instance, was retrofitted to Passive House standards. And this resulted in decreasing the building's greenhouse gas emissions by 90%. Huge. And I want to also share that if you didn't know this already, it's the first high-rise retrofit in North America to receive international Passive House certification. And that's leadership, and that's what we need more of in Hamilton on this file. I also want to share that the Forestry and Horticulture Division within the city's environmental services continues to up its game where trees and tree maintenance and urban forest expansion are concerned. For instance, did you know that forestry now has an annual free tree giveaway? It's now part of its annual budget, where it's getting 3,000 plus native trees into the hands of Hamiltonians for planting on private property. And this is really important because we know that the urban forest canopy, 60% of it sits on private property. So we know we need to get more native trees onto private property to help us to get to where we need to be on that front. So these are just a few examples of some of what's happening in the city already, but we need to really focus on telling those stories, sharing those stories. Our strategy is also going to help to share the good news stories of other community stakeholders, industry, business, community organizations, even community members at large who are individually doing wonderful things. And I just want to say, tackling the climate crisis is tough. You know, I've worked on the outside for a long time, pushing for change, now sitting on the inside and almost feeling a heavier burden around how important it is to act. It's tough stuff. So we need to celebrate the positive actions, and we need to use those to inspire and to motivate more action from others around us. The communication strategy is also going to include some Climate 101 so that we keep on making sure that people understand why climate and the climate crisis is something we need to be paying attention to. And that'll also include ensuring that Hamiltonians understand the Hamilton Climate Action Strategy, what's in it, and what role they can and have to play along with us to get us to where we need to be. And under this theme, we're also working to finalize the agreement in partnership with the Bay Area Climate Change Council. Many of you will be aware that we have supported them in the past and will continue to do so into the future. And for those who aren't familiar with BAC, the council is all about really effective regional collaboration. So it's a Hamilton-Burlington regional focused effort. And it's also focused on enhancing climate action. So I can tell you Hamilton as a city has already benefited immensely from the focused efforts of the council's implementation team. So these are tables of experts and community stakeholders who come together in a focused way to tackle and talk about climate issues. And there's a table that's existed that's been very much focused, for instance, on building retrofits. I also want to take a chance while I'm up here to plug the fact that BAC is hosting a public forum next week, April 13th. The title of it is Your City Taking Climate Action, and so staff from both municipalities are going to have a chance to share with the broader community what we've got planned in the way of initiatives over 2023 and into 2024. Finally, under community climate outreach, we'll be finalizing our OCCI annual reporting format and methodology. Reporting has been happening on an annual basis, and we're anticipating that we'll be in front of you in October with an annual report. But over time, we expect the content of that report is going to change as we implement more pieces of the plan. Pieces like the carbon accounting framework, which is going to bring more for us to report to you on beyond the greenhouse gas emission reductions piece. So these are the last three themes. One of the ones that we have up here is carbon budgeting. And this is an important piece where this year we are planning to initiate the creation of a carbon budget framework. And if you look at the climate action strategy, it makes reference to a broader carbon accounting framework, and it's multi-pronged. So there's a piece there around green procurement, for instance. But obviously, the carbon budget is an important prong in that framework. And essentially, carbon budgets establish caps on how much a community can emit, leading up to its target years for emission reductions. So the Office of Climate Change Initiatives will work with finance to initiate the creation of that carbon budget framework. We're going to need to do some research to understand better what makes sense for Hamilton moving forward. And our goal will ultimately be to start to implement that framework across at least one, maybe two departments for the 2024 budget, almost as a testing out. But ultimately, the plan is going to be to implement that carbon budget framework across the entire corporation into the future. We've also got the theme of green buildings, and that's important. The first item on that list is the adoption of an energy performance net zero standard for all new municipal buildings as a 2023 priority to get moving on. And this is a standard we're excited about, and our office will be developing that in partnership with the city's Office of Energy Initiatives. And I just want to recognize here as well that Corporate Facilities and Energy Management and the team in the Office of Energy Initiatives already have work underway, well underway, to develop a pathway to net zero for all existing corporate buildings. As we know, we need to get those facilities to net zero by 2050, if not before. And adding that focus on new corporate buildings will help the city to lead the way where net zero buildings in Hamilton are concerned. I think leading by example is going to be an important part of how we make change happen. The other item under green buildings is also a critical one, and that's the implementation of a home energy retrofit opportunity pilot residential program. And that HERO pilot is going to enable us within the OCCI to test the viability of a low-interest loan program for residents as a method for facilitating deep home energy retrofits. And Trevor Imhoff from our office, Trevor's been working on this file for a while. He's been working hard to get this effort to the final approval stages. So we really hope to have Trevor back in front of the GIC in the coming weeks to share more details about next steps with this important effort. And then the last theme we have is urban greening. So we're really going to be working in 2023 into 2024 to facilitate implementation of enhanced urban greening initiatives. So we're going to coordinate with relevant city departments and key community partners on this one in an effort to amplify efforts to green up heavily industrialized areas through deep cave projects and other innovative approaches to greening our urban streetscapes and surrounding sites. And these efforts are going to be undertaken with that goal of equitable distribution, because that's going to be a real challenge. We know that some of our most challenged neighborhoods are lacking the most when it comes to green and urban green. So that'll be an important piece of operationalizing our commitment to climate justice in the climate action strategy. This is my last slide. And so this is just the text of the recommendation that's before you today. So we're looking for members of GIC to receive our proposed priority focus areas. And item B on our list is a request focused on authorization to approve expenditures. And I just want to say we acknowledge that we need to get moving on implementation of actions that we've set out in the climate action strategy, including these 2023 priorities, and hence this request that the GM of Planning and Economic Development be authorized to approve expenditures up to $250,000. And I'll look towards GM Thorne if he wants to elaborate on this item. And then as well, item C is the last that will be back, as I said, in front of you with an annual report to provide updates on progress with our focus areas, including updates on any spending that happens through that climate change reserve. Thank you so much, and happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Before we go to questions, GM Thorne, did you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just with respect to item B, so this was the new funds that were established through the 2023 budget process, but without any delegated authorities in terms of how those are spent. Typically for reserves like this, there would be a limit upon which staff could approve those funds and beyond which it would come to council. So as Linda mentioned, there's a few of those actions that we do anticipate requiring some outside expertise. I'll note in particular carbon budgeting, anticipating probably some community partnerships around some of the urban greening work. So that amount of funds would allow us to do some of those smaller scale initiatives. Some of the larger items, like for example, the home energy retrofit program, would be coming back in front of council as a separate report with the financial impacts and seeking direction separately for that one. Thank you.
Thank you. That's most helpful. We have a number of questioners. Councillor Kretsch, please, you're first.
Hi, Director Lukasik. Thank you so much for your presentation. I know all your work on the outside. I'm very thrilled that you're doing that work here on the inside. I really appreciate you being clear about when we sort of get a recharge of this information or look to what's happening in 2024 and 2025 by an annual report process. Is that primarily the way we're going to be getting sort of information and inputs about what's happening with this climate action strategy and what the focus areas for the Office of Climate Change Initiatives is going to be?
Linda?
Through you, Chair. That's going to be one of the main ways for sure, but I fully expect, as Jim Thorne has pointed out, there are going to be pieces that come forward that will map out details for some of the key elements of our priorities, like the home energy retrofit opportunity, where you'll have another opportunity to hear from us. And I would add too that we'll soon have a community climate advisory committee. I think that's also going to be another important venue where staff will be interacting with those community representatives. That committee is structured so that there will be 2 non-voting members of council sitting on the committee as well. So I think another important space where information will be shared around climate action strategy implementation.
Councillor Kretsch, please.
Thanks. And through the chair, my next question is just about sort of the impact or effect of the work you're going to be doing across the city from your office. And so one of the ways I read some of the things you've talked about here, other things I've read that this department's doing, are you're going to in some way supercharge some things that are already going on. You're going to add a focus to things. You're going to suggest ways that we can meet our climate change goals through programs that are already going on. It's like an accurate description of part of what the work you're doing is going to be kind of supercharging projects that are already going on with the climate focus?
Director Lukasik.
Through you, Chair. Yes, I think that's a fair description for sure. And the example of the community partners, reaching out to community partners who we know how to do some of this work and figuring out how we can partner with them and supercharge their efforts on the ground as an example. But internally as well, I think there are opportunities through some of the governance structures that we're creating to identify where are the opportunities, say in public works, where with a little bit more support they may be able to enhance an effort or try something new. So yeah, I think supercharging is a good descriptor.
Councillor.
Thanks. My last kind of question, and then a very brief comment, is about outreach and innovation. So you talked about 2 of the things you were doing. One was about outreach. And the way I look at that is like, okay, we're going to be engaging with people in the community who know what's going on. We're going to be speaking to people and bringing those resources in. And the innovation piece seems like leveraging. So I know that Councillor Alex Wilson, Councillor Maureen Wilson, a couple of others have talked a lot about this term of council already, specifically talking about, look, like we have groups out there already who are doing amazing work. How can we leverage the work that they're doing? Is that a pretty big focus of what you're going to be doing in terms of connecting with people in the community to try and bring those assets in here as close to us as humanly possible, even though on the outside, maybe touching the glass, and so we can access them. Is that big part of your work?
Yeah, through the chair, yes, for sure. And I think Bay Area Climate Change Council is a good example where they're an entity that can help us with promoting some of the priorities that I've talked to you about here today. So absolutely, looking at those synergies and how can we tap into them, and also how do we keep on sending that message. This has become really important to me sitting where I'm sitting right now, helping people to understand that this is not just a City of Hamilton plan. So getting those external stakeholders to help us with that messaging will be very important.
Councillor.
Thanks, and through the chair, my last question is about equity. So for me, a big part of every time I hear the word climate change, and I think about impacts very broadly. Being the Ward 2 City Councillor, obviously I'm preoccupied with what's happening downtown sometimes. And so knowing that a lot of the historically not very green neighborhoods are in the lower city, places where impacts are felt most directly through urban heat impacts are felt here. How will the work you be bringing forward really focus on identifying those inequities and trying to solve them across the city? I say this because to date, and this has been my experience, when we are thinking about how we distribute resources across the city, the sidewalk budget's a great example. You know, Ward 2 gets 5% of the sidewalk budget. Okay, because of the length of the sidewalks. That's the only measure. So I'm looking to understand how you're going to be measuring the outputs of resources that we allocate across the city to address our climate change impacts.
Director.
Through the chair, that's a really good question. I know that for us, we need to make sure that that climate justice lens is driving decision making, especially, you know, when you look at our strategies, the climate impact adaptation piece is a really important one when it comes to that equity issue and making sure that we're prioritizing our efforts in areas where we know we really need to prioritize. And I'm going to be honest in saying to you that we're probably going to be figuring out as we go. I think on some of these issues we have, you know, within the municipality, in different departments and divisions, we have some of the information that we need, or we know it's emerging. And I'll give one example. You know, if you think about urban greening, we know how important urban tree canopy cover is when we're talking about things like the urban heat island effect. We've got some information about that, and I know that there's more sort of refined information coming that's going to help us to be able to look from neighborhood to neighborhood at what the status of coverage is. And so information like that is certainly going to help to guide our efforts. Some of it is just, you know, lived experience. You know, I think anyone can walk down the street and know, walk down a street on a hot day and you know where the areas are that we need to focus some attention. So I hope that starts to answer your question. I think internally we've got, you know, sitting out, you know, beyond the Office of Climate Change Initiatives, we've got some understanding and information. I think it's just a matter of bringing all the right players together, and maybe add on that front that there is internal organizing happening across departments around the extreme heat piece. We know that's an important one, and we know it's not just us sitting in the Office of Climate Change Initiatives. Healthy and safe communities, public health has an important role to play. Could argue public works and the forestry greening piece is an important component. So how do we effectively bring everyone around the table and get to where we need to go? I think that's what you're going to see unfolding more and more moving forward.
Councillor.
Thank you so much. That does answer my question. Looking forward to all the work you do to supercharge the things we're doing already. I'm bringing the equity focus to the places that need it most. Thank you so much for your work. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, Dr. Lukasik, I think you have a really interesting job in our city, and you have to kind of straddle hope and despair day in and day out. And I don't think that's an easy job, and I think you've done a good job showing that there. And I just want to start briefly by saying, like, there's nothing in this that I see here. Like, yes, the Bay Area Climate Change Council didn't exist in the 1990s, but similar bodies or implementation bodies could. And I want to stress that, like, none of this, there's no reason any of the work in this report couldn't have happened before I was born. And I think that's the despair piece here, is we're starting at least 40 years late. And now that we are starting 40 years late, we have a lot of work to do, and we have to do it very, very quickly. I look at the 12 recommendations here for kind of a year one goal, and I agree, these are really smart year one recommendations, because they're about what is the infrastructure we need to move faster moving forward. Understanding who needs to be at the table, how can we make these decisions, what's the new framework for that. And so getting us ready still seems to be the phase we're in, and we're still getting ready to take climate action. We're getting ready to do more. Yet we also know we have this term of council and next term of council before we're hoping to be at 50% of our emissions. And so what does 2030 look like from where you're sitting? We do these recommendations in year 1. We continue to do more work in year 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're now approaching 2030. What does Hamilton look like? What have we achieved given we started this work now?
Through the chair, I'm glad you share my stress, Councillor, over all of this. It is stressful, and I think there is some recognition, and sadly, we're not alone sitting in Hamilton. I think this has been, you know, richer countries and communities across the globe have this challenge of, you know, we should have done more in the past, and here we are. So I'm an eternal optimist, so you know, the way I look at this is we get cracking and we see where this takes us, and we do what we can to achieve what we've set out here to start to get things rolling, and I hope we start to build momentum, and it facilitates our ability to move faster and to bring, I keep talking about bringing everyone else along with us, and I don't think I can emphasize enough how important that is and how important that's going to be in making sure that all of us are sending that message out there. So I hope by 2030 we are where we need to be, if not, you know, even beyond. I have to be optimistic and hope that we're capable of doing that. I think, you know, we understand why it's so important. So I hope that answers your question. I don't know how else to respond at this point other than to say, let's just roll our sleeves up and get going and build on the momentum and just look forward and get to where we need to go. Councillor? We've got too much to lose if we don't.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's actually a perfect answer to the question, because when we read through IPCC reports, International Panel on Climate Change from the UN body, top scientists, and they're talking about how to achieve these changes, they talk about the enabling conditions we need, not just what we're doing, but the type of ecosystem or the environment we have to create to do this work. And I see a lot of this is building that capacity in-house, so we have an environment where we can do climate action. So that's really exciting. I do have a question, though, is you're operating under a climate action strategy and an adaptation framework that you didn't consult on because you're new to this role. We also have 10 new members of council. While understanding we just need to get moving, and we know these are good first steps, as we think ahead to year 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we start thinking ahead, are the plans we have today the right plans? Do those give us the right scaffolding to move us forward? I think specifically about growing green, knowing that we have a forthcoming biodiversity action plan, urban canopy strategy. Those types of pieces aren't included in our growing green section of our climate action strategy right now, and in that detail or in the detail they could. Where do you think some of those points of reflection will be along this kind of 6-7 year journey that we have ahead of us? And when do you think we should be doing some of that review, knowing that year 1, we maybe have enough of a plan, but when does that come in?
Yeah.
Thank you, Director.
Through the chair. That one is also a tough question to answer because I think, as you well know, you know, within a global context, the marker is moving around. And that's something that I think, you know, we need to, moving forward, again, I'm going to say we've got a plan, we need to get moving, but moving forward, I think we need to be committed to an iterative process where we're carefully thinking about new information as it emerges and adapting accordingly. And that may mean, you know, circling back and adding to, modifying, you know, doing what we need to do so that in that trajectory forward, as a community, we're achieving what we need to achieve in terms of climate action. Yeah.
Councillor?
So I hope that answers your question.
Again, yes, thank you. Through the chair, I think that does really answer the question. And then so my final question is just, and so under the climate governance perspective, we have a 3-tiered frame, or not tiers per se, but we have a 3-pronged framework. We have a implementation committee or a senior committee, we have an extended committee, and then we have a citizen committee in-house that we're going to be doing to advise some of this work. Where do you see those prompts for that iterative process coming in the most? Or if folks are listening now and they say, hey, I want to make some tweaks, this is great for year 1, but I want to have year 2 look a little different, or here are things that happen in year 3, and I don't think our current plan sets us up for success there. Where does that work begin, do you see, under this kind of model that you're proposing?
Yeah, through the chair, that's a good question as well. I know with our Community Climate Advisory Committee, there is an opportunity for that group to keep circling back and revisiting its terms of reference. So I think that gives the community stakeholders sitting around the table an opportunity to push for change that they think needs to happen. I think that's an interesting question around, those internal committees. And we're just in the process of pulling together terms of reference to guide those committees. But I think you're raising an important point, just in terms of creating that space, within the bureaucracy to have those conversations. And I can imagine we'll be hearing from all of you around the council table around what you think needs to happen in the way of any shifting of direction or changing or moving more quickly. So hopefully the combination of all three of those inputs is going to keep us going where we need to go.
Councillor?
Thanks so much. Really supportive of these 12 kind of first steps and excited for 13, 14 and on.
Thank you.
The next speaker would be Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Director Lukaszuk, I have a couple of questions. As it relates to focus area number 6, the development of a climate change initiatives comms strategy, we get a lot of comms stuff come to us, but then it kind of goes in one ear and out another. I wonder if there's going to be a future sort of thought where we might have an education hub where all of these comms strategies and communiques kind of live, because then that way it gives our community, and especially for myself, an opportunity to reach back in and actually see what other communiques have. Is that something that we can consider?
Yeah.
Director, please.
Through the chair, absolutely. Because as I was sharing, we're even thinking to the level of Climate 101 to make sure that people out in the community understand why the climate emergency and climate change is so important. So I think we could, maybe get a little bit creative in terms of how we're packaging up that information and putting it out there. And I really love that idea of the public-facing information sharing, so that maybe we can talk in the future about adding something to the Climate Action Strategy website that, click here if you want some basic information on climate. Click here to learn more about the Hamilton Climate Action Strategy. And it might be multimedia, might be some written pieces, might be, videos, I don't know. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, Councillor. I think that's something that it's worth us taking back and thinking about more.
Thank you. And as a follow-up to that question, through you, Deputy Mayor, I think about growing up, it was think globally, act locally. So are we, through this comms strategy, how are we enabling the staff in the community to do things for themselves? Maybe that's how they can add to how they're going to contribute to this climate strategy.
Director Lukaszuk.
Through the chair. Yeah, great point. So one of the things that we think is also important is sharing information about what people can do, what individuals in the community can do. But I would add that I think the hope is also that, moving forward, we have partners in the community who help us with that piece as well. There are lots of great community organizations out there already very good at doing programming that mobilizes and engages community and helps people to know what they can do. I think a combination of us communicating simple suggestions that anybody could take on with, what's already, or maybe amplifying what's happening through other organizations would be a good way to go. Because you're right, I think that's a regular and common question. People are worried about the climate crisis, and some people just don't know what to do about it, where to start.
Councillor.
Thank you. And I think along the same line of thinking is, I'm curious about how this group, and under your direction, is going to help enable staff to think about what they can do inside of this corporation. And I'm also mindful that we are doing much better when it comes to talking to each of the departments, and departments are talking better to each other. But there is still a culture of, this is my group, I don't talk to another group. How are you going to sort of break down some of these silos and integrate this line of thinking into the corporate culture of City Hall here?
Director.
Through the chair, I'm hopeful that those internal committees are going to go a long way to helping with that. I'm just in my experiences now in my 4th month with the city. I'm going to be honest in saying to you, I'm blown away by how eager city staff are around climate, and they're ready to take action. So I'm already seeing lots of creative conversations happening across departments and divisions, and I think those internal governance structures are only going to help even further with the silo busting, if you want to call it that, but creating those spaces where people can come together regularly and talk about ideas and figure out where there's overlap and where there are synergies, and how we can learn from each other, how we can work together to move forward. So I'm hoping we'll see. I'm seeing it already. I'm hoping we'll see even more of that once we've got those ways to regularly come together and focus on the climate action strategy and its implementation.
Okay. Councillor.
Thank you. Last question through you, Deputy Mayor. I'm mindful that there are some amazing entrepreneurial individuals in the community and startup companies that are focusing on climate change and focusing on delivering solutions. One of their opportunities is to look at it from the corporation and how do we procure or how do we work with external organizations that are not necessarily like the Environment Hamiltons or Bay Area Climate Change, but private sector, sort of small startup companies. Is that something that's on your radar, and is that something that your office may consider in the future?
Director, please.
Through the chair. So green procurement is definitely one of the prongs in that carbon accounting framework, so you'll be hearing more about that into the future. But I would add too another piece that's in the Hamilton Climate Action Strategy that I think is a really important one is the Hamilton Regional Decarbonization Hub. So creating that space to bring together stakeholders, including industry, business, research institutions, the city, to have those really productive conversations about how do we do more of this? How do we move forward in a way where we're truly embracing an economy that is really effectively moving towards net zero? And that might be a space where the entrepreneurs you're describing would be able to be plugged into efforts moving forward. But to me, that's a really critical piece, because it feels like right now, there are little seeds of ideas, and some bigger. I mean, I know reference was made to ArcelorMittal Dofasco and that transition towards, ultimately towards green steel production happening over here. But imagine if we had a table of stakeholders regularly convening and talking about these issues. I think there's huge power in that. And Hamilton as a community has this wonderful history of very effectively using those stakeholder structures to have an impact. The remedial action plan for the harbor, Bay Area Climate Change Council is another example. So I think something like that could really help businesses of all sizes on this shift, and with the injection of new and innovative ideas too.
Councillor.
Deputy Mayor, I'm particularly enthused with how this climate change office is coming forward, especially when we start to hear a lot of the same strategies that we've been hearing actually earlier today. Decarbonization Hub, we were talking about green initiatives in the foreign direct investment strategy. So it's starting to sound like we are breaking down some of those barriers by referencing some of the different strategies that we're currently putting into place. But thank you so much, Director, and thank you, Deputy Mayor. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker is officially the last Deputy Mayor, Councillor Tom Jackson. I had to correct the record.
Deputy Mayor Clark, everything's fine. When one is chosen,
Are we still friends?
Absolutely. When one other is chosen, I never get interfere with that decision.
Okay, that's taken 1 minute of your time. Go ahead, Councillor.
Dr. Lukaszuk, congratulations on your new hire and your new position. Obviously, your credentials speak for itself, and looking forward to working with you and learning more from you and your office, and possibly having a community meeting up on the East Mountain with some presentation from yourself. 2 questions for you, and then one for the General Manager. On page 7, you're wanting to establish a community climate advisory committee. I hear the word stakeholders. I often worry that citizens at large may not be represented, that bring a different perspective, that stakeholders have either vested interests or have been at the advocacy game for a long period of time. Will citizens at large at least be taken under advisement as possibilities? Through you, Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you. Director?
Through the chair, absolutely, Councillor. The terms of reference have been structured with that acknowledgement that we need those community at large voices, and consideration has even been given to the importance of youth at the table as well. So yes, I hear what you're saying. And there will be stakeholders there too. You know, we'll have representatives of business and industry, and I think that will make for a very interesting mix and a productive mix, we hope, bringing all of those players together, because I think sometimes, you know, bringing all of those different perspectives into the same room is what really gets us moving in the direction that we need to go in. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you for that reassurance, Director. On slide 9, initiative creation of a carbon budget framework. So I'm not going to get ahead of any possible contentious debate at this time, but if that is somewhat leading to an eventual carbon local tax, fee, whatever way you want to describe it, I would just sincerely, Deputy Mayor Clark, hope that we have an opportunity as a governing body to have a robust discussion over that. Any thoughts on that? Or if I've totally misinterpreted that, Director, please correct me. Through you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Director Lukasik.
Through the chair. Councillor, this isn't anything that will resemble a carbon tax. We've got that in place already. So no, it won't be at the municipal level. More details to come. You know, we've got to do more research and figure out what it needs to look like for Hamilton. But I think the simplest way to describe carbon budget is you imagine a household budget. You know, you've got a limit. And you can't go beyond that limit. You want to stay within your budget. So it's a similar sort of exercise where you establish what's our community's carbon budget, looking forward to our ultimate goal of net zero by 2050, and it then guides to a certain degree municipal decision making. So you're going to hold your decisions up against, well, here's our budget. You know, we don't want to overspend on the carbon side. So it's designed as a framework to really influence, and it's a more disciplined way of ensuring that we're making the right decisions moving forward. So I hope that helps. But as I say, I'm no expert on carbon budgets. Lots more information to come. But it definitely, won't take the form of a tax that would impact on community members.
You've already lowered my stress level with that answer, Director. Thank you very much, at least at this moment in time. I really appreciate that. And General Manager Thorne, on slide 10, again, the B part, I'm more than obviously pleased and willing to give you the authorization to spend up to $250,000. But instead of just the annual reporting, which the new director is committed to, which I'm thrilled about, maybe could there be information updates along the way when that kind of expenditure has occurred, so that we just don't have to wait 12 months to hear about maybe a multitude of expenditures that occurred. Through you, Deputy Mayor, my last question.
Thank you, GM Thorne.
Yes, through the chair, no concerns with that. And in fact, those funds would be tied to advancing some of the climate change initiatives. So all in one, we can report on the status of those initiatives and any funding impacts as they go. So I'm happy to do that.
Councillor, any follow-up?
Thank you, GM. And Deputy Mayor, I know there's much greater champions of the environment around this table than I have been, but it's a learning process for myself and encouraging what I've been presented with today. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Councillor Mark Tadeson, please.
Thanks for your presentation, Director. My question kind of goes around something that Councillor Kretsch brought up. It's not so much equity-based, it's just kind of like trying to help me connect the dots in your mandate. So I'm looking here and I'm seeing 5 focus areas. I won't read them off. On slide 5, I saw resilient theme, people and health. Is that where climate emergency preparedness comes in? Because a big part of Trevor's work before this was climate emergency preparedness, and from what I see, it's kind of not really a focus in this presentation here, and I think it should be, and I might be wrong, so correct me if I'm wrong, I think climate emergency preparedness with flooding and the heat that Councillor Kretsch meant, like, what are we doing in this report that's going to address that?
Director.
Through the chair, so this might be a good time to just reemphasize too that we've got other divisions and departments actively working. So I think, so I hear what you're saying, and we have folks in Healthy and Safe Communities, public health paying a lot of attention on that front and convening others. So, you know, we're convening, you know, our office and other departments and divisions to have more fulsome conversations moving forward about what some of those pieces need to look like. I should also add, you know, we've got the climate change reserve, so there may be opportunities through that reserve, even over the course of this year, to start to talk about are there community partners who could help to play a role on that front. And I see Trevor up there. I'm going to look towards Trevor. Trevor, I don't know if you want to speak to this issue, because, you know, Trevor's come from that transition of sitting within Healthy and Safe Communities to sitting where he is now. And so you may want to add to that, Trevor.
Trevor, please.
Through the chair, thank you, Director Lukasik, to Councillor Tattison. Linda is exactly right. In theme 2 that you saw, Councillor Tattison, on people and health, that is the theme in our climate adaptation action, which was approved by council, which specific implementation plans around, for example, setting up a vulnerable persons response program, setting up a buddy system, looking at extreme heat interventions. And those are actions that are geared towards, for example, healthy, safe communities, public health, for example. I know there's probably folks in Hamilton Water sitting on the call online, looking at flood awareness, flood vulnerability mapping across the city through their stormwater and wastewater. I'm going to get the word wrong again. Sorry, stormwater integration study. That's not what it's called. But lots of, as Linda pointed out at the beginning of the presentation, lots of existing actions across the department. And our focus as an office is to break down those silos and bring that all holistically back to council on an annual basis.
And Trevor, if you could provide us your full name and your title, please.
Through the chair, thank you and my apologies. Trevor Imhoff, Senior Project Manager in the Office of Climate Change Initiatives.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Councillor, back to you.
Thank you for that answer. Consider the dots connected.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, Councillor Nan.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Director, for the overview and the presentation. Just a few questions. Glad to hear about the Climate 101 component, but I was wondering also about how education and awareness building around climate justice is also going to be integrated into the work that's being done.
Director.
Through the chair, good question, Councillor, and an important one. We'll need to figure that piece out. Part of what I've been reflecting on a lot is maybe the need for us to delve more deeply into that component of the climate action strategy. So, you know, I have seen in other jurisdictions where there are sort of additional written pieces where community has been brought together to have those conversations. So I can tell you that one thing that we have been already working on through the Office of Climate Change Initiatives is tapping into resources like City Lab, just to enlist students to help us with, let's look at how other municipalities in Ontario and beyond have taken this piece and really effectively integrated it into all that they do. And I'm going to be honest with you in saying that it feels like we need to do some more delving into and figuring that piece out so that moving forward, we are in a meaningful way paying attention to this piece. And I'm also hopeful, you know, that in combination with pulling together, you know, effectively recruiting in the right people to sit around the Community Climate Advisory Committee table, that those two pieces will help us to ensure that we're paying attention to that piece and we're embracing and applying it in a meaningful way.
Thank you for that. Through you, Deputy Mayor, it also, for me, speaks to our integration of our you know, when we speak about our land acknowledgement at the beginning of every meeting and how we're integrating what we're saying at the beginning of every council meeting into the very fabric and framework of our climate action plan. And when I think about that in terms of acknowledging not only in clear terms the inequity that exists in the experience of climate impact for residents across our city and in the area and the land that we share, I think it becomes so clear, like it's like foundational. And so how we're talking about this really does need to include that foundational aspect, I think, moving forward, because partly this work is catching up on 40 years of best practices, but also because we are in a term as a city moving towards integrating and connecting those dots that have historically remained siloed. And the ability then for us to advance our progress on historical issues, I think could get really catapulted if we do this with integrity in that way. And I really look forward to your ongoing leadership and engagement on that issue. On that piece, through you, Deputy Mayor, how does environmental and climate justice awareness and training factor into the governance area that you outlined earlier?
Director.
Through the chair, that's a really good question. I think as we do a better job of figuring out what an effective framework looks like, I think we're going to need to ensure that we have conversations in that external Community Climate Advisory Committee with that group informing what the framework needs to look like, and ensuring that internally we're sharing that information and committing to being guided by what that framework looks like. And I just want to add too, I think another interesting piece, just hearing your response to your comments prior to this last question, I think it's also reflecting on forms of knowledge, right? I think that's something that's important to reflect on as well. As we're figuring these pieces out moving forward, how do we almost reframe the way we look at forms of knowledge, what's legitimate, what gets factored into the decision making, even in terms of some of the priority pieces we talked about today. How is the decision making being guided, and how could we do a better job, through the Community Climate Advisory Committee and their networks into the community to inform decisions using that kind of information? I think would be an interesting piece to be reflecting on as well.
Thank you. And so I think in response to Councillor Jackson's question about the Community Climate Advisory Committee, so did I hear correctly that if residents aren't at the table in the same weight, right? How are we, or what considerations would it be up to that committee to decide how it's going to hold the voices and experiences of residents in its decision making? Or is it something that can be, anyway, I don't know what I'm trying to say now. I'm clearly digesting my lunch, not thinking clearly. Go.
Through the chair, that's a good question. I don't know if I know the answer fully. I know we're going to work hard, and again, I'm going to look to Trevor, give Trevor an opportunity to elaborate a little bit more on the terms of reference and how that committee has been structured, and our hopes for how, with the right group of people around the table, how it's going to function. So Trevor, you may want to add some more.
Trevor, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Nan, it's such a great and an important question, and this is what we're proud of in the terms of reference to that. Not only does the Community Climate Change Terms of Reference have an EDI objective of a minimum 50% gender diversity split, but as well as to achieve a 30% representation from equity deserving groups across the community. One of the scopes or the key mandates of the Community Climate Change Advisory Committee is around working together to better understand the diverse perspectives across Hamilton's community, to better provide advice and recommendations to council and to city staff to ensure no one is left behind. And so that's an embedded objective into the Community Climate Change Advisory Committee. And I'll say one last thing on that too, and how important this community group is to ensure all the voices are heard, is that even if, so for example, we have 3 seats for citizens, we have 2 seats for youth, we have 2 seats for Indigenous representation on this reserve for those demographic of populations. If someone in whatever demographic or population doesn't get picked or to be part of this committee. Because it is a formal advisory committee, it's open to public and public commenting, as well as the future Climate Change Advisory Committee. If they feel that, or council feels, or other people want to recommend that they feel don't have the proper representation, there is the ability of this advisory committee to set up individual working groups, which would then feed into this overall Community Climate Change Advisory Committee. Thank you.
Councillor.
Thank you. And so looking forward to the work unfolding, looking forward to seeing and hearing from our representatives around the table, and also hearing that there is opportunity for course correction along the way should anything not be functioning in the optimal way or achieving the objective of the terms of reference. There may be some structural change that might get recommended. That's for down the road. I appreciate that. I heard that really clearly. Thank you. And then the next question, if I could, through you, and Director Lukasik, you and I have talked about this now for a number of years, but in this context and in this role and on slide number 3, that's the one that I can't help but continue to come back to. Recognizing our climate action plan is primarily focusing on the city's wheelhouse and what we can act on. The fact that slide number 3 speaks to Hamilton's GHG emissions as being from the industry 7.3, right? And then transportation 1.5, buildings 1.4. Industry emissions are approximately 5 times higher than the next group there. So how do we tackle the behemoth from a municipal framework? And is the hope that through the governance structures and having industry at the table that we are encouraging that industry change, or is there also an integration of our overarching climate goals and mission being integrated into our economic development strategies, and how we are actually having conversation not only with existing industry, but also in terms of how we're attracting future?
Director?
Through the chair, I'm hopeful it'll be both, because I think I just think about my outside of the city voice talking about industry, the climate elephant in the room, right? Yeah. I mean, this massive contribution, but sitting, within the municipality where the municipality doesn't necessarily have the direct sort of mandate to say, thou shalt not continue to emit greenhouse gases. So I think for us, and when I look at the existing Hamilton Climate Action Strategy, there are some good pieces in there, and I've mentioned already the Hamilton Regional Decarbonization Hub, and that idea of moving forward and thinking about those very much economic development related pieces. Making sure we've got the skilled workforce to help with that transition towards a greener economy, the decarbonization side. How can we, as the city, where we have the opportunity to do so, push and promote and get those kinds of pieces in place so that we move away from this current scenario where industry is such a huge contributor. I will say too, just think about the green steel piece. And, a decade ago, I would have never imagined that we would be in the here and now talking about that shift happening now. So I'm hopeful, because I think and I hope that will start to lead to other shifts locally. And again, I think even in that case, it underscores in my mind that critical need for that space for different stakeholders to come around and have very focused conversations about what needs to happen to facilitate those shifts right to the endpoints that we know we want to see. Green steel production needs green hydrogen. We need to do a whole lot more collective work in the community to facilitate that happening on the ground, as one example, but there are many others too. So I hope that answers.
It does, yeah. And I appreciate it. It's a little bit, we as a committee and council have, realized that the only change we're going to be able to make is by advocating to the ministry or saying that we're not in favor of air standard emissions being exempted for certain industry and sending I would say, a signal, but it gets frustrating because as a municipality at the end of the day, there's only the levers that we have the ability to pull versus, the standard by which industry really needs to be holding itself accountable towards future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker is Councillor Craig Kassar.
It's so good to see you here, Linda. Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor, there's been lots of conversation today and questions around communication and engagement in the community. And folks may or may not be aware of Catherine Hayhoe, who is a Canadian climate scientist out of Texas Tech, I believe. Basically, she's a climate champion, and she is, I would say, a role model for communicating on the topic of climate and engaging people and helping them understand, and particularly individuals who or groups that don't think climate's a priority. There's one example in her book around Texas ranchers in Texas, I think, who are not the kind of people who would care about climate, and talks about things specifically and that are local to them and how the chain of events through climate change can happen. So I think that's important for those of us around the Horseshoe here and in the community to look to role models like that. And I see you nodding your head. So my question was going to be, are you aware of her? Yes. So I think we don't have to reinvent everything. The knowledge is there. I think the methods are there. And I think accessing what's already out there is going to really help us in that, because this communication piece is so important. So question asked and answered, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Much appreciated. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. And on behalf of Ward 1, we're all just, again, so delighted to have you in this position and very fortunate. You mentioned carbon budgeting, and you acknowledged that you're not an expert, but I would surmise that you're far more advanced in your learnings on this than probably you'd like to portray. I'm wondering if you could speak to the distinction between that exercise, which I support, and sort of the adaptation mitigation measures that are more broad in scope. So it's raining considerably, which means runoff, which means contaminants, which means flooding. And I'm wondering if you could speak to a climate budget and maybe carbon budgeting within that context. Is there a distinction in your mind, or are they complementary? Thank you, through the chair.
Yeah. Director, please.
Through the chair. That's a good question, and I don't know if I can fully and effectively answer it, other than to say, I would hope once we get to the point where we're routinely using a carbon budget, it's going to influence decision making and what the city opts to do. And I think probably in most contexts, fair to say that decisions that are going to lead to increase in greenhouse gas emissions are decisions that are going to amplify or exacerbate some of those other problems that you described. So I think I would hope that paying attention on the budgeting side is going to reinforce, and maybe sometimes the links will be very direct, maybe sometimes less so. I don't know how else to respond beyond that. Yeah, I think once we get rolling with the carbon budget, it may become clearer how those two are connected. Mm-hmm. But you're right, some of it is more, when you think about some of the examples that you've thrown out there, the adaptation piece maybe is a little bit tougher to directly link to the carbon budgeting process, even though we've got to adapt as a result of
resiliency.
Yeah.
Councillor.
Thank you. I have some questions for the city manager when it comes to the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Esther Pauls, please.
Thank you. And thank you, Linda, for helping us try to understand and navigate all this. But I heard you say about carbon budget. And as soon as you said that, I thought about my household budget because you did say it's just like a household budget. And when I carefully look at my budget, I cut things that maybe I can do without, or I sacrifice other things so that my budget is in line in what I can pay. My question is, what does the budget, carbon budget, looks like to you? Does it look like we need to raise taxes? And you know, we just finished our 2023 tax, and I had a lot of people upset that they cannot afford to live in their homes. They're not afford putting food on their table because of this budget. I just want to ask you if you could unfold what kind of sacrifice do we need to do in order to look at this carbon budget? I don't really understand because honestly, even today, people were upset that I voted for the budget. But as you know, the budget had quite a bit on climate change initiatives, like your office and the other office that we're trying to do. So just please unpack that for me.
Thank you. Director, please.
Through the chair, thanks for the question, Councillor Pauls. So maybe that household budget analogy doesn't work so well when it comes to maybe the austerity side of things, because what I would say to you is that I think the more success that we have reducing those greenhouse gas emissions, so shrinking the budget, the more benefits we'll actually see in the community. And I think it's also fair to say the more quickly we're able to do that, I would say from an economic point of view, from a taxpayer impact, the better shape we'll be in. Because I think if we understand anything, it's that climate impacts are costly. And when communities figure out ways to move quickly to start to head in the right direction to mitigate those impacts, the better off we are from a financial point of view. While at the same time, I think fair to say across the board that we realize enhanced quality of life in our communities from doing all the things that we need to do to tackle the climate crisis. So thanks for asking the question that way, because I think it's got me feeling like maybe we need a slightly different analogy to explain that to people.
Exactly, because I think, thank you, through the chair, because I did hear you say it's like looking at your household budget, and that's what triggered this. And so I appreciate your answer. You did say that in the long run, it's best. And in your opinion, I mean, you know way more than I do on climate. How many years would it take for us to see a difference when we put all this on the table, when we do all these things? How many years down the road?
Director?
Through the chair. That's an interesting question. I guess it depends on the initiative that we're talking about. So urban greening, I mean, we can get cracking now and we'll start to see impacts unfolding, this year even. We could do things that'll establish more green in locations in the city that need that green. And obviously over time, green continues to grow, so we'll see those benefits build over time with that kind of an approach. I think sometimes, and I wonder whether this is partly where your question is coming from. It all seems kind of abstract when we talk about having to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. What does that mean? If we get to our targets, how is that going to change the way things look around us? If you're just thinking about those numbers, I think that makes it a little bit more difficult. So you sort of have to think about it in terms of, and maybe a good way to wrap your head around it is take a look at their charts in both of our plans that are part of the climate action strategy that spell out, here are all the things that we need to do, here are all the actions that we need to take. And I always find that really useful. And they're actually categorized based effectively on short, medium, and long term. So you can see what's being recommended in the plan really to help us to get moving. And the actions, I think, are really what help to visualize how our community is going to start to look different over time, and how those sort of positive benefits of climate action are going to start to emerge. So I hope that helps a little bit to respond to your question.
Thank you. Thank you. And I just have one, it's really interesting. somebody said to me, we're really not an island to ourselves. What we do, the whole world needs to do this. It's not just Hamilton, and we're putting a lot of burden on Hamilton. Hamilton does this, we'll change the world. You know, I've been to Haiti many times, and I'll tell you, if you were to go there, your hair would stand up. All the, not only garbage and all that, but how they cook, how they cut trees, all that. And so someone asked me, what would the change mean if Hamilton does it and the rest, our neighbors, doesn't do it? What change? And then I heard somebody, we need to do it between now and 2030. That's 6 years down the road. And so I don't know how to answer those questions to these constituents or residents or people that I know that ask those questions.
Director, can you assist?
Sure, through the chair. Councillor, I think the best way to put this is that the climate crisis is an existential threat to our existence, right, as humans living on this planet. And I'm putting that in a really dire way just to make that point that I think what's happening across the globe is that communities are figuring out what their obligations are to take the appropriate action. So I know for sure that Hamilton is not alone. If you look in Ontario, other municipalities are moving like we are to do what needs to be done. And I think there's also a global acknowledgement that wealthier nations, and that would translate down into wealthier cities, have an obligation to act. And on a global scale, I think it's very fair to say that Hamilton is a wealthy community, comparatively speaking. You've used Haiti as an example where we need to act because our contribution to the problem has been that much greater. And then we also need to think about, on that nation-to-nation level, what kinds of supports need to be in place to help sort of like taking our climate justice principles that we really want to figure out how to apply effectively on the local level and applying them on a global level, so no one is left behind as we move forward trying to figure out or understand what. I think we know what we need to do. Now it's a matter of let's get cracking and we need to take that action. So I hope that answers your question on that front.
Well, yes, it does. And through the chair again, I've been, people have been saying, the people that think, climate change it's so urgent are taking jets to talk about climate change. So there's some criticism in that, and it's so much harder. It's so much harder to explain to people the urgency because they see sometimes, the higher ups not really heeding to their own advice, and that hurts everyone. It hurts us. It hurts the marginalized because we're trying our best. We're doing our sacrifices, and the ones that are proclaiming are not. So these are the questions people ask me. These are the questions people want to know. And they want to know if this is going to increase our taxes to 8, 9, 10%, maybe we should look at it again. So thank you for your time. And I'm looking forward to sitting down with you and talking about these things that really matter to people. Thanks.
Yeah, through the chair, maybe quickly, Councillor Pauls, we would be happy to sit down and talk with you, and maybe there's information that we could share with you that you can share with constituents just to help you to communicate to them why this is so important and the benefits that it's going to bring to the community longer term.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to it.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Pauls is our last questioner. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the presentation. Thank you very much, Director, for your work today. Councillor Cassar is moving it. Councillor Matt Francis is seconding it. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, let's call the vote on this item, please. The vote is up. On the presentation only. And if you can put Councillor Wilson, Maureen Wilson, on the list for speakers on the report. And we have to rejig the screen because there we go. Thank you very much. So that vote carried 14-0. Now we're on the main report. Councillor Maureen Wilson, you're up to ask a question of staff that you indicated earlier.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the City Manager, there was reference earlier in some of the questions and comments about the need for the organization, as on any initiative, to work collaboratively across silos, to work with purpose and intent. Pivoting also to Councillor Kazar's insightful comment about how to speak to people's self-interest. You would not think ranchers in Texas would be advocates of climate change, but identifying that the next generation of ranchers will probably be for naught in given the impacts of climate on that lifestyle and that industry. So my question to you is to facilitate this corporate effort and to assist myself in understanding everything from, the annual algae blooms and how those are directly a consequence of warming temperatures, that there are implications for inaction and action. Has there been any thought been given to the change in how reports are written for this body, such that there's a clear account of whether or not it facilitates, accounts for the climate impact, facilitates for us meeting our climate objectives, just some accountability to speak to those different self-interests and that cause and effect. Please and thank you. And the cost of not acting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Manager Smith, please.
Through the chair. It's an interesting question, and we've started having conversations at the senior leadership team about our council report template. Because we feel it needs to evolve. So the current one, just lists, this is consistent with our strat plan, just lists a bunch, didn't really say anything. So a few things. When we have your new term of council priorities, then I'd like to look at how the council report template really facilitates seeing how whatever the report's coming forward really drives the outcomes that we're looking in that one. We've started to have a discussion around climate change about, is it that triple bottom line that there's a piece in the report that talks about climate change, social, environment, I never get the three off the top of my head correct, that's something we put in. As we advance our public engagement framework, we do not consistently, for example, report back on how we've done public engagement and how we've incorporated what we've heard. So I think our council report template needs to evolve to capture your specific question, because I don't want to prejudge what your priorities are, but around climate change. But I think there's some other pieces as well, so that you have better, consistent information in each of the reports to make informed decisions. I know I broadened it into broader, but those are some of the thinkings we're having right now at this stage.
Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm sure as Chair, you may interpret my next question as a bit cheeky. It's not supposed to be. It is intentional. Through the Chair to the City Manager, during your tenure here, has there been a report that's come across your desk in which the sentence reads that Subject A represents a threat to humanity? A lack of a parking space, a failing playground equipment. Has there been a report which you have signed off on as the City Manager that states explicitly that inaction or this predicament, this reality facing this city, this planet, presents a threat to humanity.
City Manager.
It's been a long 4 years. I would say that in earlier climate change reports, when Trevor Imhoff was our one single lone person, he certainly had flagged that in his. And certainly this one, nothing else is coming off the top of my head.
Councillor?
So respectfully, through the chair, I appreciate that you're in service to this body and that this body has to yet deliberate on its priorities. But I would provide the greatest encouragement, and whether that is in the form of a direction or not, that the reporting to this body has to change, and that there is no other matter during your tenure which has framed it. The climate emergency is arguably the greatest existential threat facing humanity, and we must account for our actions, whether we are exacerbating, contributing, mitigating, or providing for greater resiliency in this community. So I will leave that with you. If a member of this body would wish to move as such, I'd be happy to stand by, but I don't want to dip into operational matters. But I do think it is that fundamental that we be held accountable for our actions and whether we are addressing this or not. Thank you.
So I'm taking that what you're asking is that the report would have some type of indication as to whether or not we are compliant with the strategy that we've approved as our priorities, including climate change, things along that line. Is that what the intent is?
Thank you, Chair, for asking me that. My intent would in the report would be just a little background. When I first moved to Hamilton, I was responsible for training the entire regional corporation on sustainable development and Vision 2020. And in those reports, we had to account whether the action assisted in its impact on the three-legged stool. And it soon became apparent, not dishing dirt, but any report could be massaged to say it offered us a balance, when we knew that was not the case. I'm asking the city manager, and I can do so in a direction for a report to this body and this community, because it will take this community to provide for a clear account on whether it, how the recommendation in a report addresses climate change. That's what I'm asking.
Thank you. Councillor Nan? Your microphone, Councillor.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor. It's I think on the same topic. I wasn't going to say anything else on the report until City Manager provided the response to Councillor Wilson's question. And I think that one of the things that I would offer in this discussion on the table right now is that it's beyond council terms of priority. I think that it is now integrated into the city, period. It is embedded within the city's framework of work moving forward. And same with, I would say, the same is to be said about equity, diversity, and inclusion. And from my perspective, it would be really important to just enable that embedding process to take place so that we are very clear as a group of governors how the work that our good staff are doing is advancing us in progress towards those two frames. In earlier terms of council, Deputy Mayor, we talked about how to embed a climate lens and equity lens into every function of the city, including the budget. And it's still something that we're figuring out how to tease out when reports come back to council and we're deliberating over them. That aspect of clarity, I think, is also about public accountability in terms of how much we are progressing and advancing, given the work that our staff are doing on a day-to-day basis. And I think that I would be, if direction is needed, be happy to provide it. Although I recognize that SLT is engaged in those discussions right now. I guess to you, Deputy Mayor, what would be most helpful right now?
Well, I don't think we should try to draft that motion on the fly here.
Got it.
So perhaps the city manager and yourselves can have a chat and see if you can come up with something that this body could consider. But I think it's a valuable exercise, so let's see what we can come up with. Any further speakers on this item? Seeing none, Councillor Alex Wilson.
Just a hopefully very quick question. This report talks about all the things that we're doing that are new, that are happening through the Office of Climate Change Initiatives, but it also makes reference to all the things ongoing in existing work plans. Where can we see those 2023 work plans and how climate objectives are highlighted? I think this is foundational to the conversation we were just having. Even if we just get a sense of what's on the work plan in various departments, that'd be helpful through you, Chair, to maybe the city manager.
City manager, General Manager Thorne, you almost got a promotion.
Yeah, so through the chair, at the moment, you'd be referring back to the climate change strategy itself. Each of the different operating divisions do have their different work plans that come forward through budget time. I will say there's not a great one-stop shop at the moment, and that was one of the pieces why Linda had that as one of the priorities in terms of what is that format going to look like for annual reporting. The first annual report after the adoption of the climate change strategy will be this year. We're looking at October. I'm not going to promise we're going to get it perfect right out of the gates, but that's what we're hoping will start to be that one-stop shop in terms of what we are working on, what the priorities are. It may take one or two iterations of that over time to get it perfectly correct. But I think one of the things we identified is there's not a perfect one-stop shop where you can say, here's every climate change that's being worked on. And it's quite a challenge because it is such a massive undertaking that there's work happening all over the corporation. And that's by design and that's by intention that, as much as you've heard from the Office of Climate Change Initiatives today, the climate change strategy is an all of city strategy. And so there's action happening everywhere. So that is one of the reasons we put that up there as a priority, is how do we kind of figure out this council and community reporting so it can kind of be holistic. We just aren't there yet.
Councillor.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, as the behind the scenes work is happening for the forthcoming annual report, would it be possible to get a departmental summary of the 2023 work plan? Because the climate action strategy sets goals to 2050. So knowing what departments are taking on in year one or in year two would be very helpful, not necessarily asking for an advanced timeline of the work that's already going, but much like an OBL tracker or an OBL update email, could we get those departmental summaries when that work is already happening as part of the OCCI's work plan? So not duplicating work, but just including council in it.
And GM Thorne.
So through the chair, my preference, because I'd rather not do the work twice, and that is exactly what we're trying to line up for October, and I'd like to kind of stick to that deadline as well. We'll try to have something that's a bit more of a comprehensive package in front of you, rather than trying to get all the divisions and departments to do an interim and then ask them again a few weeks later to do something for our annual report. I would say in developing what that reporting framework is going to look like, we are hopeful that we'll have that advisory committee in place, and I would think that's probably one of the things we're going to want to put very early on the list of asks to them, is to help give us some feedback in terms of what the community is going to be looking for in terms of what that reporting framework looks like.
Councillor.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I think it's fundamental that we as folks around this horseshoe not just understand the broad strokes of where we're going, who some of the faces are leading the way, but also what is the nitty-gritty work that's happening and the order that it's happening, understanding that we are building capacity, and that takes time. I don't mean that as like a critical comment, but I also mean to say that if a resident asks me, what is Public Works doing for climate change right now? I could make a lot of guesses. I could make a lot of very informed, direct comments like, well, we're doing things in green infrastructure, we're doing things over here, but I can't give that specific answer. And I just wanted to check in and kind of frame that back to SLT, that that's the level that this council is working with, especially 10 new faces.
appreciate that clarification, and actually drawing it back into Linda's presentation around that sort of that communication strategy. That is exactly some of the things that we're looking at doing, is what are some of those things we can be reporting out now that are happening. It may not be exhaustive of every single thing that's happening, because we're hearing some of the same questions. What are some examples of some of the things that the city is doing right now? So yes, in the sort of the very short term, you can certainly expect to see more of that, and Linda's been working with all of the different departments to kind of collect some of that information. It won't be an exhaustive report in the next few weeks. For that, I hopefully you can give us the time to get to October before we do something a little bit more comprehensive.
Thanks to the chair. Just wanted to pass on where we have and the information we have right now, understanding that we're at the beginning of this work, and what we have right now will not be what we have a year from now. So I do appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, can you take the chair for a second?
Floor is yours, Deputy Mayor.
So I listened intently to this report, and it again raised the existential threat that climate change is having, and we have an obligation, I would say, not just a responsibility, but an obligation to ensure that we're not adding to that crisis by minimizing our greenhouse gas emissions, which is what Dr. Lukasik is here to assist us in doing going forward. And the key there is going forward. We are already internationally experiencing the impacts of climate change. Africa this year will have the highest temperature they have ever had in their lives, and they're in the middle of a major drought. The monsoons in India have never been so vicious. The water has just swept away villages. In Canada, we're seeing snowfalls and rainfall events that are unbelievable. And while tornadoes are not common in Ontario, we are seeing, it almost seems like the winds are competing with themselves. I can go one step higher. You know, we used to see 60, 70 kilometer an hour wind gusts. Now we're getting 90 and 100 kilometer an hour wind gusts. And so all of these things are happening. And so my question is, are we ready today for the impacts of climate change that are going to hit us? Are we ready to help our residents who do not have air conditioning when the temperatures exceed the 45-degree mark, which is quite likely? Do we have are we ready with our Emergency Operations Center to handle major wind events that can really damage large swaths of the city of Hamilton, not just a few neighborhoods here and there? We're seeing it all around us, and we've been relatively fortunate. We've had a couple of events that were really significant, but we're talking about the future, how we can help lower our greenhouse gas emissions, Chair, but realistically, we're already facing these challenges, and I'm not sure the City of Hamilton has plans or is ready for it. So I would like to hear comments from the City Manager. How would we handle some of these major events that do so much damage in other municipalities, in other states, in other countries?
Through the chair, I'm going to start, and then I'll ask a couple of GMs to give concrete examples. So if I step back and look at our Emergency Operations Center in terms of reacting, we certainly have had a lot of experience over the last few years with the pandemic of how to operationalize it. We do training. We've done some weather-related exercise in the past. So I think from an EOC and pulling it together, we're in good shape. We know our roles, we've got backups, people are trained, etc. We've had good experiences because often these are localized of partnerships with other municipalities where we've gone and helped them. and reciprocal agreements that they would come help us. So say it's an ice storm, we need extra help with trees, et cetera. We've helped Ottawa in the past, and so we have all those things in place. If I look at our infrastructure, is it ready? Certainly our asset management work that's being done right now with Director Leishman, climate change is a huge lens being looked at in terms of reviewing all our assets and where investments we have to make. I'll ask General Manager Kan if he just wants to speak a little more about Public Works and some of the preparations and things that they're doing, from whether it's our water and wastewater infrastructure or shoreline, et cetera, as one example, and then I'll come back.
Thank you, City Manager. General Manager Kan, please.
Through the chair to the committee, Carlisle Kan, General Manager of Public Works. Within Public Works, we are starting to look at what we call design standards with regards to resiliency and how do we respond to emergencies. The city manager, she pointed out, we're actively members of the EOC Response Center. We look at the type of events that could happen that are related to climate and weather events. What we are seeing is more of these events, and the intensity of these events are going up. So our design standards with regards to flooding, we may go from a 100-year storm to a 150-year storm, 200-year storm. And what that means is the amount of rainfall that would happen during that event, the intensity has been impacted by the climate. So therefore, our design standards are changing. We're also working through the Regional Public Works Commissioners of Ontario. We have a subcommittee there where we're working with other municipalities to figure out what that standard should be and what it should look like. And we're working across Ontario to make sure that those standards are what we start to design for. I think when you talk about resilience is how well do we, I guess, survive these events and then live through it. And we look at storm events, we look at wind loading, we look at how we design our buildings, green roof systems, finishes, concrete finishes versus paved finishes versus water absorbent finishes that is allows the water to percolate down into the ground as opposed to just running off. So these are all things that we're looking at, and through Jason's report that you saw in the fall, he had a list in Appendix E of all the different things that we're doing. So we're starting to action each of those items and build it into our design, and we challenge ourselves as we look forward. If we had to build a facility, is it your typical concrete steel structure? Maybe we should be shifting to a low carbon structure, heavy timber type of structure. What's the delta in terms of the design costs? What's the delta in terms of emissions? And how does that help us get to our targets as we move forward? So I think it's happening across the spectrum. Can we put our finger on it? Through the report in the fall, we will identify areas that we will be participating in, but it is a massive shift that we're part of, and we're starting to look at these more and more. And we're looking at today's standards as the baseline, so we can come back to council and committee and say this is the incremental cost of designing to 150-year storm water. And just to maybe underscore the point, the flooding and drainage master plan, we're looking at that too, not based on standards that were 40 years ago, but future standards and rain intensities and the type of events that we think will be occurring.
Thank you, General Manager Kan. City Manager, you want to do a wrap on this, please?
Well, I'd like to come back on the stream about what are we doing for our most vulnerable that are more impacted, again, from heat experiences or cold. And so I do know, and General Manager Burden's on if she wants to add, is Public Health taking a review of our heat alert system and what we have in place. And I would ask her to talk about kind of that stream. And you also heard Trevor Imhoff, the Senior Project Manager, talk about the vulnerable response program. So they're working on that. But if General Manager Burden could add in about the heat alert.
Thank you, City Manager. General Manager Burden.
Thank you. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillors. So the city manager is correct. We have been meeting with public health, taking a coordinating and communication lead in the extreme heat and the heat wave planning. The last meeting that the group had was just on Friday of this past week, and it includes representatives from Public Works, from Ontario Works, from Housing, Climate Change, Public Health, MLE, Parks. I'm going to miss some, but there is a report underway that will be coming forward in May to advise council of the approach as well as the service levels that are provided, whether it's cooling centers or different incentives that various divisions are able to provide. And council will have that information through that report and an opportunity for dedicated discussion at that time.
Thank you, General Manager. Councillor, you still have the floor.
Thank you, and I'll just wrap up with my gratitude. I asked the question not to be critical of staff, but to acknowledge that while we're talking about the existential threat down the road, it's already happening now. We're already feeling these impacts, and the most vulnerable of our citizens feel them the most. And so we need to be trying to mitigate those impacts of what climate change is doing and what it possibly can do. So I'm glad that it's under consideration and that you're working on that. I'm pleased to hear that. I'll take
Cheers back to you, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Any further questions on this report then? Seeing none, we'll have the vote. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor Francis. And this is to approve the report. The vote is up, councillors. Oops. Sorry, Angela, I didn't hit submit. And the vote carried 12-0. Thank you very much. We're moving on to item 8.3, the Corporate Strategic Growth Initiatives, Master Plan Updates and Development Charge Bylaw Approach. Heather Travis, Manager of Staging of Development and Legislative Approvals, is here to provide the presentation for 8.3. Manager Travis, good to see you again.
Hello, thank you.
Please proceed.
Great, thank you. So as noted, my name is Heather Travis, and I'm the Manager of Legislative Approvals and Staging of Development within the Growth Management Division. And I'm pleased today to provide you with an overview of the report before you, Corporate Strategic Growth Initiatives, Master Plan Updates, and Development Charge Bylaw Approach. So there's two primary objectives of today's report. The first is to outline a direction for the update to the master plans that form part of the Corporate Strategic Growth Initiatives, or CSGI project, which in turn will inform the city's new development charge bylaw, which is set to expire in June of 2024. And second is to request an update to the existing purchase order for the Water, Wastewater, and Stormwater Master Plan, which is one of the master plans included in the CSGI initiative. So first, what is the Corporate Strategic Growth Initiatives, or CSGI project? The CSGI project was established in 2016 to ensure that all strategic growth-related projects are coordinated and completed in a timely and fiscally responsible manner. There are a number of strategic growth-related master plans that are in various stages of completion and that need to be finalized and provide input into the DC background study. It's important to note that the individual departments and divisions that are responsible for the completion and delivery of the various growth-related master plans maintain ownership over their master plan project. The role of the CSGI project team is to be responsible for tracking the progress of CSGI projects, identifying risks and constraints to their completion, and providing regular status updates. So the graphic on the screen identifies the CSGI governance structure. CSGI is led by the Coordination Director, Tony Sergi, who's the Director of Strategic Growth Initiatives with the city, and myself as the Project Manager. The Master Plan Coordination Team is the key CSGI working group comprised of the project leads of each master plan. The primary master plans included in the CSGI project include the Water, Wastewater, and Stormwater Master Plan, Transportation, Parks, Paramedic, and Fire. Planning and finance staff also form part of the coordination team. The CSGI Steering Committee is comprised of the directors responsible for each of the component master plans. And finally, regular CSGI updates are provided to the Senior Leadership Team, Growth and Economic Development Working Group. So the chart on the screen provides a current status update for each of the growth-related master plans that are included in the CSGI project. The chart summarizes the current status being either in process or complete for the various master plans, the planning horizon for each master plan, which refers to the time period that the master plan is considering, and the growth scenario or data that has been used to date in the master plan process. And so just to expand a bit on the growth scenario or the data that underlie the master plans, the master plan teams rely on growth allocations provided by planning staff, which is in the form of projected population, dwelling units, and jobs at the traffic zone level across the city. And these allocations are provided by decade to the year 2051. The allocations are based on the approved forecasts for population, household, and jobs in the Urban Hamilton Official Plan, as shown on the table. The master plan teams use the data to identify future infrastructure and programming requirements to meet required service standards and ultimately inform the DC background study and future capital budget submissions. So given the recent provincial modifications to the city's urban boundary, consideration as to how and when growth is going to be allocated to the urban expansion areas is currently being undertaken by planning staff, and the growth allocations need to be reassessed as a result. As was identified in report PD 21067D, which was presented to Planning Committee in March of this year, staff are considering that growth in the urban expansion areas may need to be allocated to the post-2041 timeframe, based on various reasons, including the time required to complete secondary planning, servicing and approvals, and a focus on reurbanization and intensification within the former urban boundary. It's therefore anticipated that final growth allocations to the year 2041, identifying all growth to be accommodated within the former urban boundary, will be available shortly for use by the master plan teams. For the period from 2041 to 2051, further analysis is required to confirm the phasing and allocation of growth in urban expansion areas in the post-2041 period, and therefore those growth allocations to 2051 will be delayed. So following confirmation of updated growth allocations by planning staff, initially to the year 2041 and then later to 2051, the master plan teams will need time to update their work and analysis to reflect the revised growth scenario. It's known that the amount of time required to update the various master plans varies across the master plans, ranging, as you can see on the slide, from 2 months up to about 10 months of additional time required. And so why is this important? Well, as noted, the growth-related master plans provide important inputs into the city's development charge background study and ultimately the adoption of the city's new DC bylaw. And the current DC bylaw, as I noted, is set to expire on June 13th, 2024. To meet the timelines and legislative requirements to ensure the new DC bylaw is passed prior to the expiration date, there are certain key milestones that must be achieved, as outlined in the Development Charges Act. And some of these are shown on the screen. So there's a requirement that all inputs into the DC that are required for the new DC background study be provided by September 1st, 2023. And by DC inputs, we mean the information that will be provided by the master plan teams following analysis of the revised growth data. The DC background study must be released publicly by Q1 2024. The DC bylaw public meeting will be held in Q2 2024, and then ultimately the adoption of a new bylaw in Q2 2024 by June 2024 at the latest. So comparing these dates on the screen with the previous slide that identified the time required for master plan work to be updated following the release of the final growth allocations, you can see that the timing is tight to meet the DC bylaw requirements. And it becomes apparent that the required inputs into the DC background study based on master plans that have been updated to 2041 or 2051 are doubtful to be provided by the September 1st deadline. As noted, with 2 exceptions, most of the master plan teams need a minimum of 4 months to complete the updated work. So in light of these timing considerations, staff are recommending essentially a 2-phased or a 2-pronged approach to the update or to the adoption of the city's new DC bylaw in 2024. This approach will ensure that the city has a DC bylaw in place prior to the current bylaw expiring. So the first stage, which is recommendation 1 on the side, would see the city's new 2024 DC bylaw be prepared based on the city's existing 2031 growth forecast, which was previously used in the adoption of our 2019 DC bylaw. And this is really an interim measure. The master plan teams would provide an update to the projects that are already identified in the 2019 background study, remove any projects that are completed, and update the costing to reflect current pricing, today's pricing for the remaining projects. So as I noted, this 2031 update this update based on the 2031 growth forecast really is considered an interim measure, but it's an extremely important measure. It can be completed in a timely manner, and it's not dependent on the completion of new growth allocations or completed master plans to 2041. And it has the extremely critical benefit of ensuring that the city is not in a position of being unable to collect DCs due to an expired bylaw. And the second phase will be updating the DC bylaw to reflect the 2041 planning horizon. And this will occur once final growth planning data is available. Notwithstanding the first point above, we do anticipate that for some service categories, the city's new 2024 bylaw may actually be able to include or reflect the growth data to 2041 that's being provided. And it's because, as noted, certain master plan teams anticipate being able to update their work in a fairly short time frame, 2 to 4 months approximately. For these service categories, a new DC bylaw based on the 2041 growth forecast may be possible in 2024, and the 2031 interim approach won't be required. For all other service categories, a new DC bylaw to 2041 will follow after the adoption of the interim bylaw based on the 2031 growth forecast. And I should mention, and this is important, that this 2-phased or 2-pronged approach is possible because the city is intending to pass multiple DC bylaws in 2024 based on individual service categories, which is permitted by the legislation. So it does provide us the flexibility to take this phased approach. So they're just moving on quickly to the second primary purpose of this report, which is to request an update to the purchase order, maximum amount of $550,000 for the completion of the water, wastewater, and stormwater master plan. And it's being included in this report because it is one of the growth-related master plans included in the CSGI project. The increase is fully funded from the accounts noted on the screen, all with sufficient budget available to accommodate the PO increase. And full background information on this master plan is provided in the staff report, but I'll just highlight that to date, the consulting team and city staff have completed approximately 70% of the master plan work, including the 2019 background study, existing infrastructure, baseline conditions and analysis, policy documents, and other tasks based on previously developed growth scenarios. And further, staff are recommending that the remaining master plan work should be completed by the same consulting team and integrated with the current project results to ensure project completion and timely provision of inputs to the 2024 DC bylaw. Hence the need to have the existing PO increased. So finally, in terms of next steps, as per the recommendation A of the report before you, the recommendations relating to the DC bylaw approach are being referred to the DC's stakeholder subcommittee meeting occurring next week on April 13th for further consideration and discussion. Planning staff will continue to review and confirm growth allocations for sharing with the master plan teams. And master plan teams will work toward provision of DC inputs to finance staff to meet the critical deadlines noted in the report. Thank you, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you for that succinct report, but on some very, very important topics that we are struggling to meet. We have a number of speakers. Councillor Wang, please, you're up first.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Manager Travis. I am new, so for me, this is very hard to wrap my head around, so forgive me for some of these foundational questions that I'm about to ask. When it comes to the CSGI, are you going to be the group that's going to be helping us with the secondary plan for all of the urban boundary? We heard a presentation several, I think last week, weeks, months, I'm not sure, they all kind of meld together, but how the city was going to take the lead on the secondary planning. Is this the group that will be managing that?
Through the chair to the councillor, the secondary plans will be managed by staff in the planning division. So that's it's not part of the CSGI scope. CSGI is related really to the master plan teams, but certainly there is integration. The work that the planning staff do on the secondary plans and looking at how secondary planning will occur, what will be the density of development in those areas, which areas will develop first. That will inform the growth allocations that the master plans use in their work. So there is a relationship, but the secondary plans will be prepared and led by planning staff.
So is that through Christine Newbold's group then? Am I correct with that?
I'll go to GM Thorne.
Yes, through the chair, that is correct, and as Heather noted, so the secondary planning work would be led out of the planning division. It does become an important input into maybe some of the future master plan updates. I'll maybe just add to what Heather's already said. This has been a really challenging and I'm going to say frustrating round of master planning. This is not new. This is what we've always had to do as municipalities. You write your master plans, it feeds into a development charges bylaw, you adopt your development charges bylaw, and on you go. There's been a lot of stopping and starting. There's been a lot of recalibrating because we're chasing moving targets, given all the kind of provincial changes, growth plan changes, because where and how you're expecting to grow is the fundamental input that all of these master plans have to work with, and that keeps moving. And it's still moving. And I think what Heather has spelled out in terms of a strategy, which is a little different than what we've done in the past, but it's because we aren't necessarily controlling now where and how and when we grow. And this is a little bit of the impact of that is now we've got to kind of try to come up with a master planning process that will work in the face of that kind of growth uncertainty. So it has been really difficult. This report's been kind of written and rewritten a couple of times as we've tried to kind of accommodate some of the changes that are happening around us. So no, the planning work itself would get led through the planning division, but as that work unfolds is why Heather has sort of said we've got a bit of a couple-step process here where we will likely need future updates to these DC bylaws to reflect that planning work in the future.
Councillor.
Clear as mud, Deputy Mayor.
I thought it would be. Don't feel
I'm
bad.
sorry, GM Thorne. I know it was a very thorough answer, but...
It made sense to me, but I've been here a while.
Okay, so given that, my next question is, I think I almost need like a flow chart to understand where all of the different pieces kind of fit, because from the sounds of it, the secondary planning needs to flow into the master planning, but the master planning will then drive the development charges, but then the development charges are impacted by Bill 23 now. Did I get that correct?
Yes. That's exactly what's going on, and they keep changing the rules even as we speak.
Okay. Manager Travis, I may need to book some time with you just to ask about these. So I also saw that on slide 6, there is a forecast every 10 years, and essentially, if I was doing my math correctly, looks like it's about a 3% increase every 10 years. Is that still on par, given that many municipalities are seeing significant migration changes, especially since Hamilton is a net benefactor of some of these migration changes from, say, Toronto or anything else? We're also losing good people. So is that 3% sufficient in these sort of 10-year increments?
Manager Travis?
So through the chair, these are our current population and household projections, and so they are up to date. These are the projections that were approved through the city's recent municipal comprehensive review exercise. So that was only last year that they were incorporated into our official plan. So yes, currently they are up to date and accurate. That being said, the city is going to be monitoring these projections on a yearly basis, and you will be receiving monitoring reports on that going forward on annual reports, which will allow the city to compare their growth rates against these projections and see if there is a need to tweak or change going forward.
Councillor?
Thank you. I think, Deputy Mayor, especially in my ward, we're going to see some significant developments, especially with Brock University and Delta Secondary, bringing in almost 3,000 units online. It struck me that the population growth numbers here may be insufficient when it comes to some of our growth plans. So,
Are these our numbers, or are these the provincial numbers that they tell us we have to meet?
So through the chair, the province gave us the ultimate number of 820,000 population in 2051. The breakdown by decade was through further analysis done within the city through the municipal comprehensive review process.
I thought that might help you a little bit.
okay. I think I have lots of questions offline, but I will say that, Deputy Mayor, when I'm listening to this in open forum, it's very hard to follow along given the amount of information that we have. And also for the community, they may not understand why we need to look at these sort of things. And again, I hope that perhaps Manager Travis will spend a little time with me to explain how they all fit in together.
And perhaps we can have our communications team assist us to educate the public.
Yes.
It's not easy to understand in basic technical terms, so we need layman terms to figure it out.
Through the chair, we would be happy to assist in that effort.
Thank you very much.
I think those are all my questions. I have many more, but perhaps not in this sort of venue.
I appreciate that given our time situation. Thank you very much. The next councillor is Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark. 3 quick questions, one for the General Manager and 2 for you, Project Manager Travis, and good to see you again, Heather. General Manager, maybe just for my refresher and maybe for some of the new members of Council, I believe this initiative, Strategic Initiatives Division, is a split from what was originally an overall growth management division of your department. And maybe just for a refresher and an update how this came to be, because I believe the growth management was just so enormously large, Deputy Mayor, that I believe General Manager Thorne, you decided to have both an implementation team and a strategic initiatives, but I'll let you apprise all of us, please. I think it's important that we know how this came about. Through you, please.
You did a pretty good job. GM Thorne.
So through the chair, yes, that's essentially the case. So the lead for this work is Tony Sergi, who's a director who sits out of my office, and then Heather sits within the growth management division. And the reason to create this kind of approach was each time we do a DC bylaw update, which typically is every 5 years, there are a whole bunch of master planning inputs that have to go into it. So this team doesn't direct the content of those master plans. It's more about coordinating timing, making sure that the timelines are being met, make sure that there's consistency across the master plans. It's that kind of coordination work, because as Heather showed in her earlier slide, there's multiple people in multiple divisions who actually own each of the individual master plans. So this was done as sort of a best practice to provide some clear coordination to all of those groups.
And it had my office's full support. Thank you, General Manager, just for, again, apprising us and reminding us how it came to be. 2 quick questions, Heather, to you, through you, Deputy Mayor. So the recent announcement through Bill 23 by the province of the DCs and assisting the developers to waive DCs, I think we've quoted 25 to 30 million annually. Is this part and parcel of what you've presented today through you, Deputy Mayor Clark?
Manager Travis?
I may actually defer that.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll start, and Mike might want to add to it as well. So ultimately what this master planning work feeds into is the DC bylaw update. That DC bylaw will then set the applicable per unit fee for development charges. Now, Bill 23 then restricts our ability to actually charge that fee, but we still have to calculate what the per unit fee would be for the different types of housing.
Okay, yes, and
GM
General Manager Zagarek, please.
Yep.
Thanks, GM Thorne.
Yeah. Through the chair, and just beyond, as General Manager Thorne explained the process in terms of how development charges are determined based on the development charge background study and provincial statutory exemptions. I believe that Manager Travis made reference to the fact that there may be individual DC bylaws going forward. This is a strategic position that municipalities are taking in response to Bill 23. Okay. Something that you may recall in Bill 23 is there are now discounts for development. So in the first year of a DC bylaw, developments receive a 20% discount. Second year, 15%, 10%. Municipalities generally had a comprehensive DC bylaw. Going forward, given that each time you open up the bylaw and start a new bylaw, those discounts come into effect. So given that we have a variety of services who are updating their master plans in an effort to minimize that financial risk of resetting every year and having a 20% discount, municipalities may be migrating to 13 DC bylaws, a bylaw for every service. And what that does is it reduces that risk of the financial discount. And so I just wanted to highlight that Bill 23 impact as it relates to the DC bylaw.
Really appreciate that salient information, General Manager Zagarek. That's news to me, and it's opened my mind further on the complication here and why we still need to do it. Lastly, through you, Heather, what you've shown today, in spite of the council position of past and current against UBE and drawing a line, Minister Stephen Clark, Premier Ford have overridden our decision on the white belts. The green belts was ridiculous throwing that in anyways, but on the white belts. So are you part of your projections are still, if that scenario is not further re-overturned of what the province has overturned on the municipality, you're also, in light of transportation, parks, recreation, you're still accommodating for that potential option as well. Through you, Deputy Mayor Clark, please.
Thank you.
Have you got the gist of what I'm asking, Heather?
Yes,
Heather?
Absolutely. Through the chair. The short answer is yes, we are. Longer answer is part of the reason that we're recommending that there will be this phased approach, initially using the old 2031 forecast, but then going up to 2041, is because to 2041, there's some certainty by planning staff that all of our growth can be accommodated within our former urban boundary. So not looking at the expansion areas, just within the former urban area. It's after 2041 when we anticipate growth will occur within the white belt areas, as you referred to them. And that requires some additional analysis to determine what growth is going to look like in those areas. Do we need all of those white belt lands? How is growth going to be phased within those areas? So it's going to be a little bit longer before we have final growth data to support what the population and employment and household targets will look like in that area. So we are recommending that we'll initially look to the 2041 planning horizon. That being said, the master plan teams are directed to consider and be aware of the future growth that is anticipated and planned within the white belt areas. And so, for example, it's primarily related to the infrastructure, so water, wastewater, to be aware of future growth beyond the current or the former urban boundary. And if any pipe sizing or oversizing is required to infrastructure to accommodate potential future growth, it should be considered. So initially, the 2041, when we pass bylaws to 2041, you won't see any infrastructure identified outside of the former urban boundary, because all growth is going to occur within the former urban area. But that growth that will occur in the next 10 years following 2041 will be accounted for in the calculations that the master plan teams used to identify an infrastructure for the next 10-year period. And I know that sounds convoluted, but what I'm trying to say is, yeah, it's going to be considered and taken into account, but for the first 2041 period, you will not see any infrastructure requirements parks, recreation requirements outside the former urban boundary.
So a wrap-up comment, Deputy Mayor Clark. Project Manager Travis, I got the distinction you raised, 2041, but we're all ostriches if we're thinking that over the next 20 years we can relax and there's nothing to worry about, because applications are already, as we all know, being formulated and will be coming before us. And if the provincial government's edict holds in overriding the municipality's decision, I just want to make sure we're not caught off guard. We decided to shelve those plans because we've just got to be prepared for that inevitability if it happens, agreeable or resentful of it, whatever. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Recognizing the good work by staff to put our city in the best position possible responding to provincial regulations. Just a couple questions that come to mind is, I believe in the previous DC background study, we had two categories, one for infill growth and one for greenfield growth. Am I remembering that right?
So, Thorne.
Through the chair, for certain service areas, there was, we had the combined sewer area and the separated sewer area, and those were reflected differently in terms of what the water and sewer rates were. So that might be the item that the councillor's thinking of. That's the only one I can think of that had that geographical distinction.
Thank you. Are we considering geographic distinctions for certain categories, especially if we're going to have multiple DC bylaws for multiple services? Then I would think there would be more opportunity to have geographic distinctions in individual service bylaws.
GM Thorne.
Yeah, so through the chair, so one of the things that each of the master plan leads has been asked to look at is to structure their master planning process in a way that could allow for those distinctions, if applicable. It's not applicable to all service areas, but the different leads for the master plans have looked at what's commonly referred to as variable development charges that varies based on location or something like that. They have been asked to look at, to structure the master plans in such a way that they could accommodate that if it's appropriate.
Councillor.
Thank you. And just listening to the previous discussions about we're not going to be incorporating any growth beyond the former urban boundary until at least 2041, and not including that in our DC background study, I'm concerned with the number of privately initiated secondary plans coming forward, specifically, the one for the Whitechurch lands, which are on the other side of the airport contour, where we have no infrastructure at all, no plans for infrastructure. If, some of those privately initiated secondary plans somehow made it to the Ontario Land Tribunal and somehow were approved, not including them in the DC background studies could put us at a pretty potential difficult position. Just wondering how we would handle that.
Significant risk.
So through the chair, that is one of the challenging questions, and I think looking at that sort of 2041 time horizon is not about let's just turn a blind eye to where some growth might be. At the moment, it's very hard to actually we don't know where, when, and how much of that growth there will be, because normally you would have some sort of secondary planning process in place where you'd at least have a sense of phasing, timing, servicing needs, densities, housing mixes, all of those sorts of things, which are really critical to proper master planning. So in the absence of that, we don't have a lot to go on in terms of how we would actually look beyond those growth areas. So one of the reasons why when we were in front of planning committee last week around that secondary planning process, it was important that we at least try to have this be a city-led process, but B, make sure that if they are privately initiated secondary plans, we have a set of requirements that they would have to provide, and inclusive in that is them looking through those applications at what the servicing needs would be, so that it can then inform some of these updates that Heather talked about that may ultimately be necessary to these master plans.
Councillor?
Thank you. My final question is a little technical, and maybe we can have further discussion offline, but just wanted to put it on the floor today because we did discuss transit and the Re-envision campaign yesterday, and the incorporation of capital towards transit as part of the DC background study, so that expansion to the transit system is paid for by growth as much as it can be. Considering that right now we're approving growth development, infill development, through TOC 3 zoning, which is for rapid transit corridors, and it's based on the need for additional transit. The issue is that transit is largely operational, not capitals. But if we're planning for rapid transit, which does have a significant capital cost, how could we ensure that we're incorporating transit as much as possible into the next DC background study?
I'm not sure who should answer that one.
And through the chair, we should have Brian Hollingworth on the WebEx. He's the point person on the transportation component and transit component of the background study in the master plan. I think I see him in a very tiny screen in the corner.
Mr. Hollingworth?
Brian Hollingworth, Director of Transportation Planning and Parking. As part of the transportation network update, we're working very closely with our partners in HSR to do just that, identify the future transit needs from a network expansion perspective, as well as all the requirements that are needed to support intensification. So that will include on the capital side, fleet, facilities, stops, everything that was included in the last DC bylaw as well. The operating question is a good one, but just to confirm that we will include the capital needs for transit in the transportation work.
Councillor.
Thank you. And just a wrap-up comment. There's so many balls in the air that our staff are just doing a tremendous job to make sure that the city's interests are represented as well as they can be. And I think municipalities across Ontario are collaborating and working together to come up with ways to mitigate and manage the provincial requirements. And who knows where all those balls are going to land. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson, if you can take the chair, please.
Yes, I was the last deputy mayor.
Yes, you were.
Councillor Clark, please.
Well, she was my favorite, so there you go. You're my favorite now. Who's next? Oh, I'm my favorite. Okay, never mind. So let's get back to something a little bit serious here. So Penny Lane Estates, Empire Estates, these are all developments that are hugging Mud Street. One is on the south side, one is on the north side of the landfill. When they were being contemplated, we knew the number of meter of sanitary sewers, number of meter of storm sewers, the number of meter of water. We knew how many meters of sidewalk were required, how many meters of asphalt were required. We knew how many meters of wire for our street lighting. All of those things were calculated to help us establish a development charge. And then we had to incorporate into that development charge how much was actually community needed and how much was development needed. And that divided out exactly what those development charges are. So I'm listening to the news and I'm hearing about the Greenbelt being opened up. There is no master plan for those green belts. There is no development charges because we haven't even contemplated having houses on those. What happens if the government turns around, and they have the authority, and says, okay, we're moving forward with these green belts? How do we tackle a decision by the government of Ontario which preempted all of the work that we would normally do to move forward? And any thoughts?
General Manager Thorne, adding to your complexities.
Yes, and I think the councillors hit quite well on the particular complexity of doing this work this time around, because you're quite right. Outside of our former urban boundary, we don't have that information because we don't have what would normally be the case, which is secondary, at least at a secondary plan level, we might not have it down to how many meters of sidewalk, but you'd actually at least have a pretty good sense of how much growth, how many people, how many jobs, how many units, a bit of a sense of what your arterial road network's going to look like, is you to have something more to base it on. So the reason why we're looking at this more incremental approach this time around, and then as those types of things come forward, if they do come online, whether it's a city-led secondary plan or whether it's a privately led secondary plan, those are the kinds of answers that are going to have to come forward through those planning processes and then inform further updates to the master plan, further updates to the development charges. So it is a bit more incremental and iterative this time round than it has historically been, because we don't have as much control around what that growth is going to look like outside of our former urban boundary.
Councillor?
I would have different words to describe what this is looking like, but they're not parliamentary, so I'll hold them to myself. Can I ask, if the Minister of Municipal Affairs decides to do MZOs on the Green Belt, thereby directing the municipality, you're moving forward and here's the MZO. Does that MZO, Chair, contemplate the DCs or contemplate all of the different charges that we would normally have to, like, how's that MZO work if they just say, okay, here, abracadabra, you're building houses here?
General Manager, haven't heard the MZO's term for a while.
Minister's zoning order.
A minister's zoning order, which is one approach that the province could take with respect to the land, because just to remind council and the public, the lands that were removed from the Greenbelt are not currently inside our urban boundary. Nope. They were not put inside the urban boundary, they were just removed from the Greenbelt. So prior to them being able to develop, they would have to somehow become designated urban. And we're in a little bit of uncharted territory in terms of how we would approach such a situation. But I would suggest that the housing would not be able to proceed even under our own official plan without servicing in place. And we'd have to be recalibrating that point in terms of how we're then looking at doing a servicing master plan for a new growth area where growth had not previously been contemplated. So I know that's probably not a definitive answer to the question, but I don't think we have a really definitive answer to the question yet, other than prior to that development happening, a servicing strategy would have to be done, and we'd have to be looking at then updating our DCs accordingly.
Councillor?
Or sorry, just to note the other options that exist is whether we'd be looking at front-ending agreements or developer-led infrastructure. Some of those types of strategies would be also things that we could contemplate.
I may not want to sit on the development charges review subcommittee.
Next Thursday.
Yeah, I know. I guess we're all frustrated and we don't know what's going to happen next, but I appreciate the amount of work to do what you have done where we are just currently is staggering. And I think Councillor Danko and I, we both sat on that development charges review subcommittee, Chair Jackson, and it's a lot of work. It's a lot of numbers, and the books are this thick, and we're literally going through every development trying to peg what the costs are to make that development happen. And if all of that is dismissed with the wave of the minister's magic wand, I'm truly concerned of what the impact is going to be to any municipality that experiences that in the province. So I'll leave my comments at that. I think I've probably taken up more than enough time.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor. Chair's back to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, seeing no further questions, I need a motion to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Jackson, and so we'll have that vote first. Thank you, Heather Travis. You did excellent work. Thank you very much. And then we need to deal with the report. That vote carried 14-0. I now need a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor. Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Any discussions? I can't speak. Discussions on the report? Seeing none, we're moving forward with the vote. Thank you. We're now moving to the item 8.4, which, I guess I need to give you the vote. That vote carried 14-0. The Red Hill Valley Parkway Inquiry Update citywide. Lisa Shields, the city solicitor, is here to introduce the presenters for item 8.4. Is this a public presentation? Okay.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. Lisa Shields, City Solicitor. Today before you is a comprehensive report on the Red Hill Valley Parkway Inquiry. The inquiry has ended and the city awaits a report from the Commissioner. I've invited external legal counsel who represented the city at the inquiry, Eli Letterman, Delna Contractor, and Jonathan Chen, to walk through a slide presentation on the inquiry and to answer any questions this committee may have. I would also draw your attention to the fact that there is also an in-camera report that contains information that might appropriately be discussed in camera. Thanks.
To advance the slides. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm here to speak about the Red Hill Valley Parkway Inquiry and to provide a brief update on that. Just by way of background, if I could just start by telling you that in early 2019, City Council received information regarding a report by Tradewind Scientific Limited related to friction testing that had been carried out on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in 2013. The Tradewind report stated that the friction levels were below an investigatory level based on guidelines from the United Kingdom and recommended further investigation and potential remedial work into that. Let me just give you a very brief outline of a summary of the events that led to the commencement of this inquiry relating to the Tradewind report. In November of 2013, Golder, which was the city's engineering consultants, had been engaged to conduct friction testing on the Red Hill and on the Link. And Golder subcontracted that friction testing to Tradewind. And Tradewind performed the friction testing using a device called a grip tester, which was different than the testing device that had been used by other organizations, in particular by the Ministry of Transportation. In January of 2014, the then Director of Engineering, Mr. Gary Moore, had received the Tradewind report, which had been appended to a draft Golder report titled The Performance Review After 6 Years in Service of the Red Hill. And that Golder report was authored by Dr. Ludimir Uzorowski. That Golder report remained in draft and was never finalized. In the fall of 2018, Mr. Gord McGuire became the new Director of Engineering, and he located the draft report and found the Tradewind report dated November 2013 in the city's document management system, ProjectWise. On November 8, 2018, the Public Works Department received an FOI request from the Hamilton Spectator for all documents regarding the Red Hill friction testing and/or results. December 18, 2018, Mayor Eisenberger advised city staff regarding presenting the Tradewind report to City Council. And then in January 23, 2019, in a closed session, Council was advised of the Tradewind report as well as the FOI request. February 6, 2019, staff presented the Tradewind report to Council and provided a chronology of events. Following that meeting, the speed limit on the Red Hill was reduced from 90 kilometers to 80 kilometers an hour. An apology was issued by city staff to City Council and to the public about how the matter had been brought to their attention. Importantly, also, as of this time, February 2019, the report to Council also included a memo from SEMA, which was the safety consultants engaged by the city, addressed to the mayor, commenting on the draft 2014 Golder report, which included the Tradewind analysis, and confirming that the Tradewind report would not have substantially changed SEMA's recommendations and that it stood by its opinions provided in its previous safety analysis that SEMA had performed. So following the 2019 report to City Council about these events, Council considered at that time a number of different investigative processes to further investigate this matter in relation to the Tradewind report and the fact that it had been sitting fairly undetected in the city's files since 2014. So those processes that City Council at that time considered an ombudsman investigation, an auditor general investigation, and a judicial inquiry, and ultimately City Council passed a resolution to proceed with a judicial inquiry into these affairs. And so what we've put up on this slide is just to give you a brief summary of what is a judicial inquiry and the purpose behind the decision of City Council at that time to pursue an inquiry. It was done to promote the transparency and accountability and to improve policy in areas of public importance. Importantly, a judicial inquiry does not give rise to criminal or civil liability, but indeed an inquiry can lead to findings of misconduct that can result in a reputational impact. So a judicial inquiry involves passing terms of reference, which City Council initiated. There were 24 specific terms of reference that City Council asked for an inquiry into. Broadly, these could be broken down into the 5 categories that we've identified on this slide. 1, questions relating to the disclosure of the Tradewind report, who was it shared with, and whether appropriate steps were taken to disclose it once it was discovered. 2, good governance and the policies in place at the city, whether City Council should have been made aware of the Tradewind report, and whether any changes need to be made to policies about bringing information forward to Council. 3rd, broadly speaking, dealing with questions relating to the safety of the Red Hill Valley Parkway, whether the Tradewind report contained any findings that were missed or that affected the safety performance of the highway. Other studies, that is, whether staff conducted other studies relating to friction, asphalt assessment, or general road assessments relating to the performance and safety of the roadway. And 5th, MTO friction testing, which relate to questions regarding the friction testing conducted by the province, by the Ministry of Transportation of Ontario. There are effectively 5 or 6 overlapping stages of inquiry. 1, organizing logistics and staffing. 2, document collection and production. 3, witness interviews. 4, standing. 5, a public hearing. And then the 6th, of course, is the delivery of the report from the commissioner. I intend to address briefly before you stages 2, 3, and 5. And my colleagues, Mr. Chen and Ms. Contractor, will speak about some of the key evidence in summary form that we've heard during the course of the inquiry. So let me just start by saying a few words about the document collection and production that took place in this inquiry. The city responded to the commissioner's summons consisting of nearly 50 categories of documents involving a time frame of nearly 2 decades. That involved the collection of over 4.4 million documents from over 100 former and current city employees. The city responded to extensive requests for additional documents and information, and ultimately over 72,000 specifically relevant documents were produced to Commission Council as part of this inquiry. As some of you who were here at the time know, that there was a privilege motion that proceeded before the retired Associate Chief Justice Frank Morocco, who sat as an arbitrator to consider questions of privilege. Initially, the city withheld or produced in redacted form approximately 1,000 of the 72,000 documents that it produced on the basis that they were privileged. On September 8, 2021, City Council instructed us to waive privilege over the majority of the privileged documents requested by Commission Council, and that we did, except for 43 documents which were held back on the basis of either solicitor-client privilege or another privilege that applied. Mr. Morocco found that the majority of those remaining 43 were indeed protected by legal privilege, but that the city had waived privilege nevertheless over those documents based on the terms of reference that Council had passed in seeking the inquiry. And so, as a result of that, the remaining majority of those 43 documents were produced in accordance with Justice Morocco's order. Once the documentary production process was completed, we then embarked on the witness interviews. Commission Council conducted over 100 interviews, 54 interviews of current and former city employees, taking over 100 hours of time. Each one of those interviews involved our preparation of city witnesses to make sure that they were prepared for the interview and had some familiarity with the documents. And then following each interview, Commission Council prepared a summary which then needed to be reviewed, corrected, and confirmed by each witness before that witness proceeded to testify at the public hearing. That brought us to the hearing itself, which was heard virtually by Justice Wilton Siegel from April 2022 to November 2022. Phase 1 of the hearing was focused on fact witnesses, and there were 71 fact witnesses that gave evidence during the course of the inquiry, lasting approximately 85 hearing days. Phase 2 of the hearing proceeded with live evidence February 16 to 23. I say live evidence, but I mean virtually, but the witnesses all testified before the commissioner, focusing on expert testimony on how friction and other factors contributed to motor vehicle accidents on the Red Hill, and also experts testified as to policy and governance issues affecting the municipality. The city submitted expert reports from Mr. David Hine. He is a Canadian engineer and was the only expert witness with expertise on Canadian friction management practices to be called. And the city also called Mr. Dewan Karim from 30FE, who gave evidence as an expert in transportation safety. The city also submitted the affidavit of the city manager, Jeanette Smith, outlining changes to city policies and procedures that were implemented as part of the city's ongoing process improvement. And the inquiry also received evidence from Dr. Gerardo Flinch, who is a Commission Council's expert on pavement friction, Mr. Russell Brownlee, Commission Council's expert on roadway design and safety, Ms. Janice Baker, who is Commission Council's expert on municipal corporate governance, and Dr. Hassan Baj, who is Golder's expert, who gave expert testimony on pavement aggregates. Following the evidence that was heard, all participants who had standing in the inquiry delivered closing submissions. Written submissions followed by oral submissions, and so that meant that there were written closing submissions provided by the city, by Golder, by the MTO, and by Dufferin Construction. That is the stage that we are at. We did the oral closings on March 22 and March 23rd of this year, and now the question as to the report from the commissioner is in the commissioner's hands. We are expecting to receive the commissioner's report by the fall of this year. I do want to just highlight a few points in terms of the key evidence. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Chen, to just provide a few key points that arose during the course of the evidence.
If you could introduce yourself, please.
It's Jonathan Chen.
Thank you.
So good afternoon. Thank you. The next few slides present the key evidence on specific issues from our view. This is by no means a comprehensive review of all of the evidence that was heard at the inquiry, and there were many other issues that arose. So as Mr. Lederman indicated, the city had the opportunity to provide closing submissions along with the other participants. And as part of that process, the city presented its submissions on 3 key issues. And those 3 key issues are set out on this slide. The first is the safety of the Red Hill. And this is really about the design and construction of the Red Hill and questions related to friction. I will speak to this category. My colleague, Ms. Contractor, will take the next 2, which is the steps that were taken by the city to improve and maintain the Red Hill between 2007 and 2019, and then the various steps the city has taken since the commencement of this inquiry in 2019 to improve its existing policies and procedures. So at the closing submissions portion of the inquiry, the city put forward the following submission, that there was limited circulation of the Tradewind report once it was received by the city in 2014. But the evidence, in our view, points to the fact that it was unlikely, particularly from the evidence from the safety consultants, it was unlikely that the Tradewind report necessitated any additional remedial measures other than what had already been implemented on the Red Hill. So that was the city's view of the evidence. So let me turn to the city's view of the evidence as it relates to the safety of the Red Hill, and the safety of the Red Hill is itself a very broad topic. It does start with the design and construction of the Red Hill. And during the inquiry, there was significant evidence presented respecting this aspect. In our view, what the evidence showed was that the Red Hill Valley Parkway was properly designed and constructed properly as well. The Red Hill Valley Parkway was designed in accordance with a particular design guide, and that design guide was the 1985 MTO, Ministry of Transportation Design Guide. That design guide sets out general guidance and ranges for various geometric design aspects, so curvature of the roadway, design speed. What the evidence showed on that is that, in our view, the Red Hill substantially followed the values set out in the design guide. So again, that includes design speed, curvature, among other aspects. Separate from the geometric design features of the roadway, there's the question of the design, what was the roadway made of? So the Red Hill was constructed with a surface layer called stone mastic asphalt, or sometimes referred to as SMA, which was selected because of its durability and noise reduction and frictional resistance. And in our view, and this is reflected in the experts' evidence, that the SMA design used on the Red Hill was appropriate. Similarly, the aggregate or the rock that's used as part of the SMA was a high quality one. The evidence there was that the rock had good technical properties and it was suitable for a high volume roadway like the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Friction of the roadway is another topic that goes to the safety of the Red Hill. Friction values were taken on the Red Hill over a number of years using a number of different measuring devices, and it won't be going through all of those details for today's purposes. In our view, what the evidence showed on that point is that this is not a situation where the friction values themselves showed any safety concerns. The city's expert, Mr. David Hein, he believed that the friction values, he looked at them over the years, were appropriate and consistent with similar Ontario roadways. And he bases that opinion on his decades of experience and comparing it to what he believes is the prevailing guideline in Ontario. The commission expert, Dr. Flinch, he took a different view. He examined the friction values using the prevailing guideline from the United Kingdom and concluded that the friction results were relatively low. However, there is a real question as to whether the UK guideline carries any weight or has any value in Ontario. The UK guideline was developed for the UK environment, and so Mr. Hein has not seen it applied in Ontario or Canada for that matter. Consistent with Mr. Hein's view, neither the Ministry of Transportation or Golder raised any safety concerns about the friction values, though, as we point out on this slide, Golder did suggest to the city potential ways to improve friction. So just with that point in mind, I'll go to the last of the technical slides, which is on a concept known as friction demand. One of the key points agreed to by the friction experts is that friction is actually seldom the cause of motor vehicle collisions, but friction can contribute to collisions in the presence of other contributing factors like speeding or the curvature of a roadway. So in addition to considering the friction values independently, the experts agreed that there are circumstances where more friction may be needed or demanded on a particular part of a roadway. So again, an example would be a tight curve on the roadway. So as we say on the slide, generally less friction is needed at lower driving speeds, and more friction is needed at higher driving speeds. And this has significance, and Ms. Contractor will talk about this more, because the city consultant, SEMA, in 2015 concluded that a combination of speeding and wet surface conditions may be the primary contributory factors to wet weather collisions on the Red Hill. So when this opinion was posed to the friction experts who testified at the inquiry, they agreed that a reasonable way to reduce the number of collisions or the severity of collisions is by implementing countermeasures that reduce the demand for friction. So things like reduce the speeding and through speed enforcement, for example. Of course, the flip side is to make improvements to the pavement to increase the friction. But Mr. Hine, the city's expert's view is that improving friction or making pavement improvements is not always the necessary first step. Mr. Hine's experience is that pavement improvements may not actually reduce the occurrence of collisions, and as we know, those efforts can be expensive. So just with that, I'll pass it on to Ms. Contractor, who will address the next two issues.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Delma Contractor.
Can you speak directly into the microphone because we're broadcasting?
Got it.
Thank you.
No problem. The inquiry received a great deal of evidence on the various programs and initiatives that the city did have in place between 2007 and 2018 to monitor and improve the safety performance of the Red Hill. And we highlighted some of those programs in our closing submissions. They included the collision monitoring program, the annual collision reports, internal to the city, as well as external reports obtained by the city through safety consultants. And there were two specific studies that the inquiry spent some time on, and both of those were by the safety experts at SEMA. There was the 2013 SEMA report, which looked at a portion of the Red Hill and concluded that the portion being from the Dartnell Road to Greenhill Avenue, that overall it was performing safely, and it did identify countermeasures to improve the safety performance of the road and identified certain segments that could benefit from improvement. And the city, the evidence shows, did implement those recommendations in a manner that was consistent with the nature of those recommendations. And what I mean by that, and examples that we provided to the commissioner in our closing submissions was there were a lot of the recommendations were what we call could recommendations, so that the city could consider doing something within the given timeline, which was 5 years. So some of the recommendations were implemented immediately based on how feasible and costly and effective they were, while some of the other could recommendations were not done immediately. And in fact, SEMA, when they gave evidence at the inquiry, confirmed that they're really particular about when they use should and could, and that they use could to mean recommendations that aren't necessary to achieve a safety objective, whereas could-type recommendations are optional and the city has discretion to deal with those. So, so we submitted in our submissions to the commissioner that the city did implement the recommendations from the 2013 SEMA report. Between the 2013 and 2015 SEMA report, the evidence shows that the Traffic Operations and Maintenance Group, particularly at the time, was doing its own review of collisions on the Red Hill, and by the end of about 2014 had concluded that it would be prudent to do an entire review of the Red Hill. And so based on that, as well as other issues, they engaged SEMA again in 2015 to do a fairly comprehensive safety review. It included an in-depth collision review and a review of illumination and median barriers on the Red Hill as well. And one of the key conclusions from that report, as my colleague Mr. Chen stated, was that the primary cause of, one of the key conclusions was that high speeds and wet surface, so a combination of those two things, may have been the primary cause of collisions on the Red Hill. And just want to make sure we're on the right slide. Yep. And the evidence showed that in response to that conclusion, the city did take immediate steps to curb the high speeds on the Red Hill. I won't take you through all the very many things that the city did, but certainly it included working with the Hamilton Police to have some vigorous enforcement campaigns and educational campaigns, which I believe resulted in over 1,600 violations within the first 4 months. So certainly an effective speed enforcement program. In our closing submissions to the commissioner, we noted that the city's focus on curbing speeding was reasonable, particularly given the expert evidence that the inquiry received and that Mr. Chen took you through, which again was that deficient friction is seldom the main cause of a crash, but it will play a role where there are other factors such as speeding or driver error or curvature. And so where that happens, where you have a higher demand for friction, there's two things you can do. One, you can increase friction, or two, you can decrease the demand for friction by reducing the speeding or the other underlying factors. And certainly that's what the city did by prioritizing the speed enforcement. So that was a big point that we made to the commissioner in our submissions, and again, consistent with the evidence of the friction expert put forward by the city, but also put forward by Commission Council. And the last point of evidence that we wanted to highlight on this issue is whether SEMA would have done anything different if they had been provided a complete copy of the trade-in report and the draft Golder report. And so we've included this quote here up on the slide from Mr. Malone's evidence on this issue. Mr. Malone was a VP of transportation at SEMA at the time and a professional engineer with significant experience. He was involved in both the 2013 and the 2015 SEMA reports. When Mr. Malone was asked whether, now that he had a chance to review the trade-in report and the Golder report, whether that would have impacted SEMA's assessment of what was causing collisions on the Red Hill in 2015, he confirmed that it wouldn't have changed the assessment, noting that the trade-in report was not the smoking gun confirmation that pavement surface was the primary cause of collisions on the Red Hill, which I think is really important evidence from the safety consultants themselves in terms of how they understood the report and its impact on collisions. The next and final category of evidence that we focused on in our submissions was to detail all of the many policy and procedural improvements implemented by the city since the commencement of the inquiry in 2019. And as was said by my colleagues, that was outlined in an affidavit by the city manager, Ms. Smith. It's a lengthy affidavit. I'm not going to take you through all of it. We've identified a couple of the key initiatives on the screen, and I understand, Council, that you've previously been briefed on many of these. The main point that I did want to make about that is that these improvements were generally made with the objective of creating consistent and accessible document management practices and systems, effective communication between city staff as well as between city staff and council and the public as well as to improve project delivery. And you'll see that those three objectives are connected to the larger themes of the inquiry as well. So a lot of these programs are responsive to some of the issues that we've identified through the inquiry process. And certainly Commission Council's municipal good governance policy expert, Ms. Janice Baker, confirmed upon reviewing Ms. Smith's affidavit that many of the improvements were consistent with the best practices in municipal governance. That's it for me. I don't know if there are questions or if we can...
Eli, do you have anything to wrap up, or is that it? That's it for the public session. Thank you very much. So a quick question to our solicitor. I'm aware that there is still outstanding litigation separate from the Red Hill Parkway inquiry. If that is the case, can you comment on any questions or comments being made in public in this public session now?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I might start off and then I'll have Eli give his opinion on that. My recommendation to this body is to, we have an in-camera report. We can have those discussions, but I prefer that we not have them in open session. Eli?
Yes, I agree with that. If we're going to talk about ongoing matters related to litigation involving the Red Hill, that probably is best dealt with in camera.
Okay. Thank you for that. Speaker, Councillor Kretsch, did you wish to?
Yeah, my question's not about anything ongoing or I don't think even that exciting. But it's a detailed question based on a slide you presented with respect to the evidence we turned over as a result of us waiving privilege at the others insisting we waive privilege. And you said there was 43 documents that we gave over, but you said the majority of which we gave over. I'm assuming that's not all 43. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, happy to deal with that. So there were 43 documents that, so let's back up. There were 1,000 documents that technically met the test of privilege. After some review and discussions with City Council in camera, we agreed to waive privilege over the vast majority of those. So we waived privilege over all but 43. The 43 then became the subject of the dispute where Commission Council sought to take the position that of the 43, all of those 43 should be produced as well. That's what went before Justice Morocco. When we went before Justice Morocco, he determined that even though they meet the test for privilege, by virtue of the vast majority of the breadth of the terms of reference were such that it made the majority of those 43 documents directly relevant to answering the terms of reference. And therefore, there's been a waiver by asking for those terms of reference. There's a waiver of privilege that flows from that over those of the 43 that were truly relevant. So there may have been a handful that he determined weren't relevant to the terms of reference, and therefore privilege was not waived over those, so those documents remained privileged. But the key documents of the 43 were ordered to be produced as a result of that waiver principle, and we did turn those over.
Thanks. I understood your explanation before. I was more so after the numbers. So you're saying about a handful weren't turned over, and were those just determined not to be at all related significantly to the terms of reference upon further review, or?
Yeah, upon Mr. Morocco's review of those documents, he didn't view them having specific relevance to any term of reference that Commission counsel would require in order for the commissioner to answer the term of reference, and therefore said the waiver doesn't apply to those handful. It's something like 5 or so.
Thank you. That's all I want to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions from anyone, thank you very much, Eli.
Thank you.
You're staying for the in-camera
Yes.
portion. Just
Yes.
wanted to double check there.
Yes, thank you.
At the moment, I need a mover and seconder to receive the presentation. Moved by Councillor Mark Tattison, seconded by Councillor Kassar. And we'll have that vote now, please. Oops, I was in the closed session. My apologies. It's not working. I don't know what. And that carried 14-0. We're now moving on to our consent items 9.1 and 9.
Sorry, to the Deputy Mayor, if we can just receive the open session report as well. So we just received the presentation.
Yes?
Could we also receive the report?
Oh, okay. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Matt Francis. And mine still isn't. Oh, there. No. I'll give you a thumbs up, Madam Clerk, because it's just bouncing in and out. And that vote carries 14-0. Thank you very much. So now we're moving on to the consent items. 9.1, I need a mover and a seconder for Lock Street. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any questions or comments on the item? Seeing none, we'll call the question, please. And that vote carried 12-0. We're now moving on to item 9.2, the Business Improvement Area Subcommittee Minutes, February 14th, 2023. Need a mover and a second to put that on the floor. Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please. That vote carried 12-0. We're moving to our discussion items. Item 10.1 is the Media Accreditation Review Terms of Reference, CM 23008A, citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the item on the floor, please? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Thank you. Any questions on the report? Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm just a little confused. I thought we had referred this particular portion to the Mayor's Accessibility and Transparency Task Force. I'm getting...
No, this was a slightly separate item. This was pulled out of that.
Right.
And it was to basically find a way to accredit.
Okay.
And so now what we're asking is outside independent, what would I call them? Third-party experts.
Right.
To review the proposed policy.
Right.
And report back to us. Is that a fair summation, Mr. Grant?
To you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is a fair summation. And just for members of council, Matthew Grant, Director of Communications and Strategic Initiatives, and with me is Dr. Terry Flynn, the Director of Graduate Studies and Communication Studies at McMaster University.
I'm sorry, can you just repeat his name?
My apologies. Dr. Terry Flynn.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Wang, you still have the floor.
A follow-up question to that.
Absolutely.
I absolutely appreciate Dr. Terry Flynn's background and credentials. I just wanted to ask if we had consulted with other third parties, because there were other, perhaps other consultants that will also be available. So I just wanted to understand how Dr. Terry Flynn came into the conversation. I understand he's a McMaster professor. I get that he's local, but I just want to understand a little bit more how we got to Dr. Flynn.
That's a fair question. And Director Grant, please.
Sure. I'll start off, and if Dr. Flynn has anything to add, fair enough. And it's through the chair. I'll start off, and I'll have Dr. Flynn add to that. Dr. Flynn, I'm proposing to be the chair of the review committee, but the review committee spans widely across the country. So as part and parcel of the panel that's recommended to you, Dr. Flynn being local would chair that committee. There would be a member from the Global Journalism Innovation Lab at the University of British Columbia. Also be 2 members from Carleton University, which is, I think, one of the top revered journalism schools in Canada. And in addition, there is a professor from York University. That's also recommended to be on the panel. If you want to know how that's going to work, I would turn it over to Dr. Flynn about his ideas, if that's of interest to you, Councillor.
Councillor, would you like to hear from Dr. Flynn?
Yes, I would.
Thank you. Dr. Flynn, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So when Mr. Grant approached me about being involved in this, I suggested a different process that academics are very comfortable with. It's called an academic program review, where an institution will gather a number of outside academics to review a certain policy or program, independently review it, meet with the team, take all the documentations, meet with stakeholders, and then propose some recommendations or policies that are reflected based on that. And that's the process you have now in place. And what we did is go and search for people who have subject matter expertise in this field, ensure that we have a representation of a racialized academic who's on the committee as well, and a breadth of knowledge. We have a professional, Mr. Scott White is the editor-in-chief of The Conversation, so a working professional journalist who's also involved as well. And as the report suggested, one of the most important parts is to engage stakeholders, including traditional media, but independent media, emergent media as well, and get their perspective on this as well.
Councillor?
Thank you, Dr. Flynn. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think my last question is, I appreciate and hear that you will include a racialized academic that will be on this committee. However, may I suggest perhaps including a racialized freelancer or some sort of independent media to ensure that we have all points of view from the committee perspective? Because I know you are going to stakeholders, but it's just at the decision-making table, having someone that's part of the freelancer or new media sort of perspective, but as well creating that equity and diversity lens as well.
Mr. Grant?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor. I would suggest that the proposed panel members have a great deal of that expertise in their research areas, and they will specifically go out and speak with independent media, traditional media and the like. But I would submit to council that the members of the panel that we're proposing have a wide and deep area of expertise, and I think that they'll be able to take that perspective, Councillor.
Councillor Wang?
I hear that. I hear that, and I understand the perspective of that. I'm just mindful that this is a decision-making body at the end of the day, and I do want to ensure that we have people that have the ability to have a seat at the table. So I hear that. I will defer to Dr. Flynn and his expertise, but it's just one of those things where I'd like to throw up a bit of a flag, that's all.
Is it possible to include someone reputable independent journalist?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it is possible, and we'll give it some thought. And I mean, I think the concerns that are raised are very valid, and we'll put that into consideration as well.
Is that satisfactory, Councillor? Thank you very much. And Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. If I could, through the Chair, procedurally, may I ask a question directly to Dr. Flynn, or do
Yes.
I have to go to staff and then you refer?
Nope, you can go directly to Dr. Flynn.
Okay, thank you. If I could ask, what is the problem that you are seeking to solve?
Dr. Flynn, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor, I think the question at hand is how do organizations recognize media in a very fast-moving, disrupted, changing landscape? Technology has allowed any of us to act in the same way that journalists would report on issues. The question is, are there practices, standards that should apply in these kind of situations that allow people to have trust in the reporting, but also in the information that they get? So I think that's where really the heart of it is that is not establishing who is a journalist, but what are the standards that people who are reporting and that should have access to facilities, what are the most applicable standards or practices that would be acceptable for organizations to engage with them? And this is something that happens across the board. I was just looking, First Ontario Place has a media accreditation policies. Hamilton Place has it. If you want to be a media and report on the Blue Jays, you have to go through an accreditation process. So it's that expectation of relationship. What is it, and how do we engage in a way that the information is trustworthy, transparent, and best represents the interests of both parties?
Thank you, Doctor. Councillor Wilson.
Through the Chair, do you believe that the state has a role in defining who is a journalist?
Dr. Flynn.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Journalism is not a non-regulated profession, so the state does not have an official role to play. But I think it becomes a part of how we operate together. Journalism today had, for many years, for hundreds of years, had an expected standard of practice that people would, in fact, engage in. And actually, it was pretty exclusive. Like, none of us could just write a newspaper because we didn't have the means to be able to do it. We couldn't go on broadcast. But today, those rules, in many respects, have been put aside. And as a result, we see the disruption in journalism because of technology, the changing nature of technology. I can call myself a journalist. So I think, no, the state isn't the one that regulates it, but the community should be the one that, in fact, decide what those practices are acceptable practices as well.
Thank you. Councillor.
Thank you. If I could just seek clarification, is it the norm that the entity seeks to accredit, or is it the norm that journalists themselves define that accreditation? Through the Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Flynn, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I think it's both. I think media organizations seek to have people accredited in order to be able to gain access to government bodies. And I think organizations seek to, and accreditation, I think, is the word that everybody who's stuck, ensure that the work that is being done adheres to an acceptable professional set of standards and practices and ethical actions by the people that are engaged in it.
Thank you. Director Grant.
Just to follow up, and through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, and the particular model that this particular policy supports would be having journalists themselves indicate what the standards are, hence the two particular bodies. There is no local sort of press gallery, if you will. And as I think I mentioned in the last presentation I made here, should we get to a point where there is a local press gallery here in Hamilton, my next report will be advising that we should use them as our standard. In the absence of that, the plan was to go for organizations that already exist, that already count the majority of our media as their members, to have a low bar of entry. But the thought behind this particular policy is we did not want to be the ones to be deciding. We would prefer to go to the journalism community to tell us, and that was the thinking behind the policy, Councillor.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I appreciate that. In the answer Dr. Flynn gave, he talked about the necessity of creating standards so that we have trust in reporting and to help guide in access. So when I first asked the question, Chair, about what problem we are seeking to solve here, when I reread the report this morning, I'm wondering if either Director Grant or Dr. Flynn could help me. Is this to guide access to the media center?
Director Grant, please.
Through the chair to... Sorry about that.
Time's up.
Through the chair to the councillor. The thinking behind accreditation, it would be to guide access to the privileges that we as Communications Division afford members of the press. That would include access to the media center, access to City Hall after hours. It would include the ability to use the media center. It would include being invited into press conferences and being able to participate. Every member of the community, as per the policy council passed last week, will be able to view press conferences as they are happening and go to them archived online. But as is practice in other environments across the country and in other media environments, it is journalists themselves that are permitted to ask questions. So with all those extra resources, we want to make sure that we're moving those resources and using those resources for the purpose they're intended. And what we've seen in other jurisdictions, and we've seen a little bit here, is people that may not be involved in journalism starting to go through that door. And looking for sort of expedited information. We don't get too much of that right now, but we get a little bit, and we see others do it, advertorial companies, that sort of thing. The other thing, and the thing that makes me nervous, is you take a look at the United States, and we're seeing the emergence of a number of outlets that are calling themselves news outlets that may not, I guess, pass a test of what equals credible journalism and may pass a test for what constitutes hate speech. It's difficult to differentiate between people who are engaging in principled journalism and those that are not, based on the platform that's there.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you. I'll provide a direct comment to that hypothetical or perhaps emerging. And how I think, in my opinion, the best way around it. If I could ask one more question to our city manager. The creation of the media center was deemed to be an operational matter and not a council matter. I'm just wondering if you could give me a little bit of insight into that. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager Smith, please.
Through the chair, when I arrived here at the city, we already had a media room. It was up here on the second floor. It was quite small. And we also needed to find a room to do weddings because we got direction to do weddings. And one of the things I asked Director Grant to do when he was hired, because I was hearing in my early days as city manager directly from the media that they were frustrated with the city in terms of getting access to information, staff being responsive, et cetera. So I did ask Director Grant to start having conversations to see. And so became a situation where the existing media room was needed for other purposes. We also heard through those discussions that it wasn't big enough for the news outlets to come and a safe place to leave their equipment, et cetera. And we also learned a lot during the pandemic about the critical nature of getting information out to the community. And so through those kind of three things, we did look for other space within the building to do it that would better meet the needs. We did send a notification out to council that we were looking to move it. We didn't hear any concerns at the time. And we had within our approved budget the financial resources to do it. And so that's why it was moved down to the basement to better meet the needs of the media, as well as give us better capabilities that we learned through the pandemic about how we need to be ready to roll and get information out to the public.
Thank you. At the appropriate time, if I could be afforded a chance to comment, I'll appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm seeing a large component of this review is to see how basically this policy aligns with the best practices and other public sector policies. Who are our public sector comparators, and do we think that what happens in different public sectors is a one-to-one mapping to a municipal government, or what kind of considerations of context will be done in that review?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Thank you for the question. No, I think ultimately you'd want to be able to find how other municipalities are operating that are at this same level. So, 10th largest in the country, who else is doing it, how are they doing it, what kind of policies do they have put in place already? I wouldn't suggest that you'd benchmark against the City of Toronto, and they have different resources, they have different media demands as well. But I think we can learn from what they've done and what they've gone through as well. City of Ottawa, for example. And then other governments, and there has been work done in accreditation. We were looking to find another colleague. Unfortunately, they were not available to be able to participate, but their expertise is in this accreditation aspect, and they've done work in different provincial governments and the federal government as well. So that's just be able to provide more information and to provide a range of opportunities to be able to utilize after that.
Councillor?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm hearing mostly government agencies just want to point out that if we're talking about like the post-secondary sector, like their communication needs are fundamentally different, but they might fall under that public sector. So I think I'm hearing quite clearly a focus on government and folks who are in that more similar situation. I think for me, I'd like to see a little bit more of the methodology here in the report. I don't know if that can be spoken to. I don't know what a best practice review means in this context, or more of an academic review. And so maybe just an overview of what these next 3 months are actually going to operationally look like, and what is the final product that might be produced.
Dr. Flynn.
Mr. Chair. So I see this as an opportunity for our committee to gather all the materials that Mr. Grattan has produced as well, identify complementary or exemplars within the municipal sectors of what they are doing, to be able to talk to them, to get information, their policies as well. And then our committee would meet with a number of these stakeholders and ask them questions, do a desk review of the materials that we have in place, and then provide recommendations on future best practices as a result of that.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, fundamentally when we're making these recommendations on best practices, they're value aligned. There is no neutrality here. Like there's an academic piece, and that gives maybe a realm of authority, I'd say maybe not independence in the sense of there are values. And so the value is it more important to protect from folks who are maybe pretending to be journalists in big, heavy quotes there? Like, is that the concern and we have to be protective against that? Or is the value that we want to balance access? And what this policy seeks to do is find that balance, but inherently the values of which of those two things you find as more important influence the balance you're going to find. I understand that in academia, you're trying to do that independent review. can you talk a little bit more about how values come into this and how that's going to be taken into the review process?
Director Grant.
Through the chair to the councillor, I'll start and then I'll pass it over to Dr. Flynn. In terms of the values that we want to operate, and for me personally, I would like to make sure of a couple of different things. I'd like to make sure the resources we're bringing to bear, including 3 FTEs, the media center, that sort of stuff, is being used appropriately. And it's being used specifically for members of the press to aid them in their work because it's a fair investment. So that's the one thing I'd like to do. I would like to make sure that we're as open as we can be, where, if there are outlets here and elsewhere, they have the ability to come here, they have the space to work, they have what they need, like I've seen at other facilities. And I think that would be the primary goal. But we're also cognizant that the journalism environment has changed dramatically. There are some challenges out there that are both here and emerging that we need to keep in mind. So my primary goal would be to support and empower journalism to happen within the building in an environment that provides resources and safety in terms of after hours, that sort of thing, but also keep in mind some of the emerging challenges.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you for that answer. I think it does kind of speak to a little bit about what we're trying to do here. I just specifically hoping to maybe suggest through this or ask if the Canadian Freelance Union will specifically be reached out to as a stakeholder in the forthcoming review. They're the union of all freelancers in Canada, so that's a good place, not the only place for freelancers, but they have a union. So just wondering if that's in, or if maybe you could speak to the other folks that we'll be reaching out to both in a local and national context for their feedback.
Doctor, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. They're on the list now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I think the tension here that I have with this is we're trying to prevent against a situation from happening, and I understand that, but I guess my hypothetical to offer and to understand how this policy comes in is, if I'm a regulated journalist and I am an accredited journalist and I get this access, and then I don't do journalism with those privileges, there's a procedure to respond to that within this there can be a response. Why is a proactive accreditation better than just responding in those instances, because we can clearly respond already? It's built into policy, or is the need to be accredited part of what allows us to respond? Just trying to walk in and understand that as well, because I could be accredited and misbehave, or I could be unaccredited and misbehave, and there'll still be that response piece.
Director?
Great. Through the chair to the councillor. I would suggest that accreditation allows us to understand who are the people we're serving and who has the additional privileges that we're believing are necessary to offer, which would include after-hours access to the building, dedicated staff, which we didn't necessarily have before. It was a part of their duties, but this is going to be a dedicated 3-person team to serve members of the press to make sure that they have what they need. And also giving them the opportunity to have space in the building, so when council has finished, and this is something they asked for, they'd be able to go downstairs, finish their stories, and file from here. And sometimes those things happen late. They would like to know who's in the environment with them, that they are professionals doing the same body of work that they're doing. And we felt that the best way to do that, because we're offering more service and more amenities, was to go to organizations that journalists had voluntarily joined on their own, and recognize the work that they had already done in that community as our standard.
Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. Similar to, I think, some of the other folks, as we do this review, I think a press core model or some of those types of things are ones that I gravitate towards more than us having a role in this, but we'll see what comes out, and appreciate the value of a review and maybe helping us flesh out some of those options or choices. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Francis.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, I'm just going to try to keep this simple. I'm going to simplify an issue that seems to have been overcomplicated. maybe this would be through to City Manager Smith, or maybe, I'm not sure who will answer this, but couldn't we just move the weddings up to the 8th floor and then where they've got a nice view of the city, and then move the media room back to where it was? Like, what's the problem with doing this?
City Manager Smith?
Yeah, through the chair. Through the feedback we had from members of the media, the current room wasn't adequate enough.
We asked a question of the city manager. We should be hearing the answer.
Through the chair. So we heard from the discussions with the media outlets that the current room was not large enough for space for them to put equipment in, et cetera. Plus, it definitely does not have the capabilities for us to have space to immediately pull together press conferences, media, like we did with the pandemic, to get information out to the public. We kind of scramble, we put them in the lobby or in council chambers, et cetera. And so this room, which we're more than happy to give any member of council a tour, has that capability for us to get our messages out to the public.
Thank you. Councillor Francis?
Maybe just a clarifying point on that. I appreciate the detailed response. I just, and maybe I should take a tour to see what this looks like, but I just want to know, like, I mean, who's complaining? I mean, usually sitting here, I notice we've got maybe 2-3 journalists here most days. On a crazy busy day, maybe we've got 7, 8. Maybe could you clarify for me? I mean, it doesn't seem like there's ever been a point where it's been exploding. I mean, it's only been 6 months for me, but maybe you can clarify for that for me, please.
Director?
Sure. Through the chair to the councillor. We spoke with every media outlet in town, and we asked them the questions, through a variety of questions, the service that we're offering in terms of connecting people to information and subject matter experts, how we're doing, and that was the last policy that council looked at in terms of we weren't making ourselves available enough. I also asked them about the facilities that we have on offer for them, and almost to a person, they said that they're not adequate. The other thing that I found concerning is as we were opening up, that particular room didn't allow the ability for people to distance, and should that become necessary again, it doesn't offer that. There's no amenities. So when I talked to them about what it is that they were looking for and thought about what other media centers are that I've worked with and in, what we have downstairs is more representative of what a standard media room on offer would and should look like. And it's, I believe, more in line with the conversations I had with media outlets in town about something that would be helpful to them.
Councillor Francis.
Thank you. I don't know if that really answers my question, because I'm just wondering who is they? Because I mean, there's only, to my knowledge, I mean, there's only been a handful of journalists here on a regular basis, and even, like I said, on a crazy busy council meeting, we just had we just passed our global budget. Maybe there were 7 journalists here. I just don't know who they is, where we need this massive space for. So maybe just some clarification on who they are, through you, Chair.
Director Grant.
Sure. To the chair, to the councillor, I think that they will change over time, but right now it would include organizations like CBC, the Hamilton Spectator, CHCH, Hamilton Community News, independent reporters that are coming out, CHML, many of whom have indicated that they would like to be able to come to City Hall and do their work. Many who have indicated that it's difficult for them to try to finish off stories when council is finished, because they might have to go out to a bench or go somewhere else, and it's not really providing them with the amenities that would make it easier for them. And so in terms of putting something together, we looked at what other organizations have in terms of a media center, and what we are providing downstairs would be more in line with what people would consider a media center than what we had previously.
Councillor?
Yeah, I guess it answers my question, but I guess I'll keep my comments to myself because I just disagree, but thank you.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, the report is before us, and we will have the vote now, please. Nope, sorry, Councillor Maureen Wilson. Sorry, I missed you.
No, that's fine. No, thank you very much, Chair. Just a little bit of background. Again, I was absent on personal leave when the policy in this discussion landed, so I apologize for the catch-up. The reason I asked the question of what problem we're seeking to solve was you may or may not recall when Mayor Horvath had her motion to create a task force of citizens about open and transparent government. I had asked at the time for the media policy to be deferred to that, and as the mover of the motion, she declined her prerogative and completely supportive of that. It is my opinion that is our first priority as a public agency, is when we look at this organization, when we look at our website and our search engines, when we look at our FOI process, when we look at our reports, when we look at building access, if we put the resident first, and if it works for the resident, in terms of openness, it will necessarily work for journalists, which are absolutely critical component of democracy and of holding this body to account. And I supported the policy 2 weeks ago now with a slight amendment to remove the reference to accreditation, because I do believe strongly that we have no role, only the professional press galleries themselves independently determine, if they so wish, who is a journalist. I do not ask GM Thorne if he is a registered professional planner. I do not inquire about who on his staff are, because that is not my role. Those accreditations are overseen by that profession. Similarly, I do not ask GM Can who on his staff is an accredited engineer. That is his operational responsibility, but even he is not involved. That's a professional association. So this here is not particularly a priority for me. And when I asked about what problem we're seeking to solve, I'm not saying I'm not supporting or would not have supported, or there's no need for a press gallery, but an operational decision was made that has now created policy consequences. And I would have liked to have had that deliberation within the context of, if we do this. Speaking to some friends of mine, most of whom are now retired journalists, they take great exception to Torstar, which I believe was sold for $50 million, now receiving space for $100, is it, Mr. Grant, to use here, when they decided to move from the lower city to where they are now. They could have bought space in the downtown and set up a satellite office for themselves. They did not. So for me, it's a matter of principle that I do not believe that we should be in that space. And to the caution about the voices perhaps of extremes that are coming into the fold under the guise of journalists, I would also say the opposite. I would not want the state, if it was, say, a president who has now been charged under the law, I would not want that individual to have any role in determining who is a journalist, because it can work both ways. So as a matter of principle, I with greatest of respect to Dr. Flynn, and not at all any injury or seeking to undermine his integrity or his role, I just cannot, I don't need to support this, because I don't think it's a problem that is a priority for me, and I do think it stems from perhaps a decision that should have been brought to this council because it has policy implications. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Jackson, if you could take the chair for me, please.
Councillor, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair Jackson. When this thing came up, I remembered the press gallery in Toronto at Queen's Park. And they set their own rules, and Queen's Park basically provided them the space that they need. So there was, if I recall, it was the 4th or 5th floor, there was an entire walk around Queen's Park. All the offices were set up with different media outlets. So City TV, CBC, CHCH, they would have an area so that they could put their films together and do the videos, and then they would have the press conferences either in the media room, which is downstairs on the 2nd floor, which is a more representative media room of a legislative assembly, rather than having it in the hallway. And so I listened to the discussion and the debate, and I heard the city manager and Director Grant talk about this media room. And quite frankly, I watched throughout the pandemic, and the backdrops kept changing. You could tell, nope, that room's busy, you got to go somewhere else. And they were looking for the best place for the media to do their thing, which is recording and inquiring. I believe I asked Richard Brennan at that meeting to comment, and he came down and talked about how the press gallery operated in Queen's Park. I asked Mr. Grant, why isn't the media in Hamilton setting up the Hamilton Press Gallery or the Hamilton Press Council or the Hamilton? They used to have a press club, if I remember way back when. Oh, Dr. Flynn, see, all us old guys are remembering these things. And it used to be in the bottom of the Football Hall of Fame. There was a big, you could walk down the stairs and there's the press club. There were inebriations occurring within that press club, but it was there for a long time. And my hope was, similar to Councillor Wilson, that the media would step up and say, we can arrange, we can set this up. But I realized that many of them were saying no because the media is so stretched. You look at how many broadcasters that we have lost out of CHML. How many reporters we have lost out of the Spectator. When I was first elected, that front bench was full of reporters. And it's rarely full now. And that's the change in the media that I think Dr. Flynn was talking about. So I acquiesce to hear a suggestion on how we could perhaps encourage some type of accreditation process. But in order to get there to even have that conversation, we need this procedure to occur. We need this attempt by Dr. Flynn and the cohorts. I don't mean to be disparaging, but you know what I mean, to review what's happening across the country and come back with some policies. I still remain uncomfortable with the idea of the state approving or accrediting reporters. I think of 1984. I think of China with state-run media, and if they don't like you, then you're not getting in. That's what comes to mind, and I don't mean to be disparaging to this process, but that's my fear in the back of my mind. And I would like to see the report from Dr. Flynn before we make a final decision on this. But I remain at this point, Chair, uneasy, but I will support this process so that I can make a more informed decision. But my trepidations are still there, and I just wanted Dr. Flynn to hear them prior to, not that I'm special, but I think a number of people around this room, Councillor McMeekin said I am special. God bless you. But I think a number of people around this room, Chair, are having that same trepidation, and they're just trying to figure out where the heck are we going? So if we can get that report back, then we can make a more informed decision at that time. And I thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to get that off my chest.
And thank you, Councillor Clark, for some historical context as well. Chair's back to you.
I don't like the fact that you're, I'm giving historical, but anyways, thank you. I have the Chair again. Seeing no further questions or comments, we will call the question now, please, and it'll be an electronic vote. And thank you again, Councillor McMeekin. And that vote carried 11-2. Thank you very much. So we're now moving on to item 10.2, which is the Locke Street Business Improvement Area, BIA proposed budget and schedule of payment, PED 23061, Ward 1. May I have a mover and seconder to put it on the floor? I'm assuming Councillor Maureen Wilson and Councillor Alex Wilson. Thank you. Any questions or comments about the budget? Seeing none, let's call the vote on that one. Thank you for appearing, Doctor. Oh, it almost opened. And that vote carried 12-0. We're moving on to 10.3, which is the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Program, Intake 2, FCS 21055A. Brian McMullen will be helping us with this one. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the item on the floor? Moved by Councillor Spatafor, seconded by Councillor Wang. Do you want to make comments up front, Brian?
So through the chair, if you'd like.
Please.
So through the chair, Brian McMullen, Director of Financial Planning, Administration and Policy and Corporate Services Department. With me today is Robin Ellis, the Acting Director of Facilities and Energy, and I think on the line, Paul Takala from the Hamilton Public Library. So with this report is just seeking authority from Council on the Green and Inclusive Community Buildings Intake number 2. So there was an intake 1 back a few years ago that we applied for some funds. There's a second intake that was announced in December 5th. So we've submitted an application. The deadline was February 28th, but we have to come back to council and get approval to sign all the relevant agreements. So a number of meetings were held with staff about which eligible projects might fit into the requirements for this program, and we came up with the one for the Mount Hope Library renovation and expansion. So if you would like, Robin Ellis can give you some details on the specifics of that project.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, this is an expansion of the existing library footprint within the footprint of the building itself. This was a unique opportunity to meet the very specific grant criteria, which required the construction completion by the end of first quarter 2026. And so we needed to find a project that did not require site plan approval, and a project which we had already engaged in terms of feasibility and concept design and stakeholder engagement. And so we that narrowed the list down quite substantially, and we were left with one project and working with our library stakeholders. As Brian mentioned, we've got Paul Takala logged in as well, CEO of HPL and Chief Librarian, and he may wish to expand on my description of the project.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Paul. Would you like to make a few comments, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, we're very excited about the Mount Hope project, and it remains one of our last facilities of the library to be upgraded to modern standards. And I think what's exciting about this application that we work with Public Works on is the fact that we're seeking federal investment to both complement the planned renovation, but also to make it a net zero building. The design that we've worked towards would expand the library footprint on the main floor of Mount Hope, but also make a number of basically integrate it better with the back room that I know the cadets use, and it's, you know, we've been working with recreation on that. So we're quite excited about this opportunity to get some federal investment in this project that was planned. The library board recently approved $1 million from reserves to fund this project. So we'll answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Councillor Spadafora, please. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Just wondering if Ward 14 was looked at as a possible, I don't know, other alternative to this program, through you, Chair.
Does Ward 14 have a library?
And I will answer my own question saying I guess Ward 14 was not, but I will put on the record that Ward 14 does not have a library, and we are looking forward to hopefully taking advantage of a program like this in the future to get a library in Ward 14. Thank you, Chair.
Paul, do you have any aspirations into Ward 14?
Well, that's something that we are working on. There's no immediate plans. I think the issue with this grant application is there's some specific deadlines, and so the fact that we already have a plan that has been advancing makes us eligible for this. For us to now to look at starting something from scratch, I think that's what Brian was referring to. That you know, there wouldn't be the time for us to be successful at executing a new library build that within the timeframes of this grant. That does not preclude future opportunities that we would look in Ward 14 or elsewhere. Although, and I think the councillor knows we've met about this, that we don't have any specific plans in his ward, but that's something that we're looking at, and particularly given the growth in part of the ward where there's a lot of people, that's something that we're working on. But I have nothing specific to report about that yet.
Thank you, Paul. Much appreciated. Supplemental to Councillor Spadafora.
Just a comment, Chair. Thank you for that, Paul. I really appreciate it. The only thing I would change from your response would be when you said Ward 14 or elsewhere. Ward 14, I think, should have been the end of that. But thank you.
I think he's being facetious but serious at the same time. Okay, the next is Councillor Nan, please. Oh, it's still up. Okay, Councillor Mark Tattison, do you have anything to say about this project in Mount Hope?
Take my mask off. Yes, I do. Through the chair, through the deputy mayor. I just would like to remind my fellow councillors that we are all one big city sharing resources. Glanbrook, Ward 11 does not have a pool. Your ward does. We can go to your pool. You can come to our library. It all works together. Okay, so in my excitement about hearing this, Paul, getting down to some serious issues here. Did you describe something about the conditions of it being a net zero build? Can you go into that a little bit?
CEO Takla, please.
Thank you very much. That's a great question. And well, we don't have the specifics on how that's going to be realized at this location, although that's something that's being worked on right now as part of the detailed plan. So, and it could include a combination of things such as, solar panels, improved insulation, if there's an opportunity for geothermal or other methods. So we will be getting answers to those questions or details as the detailed design gets finalized. And I think we're interested in getting this supported so that we can quickly proceed to do those detailed designs. I would just say one thing in addition to the issue of addressing, the environmental sustainability of the building. Mount Hope is a branch that there's a clear support from Mount Hope for having a branch there. Although the current condition of the building and the size of it, it's not really adequately serving the community. And in our data, we have more people from Mount Hope currently using Turner Park, but we think that's not because they don't want to use Mount Hope, but it's because of a combination of hours and, the condition of the building. And so we want to address both those things, in this grant would help expedite the approval of that.
Councillor Tadeson, please.
And I'd just like to recognize that through the chair, we are a growing community, and I understand that some decisions have been made about the footprint, and is there still some room to negotiate some of those details still? I think that's what I heard in your last comment.
Yes, that's correct. And so I know you've expressed specific concerns about making sure that the community room at the back, in the basement, the kitchen and community room is not being impacted. And though I understand the Lion Club use that quite a bit, and there's a lot of community events going in there. We do understand the need to maintain a community room on the first floor. And so I know we talked about right now the plans have the library moving 17 feet back. I think that's something that as we go through the detailed planning, we can certainly meet and discuss that with yourself or other stakeholders to make sure that what we're doing is adequately, addressing other community needs besides the library. One of the key things from this proposal is we have a very unfriendly and out-of-date accessibility ramp that isn't very friendly. And the improvements made to the building at the back with accessible washrooms and elevators would, we want to make sure that people can easily enter from the parking lot through those already accessible entrances to into the library space. But yeah, we will confirm the final layout and work with you and other stakeholders to ensure that we're making sure that we're meeting all needs. And I think one of the things that we're interested in is making that integration from the library space to the community space better. We have some programs there already, but going through the room, it's not very accessible. And so this would enable us to do that. But we certainly are looking forward to working with others in terms of animating that other room with library programs as well as other programs from the community. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Councillor Mark Tadeson, please.
So I'd just like to share with my fellow council members that this renovation was originally planned for 2023, and the community willingly deferred it until funding was able to come forward. So I want to thank Paul for finding that funding and being creative with this solution so that we can have our library sometime in 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, and through you, Deputy Mayor, certainly in support of this motion, not only because an advocate of libraries, but specifically around the fact that this is around moving our facilities, city-owned facilities, towards net zero. If I could, through you to Chief Librarian, do I recall correctly of our portfolio review during board meetings that we're moving all of our facilities towards this standard? And did you say today that this is the last one remaining, or this is the last one remaining for renovations?
Chair, thank you for that question, Councillor Nan. So this is the last building from our original locations that has not been brought up to modern accessibility standards. So both accessibility, but also the condition of the building needs to be more welcoming and have more space for students, et cetera. with our most recent project that was completed was Valley Park, and that was gold or LEED Gold certified. And I think what we've been hearing from the board and from also council direction is that the urgency of sustainability is something that we need to do everything we can to advance. We do not have a plan to make all our buildings net zero or, but we're certainly going to be working with the city in the coming years to look at how we can make mutual investments to make our buildings more sustainable. And I think I'm hearing very clearly from the library board that this is a high priority. And so we'll be working, in partnership with council and with the city to look at what kind of retrofits can happen over the next number of years, to get where we want to be. We have 23 locations, so it's going to take time, but I think it's important that we've been through this great journey of getting our buildings up to modern, accessible standards. And just as we're finishing this one journey, I think we need to really pursue the journey of sustainability. And I think that's not just for the library, but I think the city as well is looking at the same thing. So we're excited about this opportunity. And I think for the library, because so many people come into the library, we really want to play a role in, showing leadership in terms of environmental sustainability, but also in working on educating Hamiltonians better about what they can do themselves to be more sustainable. And I know this is an internal conversation with our team about, okay, even without retrofitting our buildings, what are we doing that, is not environmentally friendly, and how can we start making sure that that's a lens with which we actively look at through all the things that we're doing, and making sure that we're not creating a non-necessary impact.
Thank you. And I would say being contributive towards our overall goals as a municipality and playing a role in that. So I'm glad to hear that the application's already been submitted by staff. And if I could, through you, when are we likely to hear back from the province in terms of successful applicants?
Mr. McMullen, do you know?
So through the chair, we don't have a date. In terms of past grants, usually it's at least a quarter or two. Yeah. In terms of hearing back, we will, certainly update, come back and update when we hear back. But in terms of timelines for the project, this report enables staff to continue their work without pausing to hear back about the grant.
Great. Excellent. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Tatis, and I can tell you the work that they did on the Valley Park Library was exemplary. The community loves it. Oak Ridge's landscaping just received an award from their association for the landscaping. We continually hear from residents who go into that library now, and I meet with residents there once a month, and the place is very, very crowded. People love it. So I'm sure they'll do the same thing in Mount Hope for you. Okay, the motion has been moved and seconded. Correct? Yes, and we'll have the vote now, please. And that vote carried 14-0. Where are we now? We are moving on to the city, item 10.4, City of Hamilton property tax increases due to the Ontario legislative changes. This is an outstanding business item. Mr. McMullen is here to answer any questions. I need a mover and a seconder to put the item on the floor. Moved by Councillor Danko, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. Mr. McMullen, did you have anything to offer us?
So through the chair, Brian McMullen again, Director of Financial Planning, Administration and Policy in the Corporate Services Department. So yeah, we were asked back in February to bring back a report on potential changes that we could make to the tax bill or any of the the property tax publications that we have related to our annual tax bills. So we came back and we did a little bit of research, and what we were showing you in this recommendation is that we're going to, for the 2023 tax bill, is we're suggesting that we're going to change the costs that get reported in the provincially shared programs. And in the second bullet, we're going to add some more information into the property tax brochure. And then for 2024, we're going to do some additional work. What we also uncovered was that the Municipal Act has some requirements around who we need to talk to when we want to make changes to our tax bill. So we have to get approval from the Minister of Finance to make changes to our tax bill. So we'll be doing that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thanks. Just two very quick questions. So I'm going to ask them at once if that's okay.
Absolutely.
But just wondering if we know what the anticipated amount is, given that we're getting close to that printing of these bills, or if we don't have an estimate of that, that's fine right now. So no answer is a fine answer to part one. And part two is, I see it says some specific items related to planning, and then it says but not limited to. Just wondering, will programs where the province has downloaded onto municipalities or has stopped their provincial share of funding and we have picked it up, naming, I'm thinking back to the mental health and addiction funding that was included as a council referred item in this budget, will that be included in this?
Mr. McMullen?
Yeah, so through the chair, yeah, we're looking at what specific changes were made during the 2023 budget from the 2022 budget approvals to make sure that we capture those in the provincially shared items. Items like the costs that would have been related to Bill 108, Bill 109, Bill 23, some of those are not quantifiable because some of them are happening in the future, so they won't be captured in the 2023 tax bill.
Councillor? Thank you very much. Can I ask a quick question, notwithstanding what the Municipal Act says, can we add an additional flyer or note rather than putting it on the tax bill? Language is important.
Yeah, so through the chair, that's information that we could add to the property tax brochure that gets sent out, and we can also put some information on our website.
Thank you very much. Okay, the item is moved and seconded. We'll have the vote, please. That item carried 13-0. Thank you very much. Item 10.5 is the Advisory Committee for Persons with Disabilities. I need a mover and a seconder to put item 10.5 on the floor. Moved by Councillor Mark Tattison, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any comments or questions on the item? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. Madam Clerk. And that's carried 13-0. Item 11 is motions. Councillor Alex Wilson, would you like to introduce your motion today, 11.1?
Thank you. I would be happy to. I'm just pulling it up over here. So it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. And we've had this last time, so I'm just going to read out that therefore be it resolved if that's okay with folks. So therefore be it resolved that the Corporate Real Estate Office staff be authorized and directed to negotiate the requisite agreements between the City of Hamilton, the Hamilton Conservation Authority, to permit the city to design, construct, and maintain a new set of stairs on HCA property located at the end of Grant Boulevard and report back to the General Issues Committee for approval. And B, that Public Works staff be directed to determine the budget and work required to design, construct, and maintain a new set of stairs on the Hamilton Conservation Authority property located at the end of Grant Boulevard and report back to the General Issues Committee for approval. Folks may remember at the last Public Works meeting, we heard a delegation about this. This is not an expenditure of funds. This is a use of staff time to come up with a proposal and to work with the HCA so we can have that decision at a later date.
Thank you. That seems understandable. Any comments or questions around the table? So this is going to come back to us at a later date with the money that it costs and all of that information, right? Perfect. We'll call the vote then. 13-0, ladies and gentlemen, that is carried. Number 11.2, securing Canada's $1 billion investment in strengthened freshwater action plan. Whose motion was that? I'm sorry. Councillor Alex Wilson, thank you. You have a seconder for that motion?
I do. It was originally Mayor Horvath, but in her absence, I have Councillor Nernan.
That'll work fine.
There we go. And so again, we saw this at our last GIC 2 weeks ago. It was just a notice of motion then. We didn't waive the rules. Folks may know that this is an advocacy letter to the federal government about their 2023 budget, which now exists. So there are some very, very minor edits and we knew this on the first when we missed the notice of motion. So we just made some very minor edits to continue this advocacy. At the end of the day, the relevant info, just while it's coming up and we can explain the inputs, is in 2021, the federal government said that they were going to commit $1 billion to Freshwater Action Plan. In 2022, they committed not a lot. In 2023, they did commit more. We're still not at that $1 billion yet, and so this is still a timely letter. It's still relevant to advocate for that. And then in red, you'll see the small context changes that have been added. So we've just included the impact of the $650 million over 10-year investment that was included in last week's budget federally. And then a little bit farther down, we just have a quick little grammar change. And then on the third page, is, again, just removing budget 2023 and making this a standing ask just so it makes sense. This is part of a standard advocacy that other municipalities are also pursuing with the federal government.
I do thank you for all of that research, though, that you provided. That was very helpful. Councillor Ted McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. It's a good motion, and it needs to go. Only 5% of the world's water is fresh water, drinkable water. And we're blessed to have access to worldwide about 21% of the world's entire supply of fresh water. You know the Lake Mead story in the States and some of the other. France has had a decline of 40% availability of fresh water. So this is really critical that we keep a government which has indicated rather tentatively their interest to heighten it and make sure that we continue to be good stewards of water. If we don't have air that we can breathe, nothing else matters. And if we don't have water that's safe and clean to drink, we're in real trouble. So I support the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any further speakers to the motion? Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, and thank you to Councillor Alex Wilson for this motion. I wonder if it might be friendly to just add in the therefore be it resolved to share this motion once ratified by Council with FCM.
Councillor Alex Wilson is giving a thumbs up to that as a friendly amendment. Any further questions, comments, or suggestions? Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was listening, but you were a little bit faster than I was able to get it up and type it out.
We usually have standard language with motions like this one where we're advocating to other levels of government. Deputy Mayor, to share a copy of this motion with the appropriate association, so it would be the Federation of Canadian Municipalities.
Perfect.
Thank you. Yep. Okay, we're good to go. Let's have the vote. Mine's working again. That vote carried 13-0. Items number 12, 12.1 is a notice of motion investing in beautiful alleys, Ward 3. Councillor Nan, would you like to read out your notice, or are you wishing to waive the rules?
Deputy Mayor, I think I'm just going to withdraw the motion and bring it to Council in the interest of time.
That works also. Thank you very much. So we consider the motion withdrawn. So now moving on to item 13, which is general issue and other businesses, amendments to the outstanding business list. May I have a mover to approve the amendments to the OBL? Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Spatafora. And we'll call that vote. And that vote carried 12-0. Just reminding councillors that we're slowly getting down to where the quorum will be, so make sure that before you leave, we have quorum present. Item 13.2 is the vacant home tax communication update. Jeanette Smith, the city manager, will provide committee with information on the vacant home tax communication update. City manager.
Thank you, and through the chair. I had a number of councillors reach out to me over the last 24 hours with some questions around the vacant home tax. I respect that this new council had a report in January, amongst a lot of other reports, and a lot of the discussion and direction to develop this program came in the last term of council. We have staff here to answer questions specifically around the program. The one thing that was a miss on this, and I'll fully admit, is that typically we give a heads up. That's a protocol that our communications team has put in place, that we give you a heads up when mailers like this are going out, so you can have your key messages and have your staff ready and where they can go for resources and potentially an FAQ, all that fun stuff. And that did not happen this time, so we own that as staff. And it's been a good lesson learned for people. But with that, we can either give a bit overview of the program, or we can just jump right into questions, because I know the hour is getting late.
I would suggest going straight to questions. So any questions that we have? Councillor Nan, your name is up there. Is that from the last item? Thank you very much. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of probably admin questions. I know there is now a vacant unit tax email address, but I don't think it is set out on the website where we have a brief description. At least I don't think it was. So if that amendment could be made, that would be very helpful.
Director Grant, please.
Through the chair, that'll be the first email I send to my web manager right after I finish speaking.
Thank you. Secondly, if I could just ask through you to Mr. Zagirak, some concern from some older residents that the declaration form, I think, may be sent electronically and only electronically. I was wondering if you could comment on that. And is there an opportunity to request it or to provide perhaps a paper copy later in the year, September? Thank you, through the chair.
Thank you. Jim Zagirak.
Yep. Through the chair, and I too, if I can just start by apologizing to council in recognition of sending out 177,000 notices that will trigger a lot of calls to you and your offices. So I apologize for not providing some advance warning to you and your staff, recognizing the interest by your constituents in the matter of the vacant home tax. To the councillor's question, we did envision principally electronic, but as well as opportunity for property owners to self-declare through a paper copy. We continue to learn, just as a reminder, as staff were developing this program, Vancouver was the first community, and we continue to reach out to Vancouver, Toronto now, and the city of Ottawa. So through Director McMullen and through Gloria Rojas, our senior policy advisor, we are engaging to learn their experiences. And as the city of Toronto and Ottawa are currently in the process of the declaration process, and I believe City of Ottawa, their declaration process comes to the end of April. We'll continue to learn from them. So to the councillor's question, while we were focusing on electronic, we understand the need for some constituents and some citizens to continue to have that interaction via mail or paper. And my final comment being, we are looking to learn from other jurisdictions based on their experiences.
Councillor?
Yeah, no, thank you. That's always, I'm very supportive of that practice. I do know Ottawa has a nice little cartoon on their website, which is very helpful. If I could ask also, perhaps through you, Chair, to Mr. Grant, I've received questions about how will we be advising the community. of this in terms of the communication rollout over the next, at least until the end of December, I would imagine, if you could speak to that through the chair.
Thank you. Director?
Through the chair and to the councillor, we're going to be doing it in a variety of ways, and it started with this mail out that drove about 3,000 people to the webpage within the first 20 hours. We'll have, and lots of questions coming in that will formulate the basis of our FAQs, but it's going to be for probably the next 6 to 7 months, a sustained campaign of awareness raising. We'll use metrics for awareness raising, much like driving people to the website, how many people need to get there, time on page, surveys, that kind of thing. And then as we get towards the end of that campaign, which will include all of our tools, social media campaigns, website, it'll be direct mail outs, that sort of thing. Towards the end of it, we're going to change our goals from raising awareness to having people perform what we call a call to action. So we're going to say, these are the papers we need you to fill, and we'll start to change our messaging at that point, away from awareness to here's what we need you to do. And I intend to see that by the end of the year. So success between now and towards the end of the year is awareness raising, and then after that, it's actual people who've complied with the policy or the new tax. Sorry.
Councillor?
Thank you. On that very last word, a new tax, just offering my editorial opinion, it is a levy with a purpose, which is a priority, which we are continuously hearing from our residents. What are you doing about homelessness? What are you doing about prioritizing affordable housing? If there are vacant units sitting, we want them on the market, whether for purchase or for rent. And I hope that in the communication, the intent of it will be underscored. Chair.
Director Grant?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, absolutely. So I did send a follow-up note to Council last night, which had some high-level messages that we'd be using. But the way that I would view this and the way I want my team to be able to promote this is a tool in our toolbox to solve the housing crisis that we find ourselves in. And if we have units that are out there that aren't being used, we're creating, I guess, a disincentive to keep them that way, because there are people who need those houses now. And there are people who need a place to stay now, and if things are sitting empty, then it's not helping anyone. But the driving home the purpose of this tool, and then putting into context with the other things that we're doing, including investments in repair of units and that sort of thing. That's the context in which that my team plans on creating a campaign, Councillor. And I think, in this particular piece that went out, I don't think we didn't do a good job of telling people why we're doing this and what we hope to achieve by it. And moving forward, that will absolutely be what we're going to be doing, because it's a tool in our toolbox. People need to understand why, and they also need to understand how it works with the other things that we're doing, and that's what we intend to do with our campaign.
Thank you. Thank you. Just one final question, again, administrative. We've been collecting some of the questions that we have received in the Ward 1 office that we're just not capable of answering at this time, and wanting to know where we should forward those to. Should it be the vacant unit at hamilton.ca? Should we be also copying communications on it so they get a sense of maybe what kind of clarity needs to be brought? Just looking for some insight from staff. Thank you. And those are my questions.
Where should we forward those emails? Director Grant?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Councillor, communications@hamilton.ca. Through our website as well, where we have a list of questions that residents were kind enough to send in looking for clarity. And so the questions that you're getting, the questions we get from the website, from media inquiries perhaps, those are going to form the basis of our FAQ, because they're real citizen questions coming in.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, if I could just seek, yes, but if so, carefully, you will be communicating with finance on some of those that are very specific. Like we have we have people who are going on sabbatical, and I don't know if that qualifies under an exemption, for example, and their sabbatical is in excess of 183 days. So I just want to make sure nothing gets lost on the particular finance question. So looking for some assurance there, who I should send it to. Thank you, Chair.
Through the chair to the councillor. I think you can send it, in that case, you can send it to communications and finance if you like, but when we're putting our FAQs together, we're going to be going down the hall to speak with finance because they know where all the numbers are. So communications, and we'll make sure that we forward anything that you send on to us, we'll absolutely send to the individuals in finance, or you can send it both to myself and Director McMullen.
GM Zagaric, any suggestions on how we should approach the more technical questions that we're receiving?
So through the chair, very much appreciate councillors forwarding any questions that you might have. It will better inform our responses on the website in terms of questions and answers. We'll also share this with our customer contact center in case residents are looking for information through calling 546 cities. So we will work with communications in terms of that channel and how to share information, and we'll work towards including that information on the city's website, including it with the customer contact center. Again, if I can just make the point is I appreciate all the questions from residents. The vast majority of residents will just be required to complete the declaration form. When we did the modeling, we assumed 0.6% of properties would be affected by this. So the vast majority of residents, their participation will involve the annual self-declaration. It's the other residents that will have to be more involved in terms of working towards the objective, which is to free up space, idle or vacant space, to address our housing challenges. So again, to the primary question, we'll work with communications on the channel of intake as it relates to questions, and we'll work towards ensuring that information is available on the website at our customer contacts through a customer contact center as well.
Councillor, you good? Thank you. Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And through you to Director Grant, can I get a sense for the timeline as to how we're going to roll out the comm strategy of how you're going to explain things? Because I think that in my office, for example, we have at minimum 30 people that called us yesterday, and it's a significant amount considering there was nothing beforehand. So I wonder, can I get a sense for a timeline as to how we're going to do that so I can properly inform my residents?
Through the chair to the councillor. So for the very first thing that we're going to be doing is putting together an FAQ from the questions we're getting and make sure that your offices have those and that they're on the website. So people have a place to go and that your offices aren't scrambling. And again, we apologize for that. I would suggest that we're going to be in market with several campaigns over the course of this year. And you'll start to see some of those in May, then you'll see some in the summer, then you'll see some again in the fall, and then you're going to see us move to a slight shift to the campaign, moving away from awareness to directing people to the declaration forms and letting them know that's going to be mailed out and what they do with them. So they should start to see those in May. We're updating the website. It did have a lot of those things, but we're putting more context as to why we have this tool and the like, and that's going to happen. That's happening today. And the campaigns themselves, you're going to start to see them happen in May and go on for the rest of the year.
So just to be tactical about this, and I'm thinking about this for my own team's sake, so perhaps just to clarify, the information that you sent out, Director Grant, last night on the key messages, those are okay for us to use for tonight moving forward? Is that through you, Deputy Mayor?
Director Grant?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, absolutely yes. So what I had recognized in some of the wording we put together, it told people how it works. But I think the more important point, and I think Councillor Maureen Wilson raised this just a few moments ago, is why we're doing it and what it means. I think we need to tell people both. first we need to get them to the place of how it works and why, and then that sort of thing. But yes, we'll have that material to you, and we'll aim to have FAQs to you hopefully by the end of the week, and then we'll keep you updated on the campaigns.
As follow-up through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm just looking at some of the wording because I think words matter. So I think that we may have to rejig how we say things like mandatory occupancy declaration and a subject to the tax. So I feel like I don't know how to reword them because those are exactly what we are talking about, but it does confuse a lot of people. And with the 30 calls that we were getting, I'm not sure if you saw, but there was a gentleman that actually came to our front desk and they wrote in nice red markers that this was likely illegal, it was perverted. So I feel like words matter. So I feel like, can we also take a quick tack as to how we word things as well moving forward, Deputy Mayor?
And Director Grant.
Through the chair to the councillor, yes.
Okay.
So I would suggest that when I look at this language, it seems not terribly inviting. Not terribly inviting. It seems very, I guess, clear would be one way to put it. And our goal will be to soften that language and offer context throughout all our communications, and that's what our intent will be.
Thank
Councillor?
you. Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
Deputy Mayor Clark, I'm sure everyone saw or heard of my email. Not going to rehash the vacant unit tax decision, which I was on the minority side. I'm just, several of my colleagues have talked about constituents, homeowners that are curious, that are questioning, that just need more information. I've had none of that. I have just had nothing but angry, unhappy taxpayers, constituents who find this insulting, very unhappy. They see it as a form of reverse billing because it says you must annually fill out this occupancy declaration form. And if you don't, watch out next year that I suppose at some point in time, let's fast forward now, I can imagine many people getting this flyer at their homes, typically looking at it going, oh, that's got nothing to do with me. I've been here 25 years. What's that, a vacant home? Then forget it. Just toss it in the recycling bin. And many months later, without it filled out, and we're going to charge them the 1% or whatever a penalty fee might be. But ultimately, if it's a vacant property, the 1% on the assessed value, you're going to cause an even more angry group of homeowners across the city, in my humble opinion, that for those that believe in this program, and I respect that, who believe some way, somehow, this will provide additional rental units to put on the market here in Hamilton. To me, this is stumbling, fumbling, bumbling out of the gate with the language and this form of reverse billing that this approach has been taken by the staff. And for some who say, let's not call it a tax, well, isn't it the vacant unit tax? Or did I miss that on all the past reports we had leading up to our final decision? If it wasn't, I just remembered that on the recent correspondence, it's vacant unit tax. All my constituents in the last 48 hours, and this is only a handful of streets in Ward 6 that have been receiving it. Well, I can imagine once the roughly 17,000, 18,000 property owners on the East Mountain receive it, my office will be overwhelmed, and I'm already sensing a theme. So if this is the way, General Manager Zagarek, that this is in the department's determination, the best way to move forward for the ultimate goal of trying to get more units through this program on the market, I'm going to very regrettably respect that. But if that holds and this messaging holds, that my constituents must every year fill out this declaration or else, then I'll have to do my own form of messaging to my constituents. I can't make it any clearer or any more blunt and direct, Deputy Mayor Clark. I've never seen, it's been a while since I've seen this kind of reaction, just getting a flyer in the mail from the City of Hamilton. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Clark, for hearing me out. Thank you, General Manager Zagarek. I hope you understand. Forgive the tone. I just am expressing what I'm hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We appreciate your angst. Councillor Nan is up next.
Thank you, and really mindful of the time, 5:23, so when you need a motion, let me know. Happy to move it to extend our time, given the additional items that we still have yet on the agenda. That said, I wasn't going to say anything because I've been sending everything in the background to staff that might be supportive in the next iteration of comms. However, one of the very clear indications that staff have brought to Council throughout the years of our deliberation on the vacant homes tax is the need for compliant declaration, and that there is no other mechanism by which we as a municipality can identify vacant units in the city. The Stats Canada report identified 11,000 vacant units in the city. Do we know which one of those are and which address they are? No. We do have a bylaw process that identifies some vacant residential units that also get flagged in terms of property standard issues. Does that comprehensively identify every single vacant home? No. So the only tool that is available for municipalities in order to engage and embark and go down this path is a mandatory declaration. And I got that really clearly through the staff reports throughout the years in my own education process about how this tool will be used and how it will need to necessarily be rolled out, and why the tool also needed subsequently a staffing arm in order to make sure that data collection is then informing and enabling the finance collection as well. So I just wanted to put that out on the record too, that we knew that this was going to come. And to frame it as reverse billing, I appreciate the concern from residents that are being flagged here. I really, honestly, I do. You know, I think there's going to be ongoing learning, also with our counterparts in the City of Ottawa, who've also embarked in their declaration process. And in fact, they've already initiated it, and April 30th is their deadline, and they have the same language that if you do not fill your mandatory declaration form, your property will be deemed vacant and the vacant homes tax will be charged to your final property tax bill. Perhaps there is an opportunity to embed that within the property tax bill form, either online or on paper, so that folks can just toggle that there. But I know that our folks in finance are the experts and they're already on this. So that's all. I just wanted to say those words. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Beattie, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. My experience in my residential neighborhoods, the feedback that I've been receiving to my office is identical, I might say, to that of Councillor Jackson's. There has been zero positive feedback on this whatsoever. And it's caused me to go back through the process, and perhaps it's because it was at the tail end of the process, a relatively new council, a relatively new councillor, not fully understanding the operationalization of it. But I obviously did misunderstand how this would be rolled out, and I have to wear that, I have to own that, and I do. And I'm not going to try to rehash the decision-making process. But I do have a question, Chair, through you. In terms of the reporting back on this, and I expect that we will see annual reports come back to gauge the effectiveness, but I'm curious as to some of the costs that will be incurred, and I'm seeing a number of communications pieces that are now going to be rolled out to better inform. I'm wondering how we'll be tracking those communication costs and when that will start. Are we going to see a report back before the end of fiscal 2023 that would give an indication of the costs incurred thus far?
or do we have to wait till a report in 2024, and will it fully encapsulate everything that has gone into rolling this program out? I'm wondering if I could ask that through you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you can, Councillor. GM Zagarek, please.
Through the chair, staff did commit to annual reporting on the program, and that was one of the recommendations that council approved in January. We can take that question back, councillor, and look at milestones as we progress towards that December date surrounding the self-declaration process. We can look at the expenditures incurred up to date, recognizing there was a estimated, I believe, $2.2 million in program setup costs that we had communicated to council previously and council approved. So again, happy to take that back and look at the potential of milestones and look at maybe beyond the annual report if there's a rationale to provide information reports that provide the status of not only the expenditures but as well some of the outcomes of the program.
Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, I think it would be imperative to get that feedback, that the costs as part of the decision-making processes in the future, just so that we have a full picture. And along that same route, Mr. Chair, I'm wondering, in terms of some of the reporting back, will compliance rates be noted? And I'm trying to go back through my memory to think back to the presentations that were made. Compliance rates, appeals rates, those type of statistical collections, would they be a part of future reporting mechanisms?
And if you can just hold that thought, we have now hit 5:30 and we need a motion to extend past the curfew. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Kassar. And we'll have that quick vote to extend the curfew.
To what time, Deputy Mayor?
Oh, gosh.
Yeah.
Did I hear 7? Okay, 7 o'clock. What happens if we exceed the 7?
We'll have to do another motion.
Okie dokie. Sorry, Councillor, to interrupt you in that manner, but I have to follow the process. And that vote carried 10-1. Councillor J.P. Danko is opposed. Councillor Beattie, would you like to offer your question again, or?
I will throw it to the SLT bench if they captured the question or if they need me to restate it.
I believe GM Zagarek has it.
So through the chair, yes, we will include metrics with respect to the program, and those metrics could include and not be limited to compliance with respect to the self-declaration, compliance with respect to the number of properties that self-declare as vacant relative to earlier forecasts, and any other valuable metrics. Again, to my earlier comment is we are engaging with Toronto and Ottawa. We're hoping to learn as they're at the earlier stages than we are to see what was successful as it relates to their programs in order for those communities to reach compliance, or if there's any learnings in terms of how to improve compliance.
Councillor?
Thank you. And I guess this is more of a comment that I would be very curious to understand the cost of processing 177,000 responses. That information, I think, would be curious for me and perhaps other members.
GM Zagarek?
Yep. Through the chair, we will include that information. There will be a platform, a business solution in terms of gathering that information in a portal, but then there is the enforcement side, the audit side, and that is a program area or service that we can include information and metrics on as well.
Thank you. Anything further, Councillor? Thank you very much. Next Councillor is Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out some of the positives. An average house in Hamilton right now is about $1 million. This letter was sent to 171,000 houses. 1% tax that, say conservatively, a third of people actually respond, that brings in a new annual revenue to the city Hamilton of something around $1,128,600,000. So do we want A-Line LRT, gondolas, stadium, Olympics? Pools for every ward. Thank you.
That was everything?
That's it.
Okie dokie. Councillor Kretsch is up next.
I also want to share the sky is not falling on this subject of a January 2024 discussion. That's when this process is going to begin. Further communications will be going out in December in a 10-5 vote in favor at council. After a unanimous vote at GIC, we voted in favor of this. It was really clear what we were voting in favor of. People spoke against it. People spoke in favor of it. I don't think we should relitigate this entire issue here. Could communication have been better? Seems like everyone thinks so. Lots of opportunities for more communication. I hope we can move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments around the table? Okay, we'll have the vote, please, to receive the report. Who wishes to move it? Councillor Nan is moving it, and seconding Councillor Kretsch. This is receiving the report. Receiving the update with regard.
Yes, of course, yes, I will support to receive. An unhappy receive, but
I don't believe we can record it as an unhappy receive, but thank you for sharing that with us. And that vote carried 11-0. Thank you very much. We're now moving into the private and confidential matters. Item 14.1 is the closed session minutes, March 22nd, 2023. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the closed session minutes? Moved by Councillor Mark Tattison, seconded by Councillor Craig Kazar. And we'll have that vote first. And that vote carried 11-0. Okay, folks, we require a motion to go into closed session for items 11, 14.2, 14.3, and 14.4. I need a mover and a seconder to go into closed session for those items. Moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Kazar. Thank you. Pursuant to Section 9.3, subsections E, F, I, K of the City's procedural bylaw, as amended in Section 239.2, subsections E, F, I, and K of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001, as amended, as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. A trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual obligations and negotiations of a person, group, or group of persons or organization, and a position, plan, procedure, criterias, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by, on behalf of the municipality on the local board. We require the electronic vote. And that vote carried 11-0. Members of the public are advised that during the closed session portion of this meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. As we are now moving to closed session, I would ask all members of the public, delegates, and external participants to please now exit the WebEx meeting. Any staff that are not directly related to the item that is before us in camera is now asked to please exit the WebEx meeting. Also, Councillors, I would remind everyone that in eScribe, you need to go from closed session to open session in order to effect a vote. We can have breakfast. Oh, I hope so. Yeah. Well, I can only do my best. You can ask questions anytime you want. Okay, councillors and staff, we are now back in open session. Item 14.2 was the proposed settlement of appeals by 236-2302 Ontario Inc. of the City of Hamilton Development Charges Bylaw numbers 19-141 and 19-142. LS 23004/FCS 23012 and PED 23077. This is a citywide matter. I need a mover and a seconder for the directions. Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Danko. That direction provided to staff in closed session respecting report LS 23004 and FSC S 23012, PED 23077. Proposed settlement of appeals by 2362-2302 Ontario Inc. of the City of Hamilton Development Charges Bylaw numbers 19-141, 19-142. I don't have to read all those numbers again, do I? It's really hard for someone who's dyslexic. Be approved, and that report, again, all those numbers again, proposed settlement of appeals by 236-2302 Ontario Inc. of the City of Hamilton Development Charge Bylaws number 19-141 and 19-142, including the appendices, remain confidential. We require an electronic vote. Thank you. That vote carried 11 to nothing. Number 14.3 is the National Steel Car Litigation Update, LS 23019 citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the following? Moved by Councillor Wang and seconded by Councillor Tattison. That report LS 23019 respecting the National Steel Car Litigation Update be received and remain confidential. We will have an electronic vote on this one as well. And don't forget, councillors, right after this, about 5 minutes, we'll end up having the HUC meeting, which will be very brief. Well, I like to. That is carried 11-0. Thank you very much. Item 14.4 is the Red Hill Valley Parkway Inquiry, LS 19036S citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the following: that the report respecting the Red Hill Valley Parkway Inquiry update be received and remain confidential. Moved by Councillor Tattison, seconded by Councillor Beattie. That vote carried 11-0. Item number 15, adjournment. May I have a motion to adjourn? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Nan. A collective. I don't think we can have a collective second. There is an electronic vote coming up. There you go. Who? Thank you. And that vote carries 11-0. So if we can give the clerks about 5 minutes, and then we are going to jump right into the